when Ashwin was batting yesterday and he had a long innings that he had, he was looking very carefully at those marks, because those are the marks that he is going to utilize, and he will be telling Rohit as to which end he wants to bowl.
Yeah. Well, at the moment he's at mid-off, just watching Siraj as he runs in, goes past the umpire and bowls to Mackenzie. That's a good delivery. Didn't give any room at all or width. And Mackenzie had to cover bat and pad very close together, stood tall, and was pushing it out in front of him towards mid-off. It's the end of the over, a pretty good over from Mohammed Siraj. No runs coming from it, a maiden, and West Indies. They are 89 for 1. Mackenzie, he's moved on to 17. Brathwaite is going to take strike for the first time this morning. He is on 37.
Yeah, what is exciting, if I'm a West Indian fan, is to see young kids like Mackenzie, Athanase, Athanase of course performed so brilliantly in the first test in Dominica when he made his test debut, and now to see this young Mackenzie from Jamaica. These are 21, 22-year-old kids, right, basically, and for them to get an opportunity to play for the country is a big deal. And again, on a similar note, from Team India, there has been some criticism from some quarters as to why would you not rest people like Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma, and bring the youngsters in. This is a 2-test series, and we'll chat more about it later.
Here is Undakat into Brathwaite, and he's forward in defense, pushing it out to that short extra cover, and there is no run. Yeah, I was hearing that. Actually, I was having a word with Sunil, and he was saying that to me. He was saying that's his only disappointment, that, you know, why bring Rohit Sharma and Kohli a 2-test series, let them rest, you know, and play a few youngsters, you know, and it was an interesting comment. And I think we would say the same thing with regards to the West Indies team. You know, you keep playing these guys, give the youngsters a chance. There's Brathwaite going on the front foot, pushing it out in front of him. There's no run. There's also a lot of speculation why Shea Hope, for example, isn't playing in the test. They say he's good enough to play test cricket, you know, but unlike India, I think the West Indies selectors, they pigeonhole players. They think, well, he's a white ball cricketer. He's a, you know, rather than, you know, exposing them. I know that the thing is, outside of Holder and maybe Alzari Joseph, you know, you have guys who seem to specialize, which is ridiculous. You know, if you're good enough to play all formats. Here's Brathwaite, they go through for a quick single. That's good running. He was just getting onto that front foot, and a delivery just making a little bit of height, but he was covering it nicely and pushed it out to the right of the man at mid-on, and they go through for an easy single. So his first run of the morning, he goes to 38, and the total on to 90 for 1.
You were talking about becoming a white ball specialist or a red ball specialist. I was talking to Sir Curtly Ambrose yesterday, and we had a long chat about how the players develop. And just before a child starts to walk, he has to first be able to crawl on the ground. And once you start walking, then you can start running. So the foundation has to be laid.
That's correct.
And the foundation has to be solid in cricket. Then you can do white ball, red ball, whatever you want. But Unadkat coming in from left arm over.
Bowls to, it says a lovely shot from Mackenzie. That's probably going to run away this time. It was well timed by Mackenzie. It was pitched up to him. He went into the drive. He hit it straight back past the bowler. That's a lovely shot. And this is a shot of a man full of confidence, wants to play his shot, very positive. He goes into the 20s now. He is on 21. That's a lovely shot, Doc.
It is a lovely shot, slightly over-pitched, and Mackenzie just gave the treatment the ball needed. And Unadkat tried really hard, going down on his knees to stop it, but this time it was struck with a lot more power. The timing was much better.
Oh, yeah.
And the ball really sped away to the boundary for 4.
Tell me a little bit after this delivery about Bumrah. What's the situation with him? Here is a delivery from Undakat, and Mackenzie drives this one. It's running to the extra cover boundary this time, and that's 4 more. Another one pitched up, and he went into the drive, and he hit it towards extra cover, and it was another lovely shot from him. And this man is really motoring now. He's on to 25. And this is what you want to see from the young men. You don't want them to be pushing, prodding. Yes, he's going to go after the bowling. If it's there to be hit, then hit it. So he is on to 25 now? And the total motors on to 98 for one. And he's on to 25 as he settles again. There's a silly mid-off and a silly mid-on in place now, as this time he was on looking to drive and realized he wasn't to the pitch. He just checked the shot and pushed it out in front of him towards that silly mid-off. Gill is the man doing the fielding. There is no run. The end of the over, and a pretty expensive over when you're on the scheme of things. 2 boundaries for Mackenzie, and it's now 98 for 1. And West Indies have started this morning positively. What's the situation with Bumrah?
Well, Jasprit Bumrah, as you know, has gone through some injuries, and the back has been a big problem for him.
Is that because of his action?
His action is so unorthodox. He tends to extend his left arm, and that puts a lot of force on his muscles and the spine, which it does to any fast bowler. But because of his unique action, people have known. Physicians have known that he's more likely to develop those, and it unfortunately keeps on recurring. So finally, they wanted to give him a long break, have it taken care of, so that he would be ready for the World Cup.
But is surgery an option or anything, or they don't really he doesn't want to do that?
They are now doing microsurgery, which is not a full-fledged scar that you would see on the back. To just attack and
sort of pinhole thing,
and there are specialized orthopedic surgeons who deal with this kind of back injuries, so that we can see as Mohammed Siraj gets ready from the pavilion end.
Yes, and this time a good delivery, sort of nipped back at Brathwaite, but he was in defense. And everything was covered. He pushed it out on the offside. There is no run. Score remains 98 for 1. But, I know a lot but would surgery help? Or is, the point I'm making, Doc, is, is it just rest rather than surgery?
I think there are some definite indications for surgery. If the nerve root is truly compressed, and the nerve root is the compression on the nerve root is the one that gives you the pain.
Right.
And if that is clear cut, as we see,
yes,
the next ball being delivered
into Brathwaite outside the line of the off stump, and Brathwaite allows it to go through to be taken by the keeper. Score remains 98 for 1.
Yeah, the BCCI actually sent an email out that both Jasprit Bumrah as well as Prasidh Krishna, the 2 fast bowlers, are in the final stages of their rehab and are now bowling with full intensity in the nets, and the duo will now be playing some practice matches which will be held at the National Cricket Academy in Bangalore in India, and the BCCI medical team is obviously monitoring KL Rahul, Shreyas Iyer, and even Rishabh Pant, which I want to talk to you about in a minute.
Well, here is Siraj into Brathwaite, and he's looking to turn a delivery. A sort of half-hearted appeal because it struck him on the pad. It seemed to be going down the leg side. There's no doubt about it. No real review. And I think it was more of a not an appeal, but more of sort of he's beaten the bat of Brathwaite, and everybody just went up and said, yay, but it was no real appeal. Yeah. And also, what about Mohammed Shami?
Mohammed Shami has been rested.
Okay.
He's been rested. And
he's okay. He's 100%.
He's okay. Shami is fine. I mean, he's getting ready to for the World Cup in October. And but it's because of Shami not being here and Bumrah not being here that we are seeing Jaidev Unnatkat.
Yep. Here is Siraj into Brathwaite and pushing it out towards mid-wicket. They're going to get a couple of runs here. Or they're probably just going to take one because it was, who was that? Rehane was diving to his right, partially stopped it at mid-wicket. It went past him, and Ashwin had to move across from that mid-on position to where the mid-wicket would have been, and he limited the scoring to a single. So Brathwaite moves on now by 1 to 39. And the West Indies, they go up now to 99 for 1. Brings the exciting young left-hander, Kirk Mackenzie, back into strike. And he is going to face Siraj, who's working up a pretty good pace here on what is a docile pitch. We see there's a fine leg, a deep backward square, a mid-on, so just 3 men on the offside. There are just 2 slips now. A point, there's a third man. No, there's no third man, so there are 2 slips, a point, cover, mid-off, and a silly mid-off, or I should say a short mid-off. Here is a delivery aimed on the hip of Mackenzie, and he turns it nicely down towards fine leg. Jadeja is down there doing the fielding, and they amble through for a single. So with that single, the 100 is up for the West Indies, 100 for 1, and Mackenzie goes to 26 and brings Brathwaite back in strike on 39. That's a very healthy scoreboard for the West Indies. Ruskin Mark there in the back on very much in concentration as West Indies brought up the 100, and yeah, that's a healthy score, Doc.
Yes, baby steps, as I was telling you, off the air. But I think I like the approach clearly. Mackenzie is playing his shots, 2 lovely straight drives, and that he played earlier on, and I think he's got a positive intent. Brathwaite is pretty sedate in his approach at the moment.
Well, Brathwaite, the West Indian skipper, waits on Siraj, and again a delivery angled into him, and he's just tucking it off the hip region to the right of a backward square leg, and they pick up an easy single. So he goes to 40 now, and at the end of the over, it's 101 for 1.
Yes, it's a good approach, a good start for the West Indies, because the most important thing is you do not want to lose a wicket early on and give the opposition a chance to hone in and harass you. So at the present time, things looking quite good. Brathwaite will need to continue to solidify his innings and let Mackenzie play his natural game.
Yeah, that's right.
He's a young stroke maker from Jamaica, playing quite well, and give him the freedom. And we still have not seen a bowling change.
No,
Jaidev Unadkat continues.
Yeah, Unadkat is going to come in again from this. The Jerry Gomez Media Center, Willie Rodriguez in. You know the name Willie Rodriguez, Doc?
No, I don't.
Okay, I'm going to give you a little bit of a history here. Is a delivery out, just pitching outside the line of the off stump, and Brathwaite is turning it down to fine leg, or more to backward square leg, and they pick up a single. So he goes on by 1 now to, is it 41? And the total 102 for 1. Yeah, Willie Rodriguez was Trinidad leg spin and googly bowler, and used to bowl a really quick leg break and googly. Became president of the Queen's Park Cricket Club, but represented both West Indies at cricket and football. He's the only person to represent the West Indies at both cricket and football. Yeah. Went to England in 1963 with the West Indies tour, that famous tour when Sir Frank Worrell was the captain. But he was really more of a leg spinner, batting. He was a batting all-rounder, or I should say he was an all-rounder, not batting, because his bowling was very effective. When the English touring team came here in 1968, in those days, the touring team used to play against all the territories. Here is Unadkat into Mackenzie, that short lifting, and he's just swaying out of the way and allowing it to go through to the keeper. Score remains 102 for 1. And in those days, so England would be coming here for a 5-test series. They'll play 1-2 games maybe in Trinidad, 1 in Barbados, 1 in Guyana. In those days, of course, they didn't have all the grounds, the international grounds that we have now. So they would play 2 tests here, 1 in Barbados, 1 Guyana, 1 Jamaica. And in the territorial game, when Trinidad played against England, he picked up 5 wickets. Here is Unadkat into Mackenzie, and this is short, and he's pulling it. That's a really super shot, because it was short, and he just laid back beautifully, and he pulled it towards where a forward square leg would be. There is a man at backward square leg. He had absolutely no chance, and that ball raced towards the boundary. That's 4 good-looking runs again for Mackenzie. This young man, he is really showing himself up here. And yeah, so it's now 106 for 1. And he picked up 5 wickets, and people like Basil D'Oliveira, he bowled Basil D'Oliveira leaving alone with a googly, you know, and so he's been a really super gentleman. Here is Unadkat. He was in the box yesterday, and if I knew you didn't, I would have introduced you to him because he comes up to the box at times. But I didn't realize you never met him. So hopefully he will maybe come up to the box between today and tomorrow, and I will introduce you to him.
But all my dreams came true after I met Colin Murray.
Doc, listen, I'm going to get a check for you. I don't have my checkbook. I didn't walk with my checkbook. I'm going to get my checkbook, and I don't know if you give me your address, I'll post a check for you.
No, but coming into the box and meeting all the legends.
It's really...
It was a very satisfying experience.
Very humbling, isn't it?
Very humbling, absolutely.
Here is the left-arm pacer running away from us here to bowl to Mackenzie, a short lifting delivery, and he's just getting on top of it and opening the face of the bat. It's running down to third man. There's nobody there, so it's being chased by, is it Kohli giving chase there?
Yes.
Yeah, and they pick up 2 runs. So good shot again because it was short lifted, and all he did was just open the face. He goes to 32 now. It's 108 for 1. But you were telling me we started to talk about Rishabh Pant. What's his situation?
Well, Rishabh Pant was in that unfortunate accident in his Mercedes-Benz, and he's really, honestly, quite lucky to be alive.
Ooh.
Had multiple injuries, had to undergo surgery, a prolonged rehab, initially in Mumbai and then in Bangalore, and now, based on the communication from the BCCI.
Here's Undakat into Mackenzie, and he's playing it out towards that short mid-on, and there is no run. The end of the over, at the end of it, Mackenzie is 32, Brathwaite is 41, it's 108 for 1. This is a Cricket 360 production.
Yes, and continuing on Rishabh Pant, he's now made significant progress in his rehabilitation, and he has also commenced batting now.
Yeah.
So he's now back in the nets, and following a strong fitness program that has been designed for him that includes strengthening, flexibility and running. So Rishabh Pant, of course, a key member of the Indian team after what he did in Australia, where he almost single-handedly won the test match in Australia during the last series. So Rishabh Pant, of course, everyone is looking for his return to cricket, whether it be white ball or red ball. So,
well, talking about white ball, we were talking about pigeonhole players. He at one time was pigeonholed, wasn't he, as a white ball specialist, and got into the test team and never looked back.
Absolutely, and he has been such a blessing to Indian test cricket.
Yeah.
Because he's an aggressive batsman, just like Mackenzie. When he's there on the crease, he produces runs.
Here's Siraj starting a new over to the West Indian skipper, and he's pushing it out to the short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Yeah. Do you know? Well, it's a similar story when you talk about that. Nicholas Pooran. Nicholas Pooran was in a really bad car crash, and they thought his career would have ended. But he's made tremendous strides, and look at where he is today.
Yeah,
they thought that he would never play cricket again.
Yeah, he's your local boy.
Yeah, Nicholas Pooran. Yeah.
Naparima College, right?
That's right. And
is that the correct pronunciation?
Naparima. Yeah.
That was pretty close.
Well, just get a little more of a Trini accent, Doc. Naparima. I don't know if you know, but it's he's and look at where he is today. Here is a delivery that is outside the line of the off-stump man. Brathwaite cuts nicely. That's going to run away to the point boundary. That's a good shot. It was just short of a length, and he was just playing it beautifully. Opened the face of the bat and guided it past point down to the boundary for 4. He goes to 45, and again, the total, up to 112 now for 1.
Yeah, that's the kind of shot you would pay money for, right?
Yeah, that's right. I heard you say that shot yesterday about Kohli when he drove one through extra cover.
Yeah.
An absolute beauty of a shot.
Talking about paying and coming to the stadium, I'm hoping that today being Saturday, we will see a better crowd come in as the day continues to evolve.
And with West Indies batting as they are, I mean, you couldn't want it better. Here is Siraj into Brathwaite, and he's in defence, pushing it out towards the man at mid-off, and there is no run. Yeah, so a lot of people, as we're on the subject about Nicholas Pooran, a lot of people, again, feel that he should be in the test squad because he's such a talented player. And they also, the feeling is, if he gets into the test arena, he will become a little bit more disciplined in terms of his batting. But the thing is, for you to get into the test squad, the CWI say you've got to play 4-day regional cricket. And of course, he has no time for that. He's all over the world making money. Here is a delivery that Brathwaite is in defense, pushing it out towards mid-off, and it's no run. Yeah, he's all over the world playing franchise cricket when the 4-day domestic competition is going on. And that's another thing with West Indies cricket. They're playing 4-day cricket, but 1 rounds of cricket. So you are talking players, they have 5 first-class games a year. That's not enough first-class cricket. You know, you need to be, you know, and I know the problem is sponsorship and money, but you got to find it because you got to have players playing 10 first-class games. That's still not enough, but at least it's something. Here is Siraj into Brathwaite. That's a bouncer. I like that. I like the aggression. It was a little too short, and Brathwaite didn't really have to go under it. I'm surprised the umpire could have also signaled a wide, but at least the intent is there. The aggression is there. And that's what I found was lacking a little bit yesterday and the day before in the West Indies fast bowlers.
You know, what you said is kind of true and sad, that CWI has laid down the rules that you have to play so many domestic 4-day matches. And if you don't do that, we will not consider you for test selection. The players, like you said, Nicholas Pooran, busy playing CPL, IPL, etc.
Here is Siraj into Brathwaite, and he's pushing this one out. Can't get a run because it goes straight to Ashwin. At point, there is no run. It's the end of the over. At the end of it, it's 112 for 1. Brathwaite is 45. Mackenzie is on 32.
No, I think that's a dilemma that the players face, the board faces, to figure out which format are you going to play. Because certain formats pay you a lot more money than Test cricket. And you play for a short few 4, 6, 8 weeks, and you make so much. And cricketers now realize that they have a shelf life.
That's right.
Of 10, 15 years, and make hay while the sun shines.
Yeah.
And
well, you know the thing about it, Doc, and the argument is, listen, they're playing cricket. They're not holidaying. If you catch, and you can look at their performance and say, well, you know, he's got some form, but you know they've decided, hey, if you don't take part in the 4-day championship, Hayo Pancho, you're not gonna be considered for Test cricket, and that's the problem. You have some of the better players that Hetmeyer is another one. Who is all over the world. So he started to play 4-day cricket, the regional tournament with Guyana, played 1 or 2 games, and then didn't do that well and fell out of favor. So that's an amazing here. But who is this? Is it Undakat is going to continue? No, it's
no. This
Kumar.
is Kumar,
yeah.
Mukesh Kumar, the Test debutant.
The debutant. How do you rate him? When is
he started playing cricket very late. He was a tennis ball specialist, and people used to hire him to come and play so that my team would win. And then I'll tell you the story.
Well, here he is on his way to bowl to Mackenzie, and Mackenzie's more of a push out to the man at that short mid-off, and there's no run.
And then started playing tennis ball, and cricket, proper cricket was not on his mind initially. So he started playing late. And then one day he moved from his state of Bihar to Bengal, which is where Saurav Ganguly comes from, and they had a camp. And he went to the camp for a tryout, and they actually picked him, but he went to the bathroom at that time, and he could not hear his name.
Yeah, it's Kumar, the bathroom specialist, outside the line of the off stump, and Mackenzie's allowing it to go through.
And then what happened is that he said, "Oh no, I didn't hear my name," or something of that sort. And eventually they picked him, and it was Ganguly's efforts in Bengal.
So
and
they're discovering him.
So they discovered him, and then of course he had a good IPL. He bowls fast.
Yeah.
He bowls fast, and of course he is here because Jasprit Bumrah is not here. Mohammed Shami is not here. So I think somebody's absence gives an opportunity for somebody else.
That's right.
And that's how it is. And
he's a pretty young man, is he?
He's not that young.
How old is he? How old is he?
But 28, I believe.
Okay. Here is Kumar on his way to bowl to Mackenzie, and Mackenzie going after a wide one. He should have left it alone, but he saw that opportunity. There's a huge gap to the right of the man at point, and he was looking to hit it square, and was chasing after it, and didn't make contact. It was that wide, and it went through to the keeper. He remains there on Mackenzie. His score is 112 for 1. he remains on 32.
Yeah, I think what was good to see there was Ajinkya Rahane, the vice captain of the Indian team, going and giving him some encouragement.
Yeah.
Of course, Mukesh Kumar playing his first test match for India. And what an historic occasion as well,
Oh,
Colin.
yeah, for sure. Here he is on his way to bowl. And this one, Mackenzie, he found the gap, but he didn't time it all that well. Gets it to the right of Jadeja, and they go through for a single. No, they didn't. I thought that was a single because he was aiming for that. He was aiming for that area because there's two slips and then there's that. Almost, he's more of a cover. He's at cover rather than point, and they were aiming for that. And I thought when he played it, they were looking for the single, but they decided against it. And I thought it was on because Jadeja is left-handed, and it was going to his right. But he's a wonderful, wonderful fieldsman. Here is Kumar on his way again to bowl to Mackenzie, and Mackenzie is just on that front foot, just pushing it, delivery into the ground, and Rahane is fielding it at that short mid-off. There's no run. Score remains on run 12 for 1.
What I like about Mukesh Kumar, if you see the last delivery, he was using the width of the crease, bowling wide of the crease, trying to angle the ball into the left-hander to Mackenzie. West Indies 112 for 1, Brathwaite 45, and Mackenzie on 32.
Yep, it's been a pretty solid start. Was given yesterday by Chandapol, who really and truly gave his wicket away, as Kumar is into Mackenzie and he's driving but can't beat Ashwin at mid-off. It's the end of the over. It's 112 for 1. Brathwaite is on 35. Mackenzie is on 32. The dock is making way. I think Ruskin Mark, and for the first time in this test, Vidya Ramphal, the man who is a golf expert, is going to join Ruskin, as Ruskin takes a little while to get going and make sure he's comfortable. Are you comfortable, Mr. Mark? Good morning.
Very much so. Good morning to you, Mr. Murray.
I'm leaving you in the company of Mr. Ramphal.
Are you going back around on the opposite side?
No. I
Okay,
can't
because
walk
I know
that.
it took you a while with the timing you coming across here.
It took me about 20 minutes.
Yes,
and,
it took a while.
Yeah, but if I have to walk back, it'll be lunchtime. So I have to pace myself, Ruskin.
There you go.
It's like when I was bowling. I used to pace my deliveries.
I don't think Colin Murray and pace fits in. That's like an oxymoron. Somehow that doesn't blend. However, we have a pretty good start here this morning with these two. In fact, it's a good response. In fact, most people would have been hoping to see just this. Here they come again this time, and behind it is the captain of the West Indies team. I'll say good morning to Vidya Ramphal. Siraj trying his best to get the breakthrough for India.
Yes, hello, good morning to you, Ruskin. Good morning to everyone. And Colin deciding not to walk around. We'd have to time it with a calendar, wouldn't we? Have to get across there.
Hope we could get enough dots on that calendar.
Yeah, it's been a fine morning so far. Great weather we've had. It was predicted that there would be rain over the weekend, but outside of a very small drizzle just at the start of play, we haven't seen a drop of rain outside of that. And here is the next delivery from Siraj. This is turned away to that short mid-wicket position, and Rahane, who seems to be the specialist in those unorthodox positions, is there to make the stop, and that keeps Brathwaite on 45. Mackenzie is 32. The West Indies are resuming earlier today at 86 for 1, and after a barrage of boundaries, especially off the bat of Mackenzie, they've now progressed to 112 for 1. Siraj back at the top of his mark, and Siraj really made his name in that Australia tour, didn't he, Ruskin?
Yes, he certainly did, and he's come on by leaps and bounds. I think they trust him a lot more now, and he's repaying that confidence.
Siraj to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite ducking under a bouncer taken by Keisha, and we've seen just a few notes of aggression here from Siraj this morning. A couple of bounces at the West Indies batsman. But the pitch is really not the fastest. It's not going to trouble you. You have enough time to really sight it and get under it.
And this, again, it's one of the areas where the West Indies probably fell down when they were bowling. They didn't really try the short ball as much. And if you're going to bowl a short ball, we're talking about a short ball like that, where it's about head height or above, where the batsmen would at least, if they try to play, they're going to have difficulty playing it, or they just duck and get out of it. So you're going to bowl a dot ball anyway, rather than a long hop that they can pull waist high for 4.
Two slips in place for Siraj, who's into Brathwaite, and he is on driving, just more of a defensive push rather than an on drive. And there's no run. There's that short mid wicket. There also is Shubman Gill in a leg gully position. There also is a square leg in place. So they're obviously trying to work on some plan here to get Brathwaite feeling that he might be flicking the ball in the air on the leg side.
Well, that's a position that they've been consistently using, because it's something they probably studied, and we have so much analysis taking place now in the game, that's something that they obviously looked at and feel this is one of the ways where they can get him out.
Siraj here flopping in from the southern end, bowling to Brathwaite. Another bouncer, which he's ducking under, having nothing to do with it. Taken by Kishan down the leg side. So Siraj, some more aggression here. And he is yet to really lure Brathwaite into playing that hook shot.
Remember, they have a leg slip in position. Now, Brathwaite have flicked a couple. They went in the air, but it went wide of that man at leg slip. I thought they would have brought him a little bit straighter. But they persist with him that wide, so he's almost like a leg gully to some degree, or between the two. And so he's positioned there, Shubman Gill, just waiting. But early yesterday he flicked at one. It came very, very straight indeed, but it was in the air. And I think just before the close he also flicked at another one. But they've persisted with the fieldsman, and so far they haven't really, nothing has gone to hand just yet.
Rohit Sharma has a word with Siraj, who is on his way once again from the southern end. Brathwaite is driving. That one goes square of the wicket, behind square. That could run away towards the boundary. Ashwin is after this one, but it's going to slow up just inside of the boundary. And maybe just a couple feet away, a rather uncomfortable putt from that distance if you're at the Open Championships. But he will get a couple of runs here. So that has taken Brathwaite on to 48. And 32 for Mackenzie. He is on strike now.
Well, it's actually the 3 runs that they completed on that occasion. And we've seen that a couple of times already in this game video, where you would think the ball would run away to the boundary, and it just slowed down. I think that was a no ball as well.
Yeah, they're just that's coming up on the monitor, and Siraj was actually about 3 inches over the line. So
stretching, striving for peace.
Certainly was. Now we'll have the left-handed Mackenzie to contend with. Mackenzie has played away from his body several times today. He's on 32, facing up to Siraj. And he's playing defensively out to that very short mid-off position where Rahane picks up. That is going to be the end of the over. At the end of the over, India have kept it quiet here. Outside of those boundaries, not let's say the baseball approach that we've seen from England across the pond there. So the over has come to an end, but altogether it's been it's an effort here from the West Indies team that the fans would be a lot happier with.
Well, 116 for 1 represents a pretty good score for them, and I think it's more of the same, that they would like to see them at least show some fight, given what transpired in the first test, where they were bowled out for 150 and then 130 in the second innings. So in both innings, you didn't even achieve 300 runs. So I think as a player, and I want to believe all the West Indian players have that kind of pride in them in West Indies cricket, that they might be thinking maybe we should try to score 300 runs in an innings, especially in this innings where the wicket has no real terrors in it. The bowlers are working hard, and but if you stay in the wicket, chances are you're going to get runs, and I think that has to be the approach throughout this innings.
Mukesh Kumar on his way. Here he is into bowl to the right-handed Brathwaite, who is playing defensively on the onside, picked up by Rahane once again, and there is no run. And so the West Indies trying to play themselves into this one. That performance in Dominica, 150, 130, 280 runs, was the worst performance by any West Indian team in the Caribbean, where they've been bowled out twice, and by some margin, some 50 runs or so less than the previous worst. So that's a And you can understand the cries of
The
angst. The angst. It's a bit more than that. A bit more than angst from the West Indies fans. Here's Kumar on his way once again past the umpire and bowling to Brathwaite, and who is again playing defensively down to mid-on where Ashwin fields, and there is no run. And the collective cries really of the fans all around the West Indies certainly has been felt by the team, an altogether different and approach that has more steel in it this at least so far in this match.
And that is good to see, because maybe they needed to get to a point where they felt they couldn't get any lower, and now this is a question of climbing up once again and starting here. And it's good to see Craig Brathwaite leading by example, showing that what is possible and that everybody has to follow suit.
Brathwaite now to high backlift as he faces up to Kumar, and again just playing defensively on the onside, picked up just in front in that short mid-wicket position, and there is no run. And so Brathwaite nearing his 29th test of 50. There's 1200s to go. We'd love to get number 13 today.
And that, I suppose that represents a good, well, transition from, conversion from 50s to 100s. Although I would think he should have had maybe closer to 20
That's right.
than 12. But if he could get another 50 here and then convert later on, that would represent a very good return for him. And it would show that the team is ready to fight, and he is prepared to lead the way for that revival that so many West Indian fans throughout. And now they're going to attack him on that leg stump, because that pad is also the aiming for Hilaire.
And he's playing this one, which is a very full delivery down to that mid-on position, and there is no run. Ashwin fields. There is that very short mid-on in place, and there's also a mid-wicket, which is we're seeing the fielder. Is that Rahane there, who's just nearly about
Kohli, yeah.
they're both about maybe about 8 meters away from the bat.
And then between the two of them, a couple of meters further back, is the regulation mid-wicket.
Yeah, so there's a ring of fielders there on the leg side, and they're trying to block off that, and we're seeing more and more of these configurations of fielders. We saw it in the Ashes as Ben Stokes pulling out the book of unorthodoxy there in the Ashes in some of his field placings. And here is Kumar on his way to bowl to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is playing this one on the offside this time, straight back to the bowler who fields in his follow-through, and there is no run. So he stays on 48, last ball of the 50th over of the innings so far. The last time round, the West Indies didn't last a huge amount of time at the crease, did they, in getting that 150. That game progressed so quickly that before there was always going to be a result. This time, there were all sorts of predictions that this game would last 3 days, 4 days. Certainly hasn't shaped up to be that way so far.
I mean, we've had really good weather as well, fingers crossed, because like you said, just before the start of play this morning, we had a hint of a drizzle, and then it quickly stopped, and we've had good weather. We're hoping that persists throughout.
Yes, Kumar in again to pull to Brathwaite, past the umpire. He's flicking this one and picks the gap, almost like a surgeon getting through a mass of veins and arteries, and picks up the single there. So that is the end of over number 50 of the innings. Brathwaite has gone on to 49. Mackenzie is on 32, and that's the latest score here at the Queen's Park Oval.
West Indies trailing by 321 runs at the moment. Of course, the first target is the 238, which is the follow-on target. And if they could bat like this, say bat till lunch without any mishap, and then you kind of gauge where you are there, and then you plan for the next session or two, and hopefully by the end of play, because I think they must be thinking bat out the day. I think that has to be the first order of business. See if we could bat through the day and see where we are at the end of play today. Two things I think would happen there, Vidya. One, they would have avoided the follow-on should they bat through the day, and more importantly, somebody they would think would get a big score, whether it's Brathwaite or Mackenzie, who have gotten good starts here. Maybe one of the two of them could convert and get a really big score for the Windies and put them in a position where they could either get close to, if not surpass, the 438 scored by India.
Well, Ashwin is on. The first change from the southern end we're seeing so far. So a double change. We have Kumar from one end and now Ashwin at the other. He's bowling from the southern end. And let's take a look at the field. There's a slip in place. Forward short leg, mid-wicket in place, mid-on, mid-off. As we watch Ashwin, the off-spinner in to bowl to Brathwaite, turning this one to that short mid-wicket position. And there's no run. Backward point, an extra cover, mid-on, mid-off as I mentioned. There's a mid-wicket also, three-quarter way to the boundary and a backward square leg for Ashwin, who is in once again. And, well, Brathwaite trying to turn that one on the onside. That one going back to the bowler on the offside. Certainly defeated in flight there by Ashwin, who had 12 wickets in the last game. 72 wickets in his games against the West Indies. Boy, does he enjoy playing against the West Indies. Also 4 Test hundreds in there also. Here he is in now, past the umpire, bowling to Brathwaite, allows this one to go outside the off stump. No real hint of any turn so far.
But again, Brathwaite's the tendency is to turn the ball with the tide, and hence the reason why he almost played too early, and that one went the other way.
Yes, Ashwin again, past the umpire and bowling to Brathwaite. Hurried on to him a little bit more, plays it back to the bowler, and there is no run. So certainly, Ashwin tries, he's a real craftsman, isn't he? Settles in here, trying those round arm deliveries. He also has that carom ball up his sleeve. Here he is into Brathwaite again, and who is checking his drive out to mid-off, and there's no run. He also bowls, he comes round arm every now and again. In the early overs, he just experiments to see where he can get the maximum spin out of the pitch here. Last ball of his first over of the day. Here he is into Brathwaite, and a defensive shot. There's no run. And a good tight over to start off here from Brathwaite. At the end of it, the West Indies 117 for 1. Brathwaite remains on 49 and Mackenzie on 32.
You could see the quality in the bowler. From the moment he got the ball in his hand, things started to happen. The batsman had to take notice of him. And he, as you said, good variation. And, sometimes he's just lining up the deliveries more or less in the same location. But he's either going a little bit wider, coming closer to the umpire, just changing up things a little bit. And we haven't really seen him go to his full bag of tricks. Yes, he's only just starting. But already you're seeing how he's making the batsman think about what he wants to do and how he wants to play. And the important thing again is Rohit Sharma is persisting with that mid-wicket fieldsman. He has the forward short leg for him, but that mid-wicket, I think, is the key fieldsman for them because somehow they feel Brathwaite is, he tends to fall over a little bit and maybe will turn the ball in the air in that general location.
And it was that sort of shot that led to his downfall in Dominica to Ashwin. Mackenzie, 32 off 53 deliveries, about to face up to Mukesh Kumar, a man whose name, when you hear of the old Bollywood playback singers, it does remind you of one or two of those. Here he is round the wicket, bowling to Mackenzie, who is leaving that one alone, and it goes through to the keeper. Mukesh Chand Mathur and Kishore Kumar, two of the great singers. He has both of those names in, right, but he has been on song to just turn it to more towards the cricket so far.
Certainly is, and when you think of he's 29 years now coming on debut, so we've had instances of that. We also have a player who played in a Test career early, and then 12 years later is playing, is back playing again, and so it happens.
He's in now, bowling round the wicket in to Mackenzie, and Mackenzie allowing this one to go through. There is a short mid-wicket, a short mid-on and a short mid-off in place. Two fielders on either side of the umpire. Not often you see a field like this. And they do suspect that he drives the ball in the air. So there is Gill on the onside and Rahane on the offside, both for that, and he catches in that area. So Kumar back to the top of his mark. Initially, it was felt that he didn't have the goods to be a fast bowler. Wakar Yunus, who was part of the the Bengal setup at the time, felt that he should not be a fast bowler. Did have anemia at one time, but a real tribute to his fighting spirit. Here he is on Test debut in the 100th match between West Indies and India. Doesn't model. But
he's built similar to Waka.
He is.
He has, and if you look at his run-up, I think he has some of Waka in him in terms of his approach.
And that's where it came from in those early days at Bengal. He's in past the umpire, bowling to Mackenzie, who's driving just past out towards Ashwin, who is on that offside. Yeah, Wakara and some of those players at that time in the Bengal setup didn't feel that he had what it takes because of those medical problems, and he really fought through. And here he is at the celebrated Queen's Park Oval for his debut. And he does model his cricket a lot on Josh Hazlewood, the Australian cricketer. He's a real workhorse in Indian cricket.
And it's about line and length and finding good locations, trying to be consistent.
Here he is coming around the wicket. He's bowling to the left-handed. Mackenzie was playing at this one. He's edged it. He's gone. And there is the wicket that this man will remember for the rest of his life. This is his first wicket and his first in Test cricket here. And certainly Mukesh will remember this for a long time. And it is the fellow debutant Mackenzie who goes caught behind 432. And certainly he was playing away from the body several times, Ruskin, and unfortunately he's feathered an edge through to Ishan Kishan, and just as we see him walking off, the rain has come down here at the Queen's Park Oval, so Mackenzie's dismissal has been greeted with tears from Mother Nature.
Maybe he didn't want to get wet, so he decided he wanted to leave the scene early. But what a disappointing dismissal for him, because two things were happening there. He was bowling from around the wicket, so the ball angling in towards the left-hander, and then he was trying to just take it away from him on pitching. And but also, if you notice, the boot marks, if there are any spots at all, video, it's on that end of the pitch. You're seeing the boot marks from the bowlers bowling at that bottom end over the wicket, right hand. And the ball pitching in that general location, there will be some deviation. It may not be much, but you're not quite sure. So going after deliveries outside there, you have to be absolutely certain. And he was kind of like in no man's land. He just kind of spread his legs and then just kind of whiffed at the ball outside the off stump, got the edge, and was taken low down by the wicketkeeper. You want to hear a mouthful? Kirk Mackenzie, caught Kishan, ball Kumar. You know, and I'm just going to the last names, because if I'm going to put all the first names in there, you know, it could be a lot. But it's an important breakthrough for the Indians, but a sad one for the West Indies. And again, you look at it, he really wasn't in control of it. He was playing away from the body again, but he was playing the ball, he wasn't cutting it, and he wasn't driving it. The bat was kind of perpendicular, but he never really got the extension that he was looking for.
Yeah, so he played away from his body, edged it through to Kishan, and he's gone. So right now, just to tell you what's happening in front of us, the covers are being brought on. Those big yellow covers have already been brought on to the pitch area, and now the larger, I can't call that white, maybe that's off-white, that's been dragged over them. Even the larger covers, which cover the run-up, they are now being dragged onto the field at the southern end. The rain is maybe not quite as heavy as when it started, but it is coming down enough here to ensure that the field will have to be covered. So 117 for 2, the West Indies. They lost Chanderpaul for 33 yesterday, caught Ashwin bowled Jadeja, and now Mackenzie goes, caught by Kishan off Kumar for 32, wickets falling at 71 and 117. And the celebration by Kumar as that one was taken by Kishan. He leapt into the air, punched the air, and certainly a wicket that he will remember for a long time.
Well, as a bowler, that's what you want. You want to, first of all, you want to be tidy. You want to be as tight as possible. You don't want to leak runs. And the second thing is you want to get wickets. And he did both, because he kept him quiet, and then eventually he got the wicket. So it's like two areas that he benefited from there, and he certainly got the better of him on that occasion. So the covers are being put on, which is like when you hear cricket, is like an omen in cricket, because you don't ever want to hear that covers are coming on. It means that there is some rain about. How much, we're not quite sure. I don't think Vidya has his crystal ball with him, so he could predict.
Well, it is cracked, by the way. I've made many correct.
It may not give you the correct reading.
No.
And you just look at it.
It's like that compass that Jack Sparrow carries around, in Pirates of the Caribbean.
They were just showing a picture of Mackenzie there, and you see the disappointment in him, because he knows that's the kind of shot that is what we call a get-out shot.
That's right.
That is what you have to eliminate in your game, especially at this level. When you're making that step up, those are the little things that you want to avoid as much as possible. And he's really, I'm sure he's kicking himself in the dressing room right now.
And just a minute later, the rains came down. So if he had just allowed that one to go through, he would have been resting back in the pavilion. Well, he is resting back in the pavilion now. But unfortunately, that's the end of his debut innings. And get this, he was... the wicket came to the debutant, and it was caught by the man who's playing in only his second test match. So the newcomers involved in that dismissal. So right now, the score 117 for 2. The West Indies in search of at least 238 to avoid the follow-on. India 438 yesterday in their first innings. We will take a break as the covers continue to come on. The big white covers are now safely and snugly over the pitch, and some blue ones are now starting to cover the bowler's run-up. So as the groundsmen do their work, we'll send it back to the stations at this time. As soon as we get an idea of when play starts, we will be back with more commentary here on second test action, West Indies versus India at the Queen's Park Oval. This is a Cricket 360 production.
Well, again, we just want to alert all our stations down the line that we have a quick update for you, is that because of the rain, we have an early lunch being taken here today, day 3 of the second test between India and the West Indies. The situation as it stands right now, Vidya, the West Indies just lost that second wicket, and just on that dismissal, the rains came, and the players have been driven off the field, and 117 for 2 is where we stand at the moment. And but the good news is that the rain has stopped. The ground staff continues to remove the covers, and the anticipated restart after lunch is at 12:10. And Vidya, that is some good news, and it's even better because we have the sunshine is back with us.
Yeah, it certainly is. The covers are being stripped off. Just the yellow covers at the bottom. They also have the white ones and the blue ones. Those are being taken off at the moment. Ground staff also using that big hose, that big blue hose, which they drag across the outfield to take off the extra moisture. So that's what's happened here. West Indies resuming earlier today at 86 for 1. They progressed to 117 for 2, losing Mackenzie for 32 just on the stroke of the rain break. They did go off for rain at 10:54. And the sensible decision made here, Ruskin, taking the early break here for the lunchtime period. So we will be back on in just about half an hour.
Well, it certainly is. They're trying to make up time here and try to take advantage, because it would have made no sense to sit and wait until the original 12 o'clock lunchtime, then take lunch, the full lunch, and it would take you to 12:40. And when you could have had play, during that time. So they're using this time so the players can have lunch early, and then hopefully we'll be able to get maybe a half hour more play than we normally would have had they just sat and allow the normal lunchtime to take place. So that is the situation from us here at the Queen's Park Oval. Lunch is being taken now, and the players, hopefully, weather permitting, will resume at 12:10 local time. We'll see you then.
All right, stations, we will be with you in 10 seconds for the resumption of play. We'll be with you in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
A very good afternoon once again. Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval. I'm happy to see a nice and bright and sunny Queen's Park Oval. The sun is really making an effort to come out here. We did have that rain interruption a short while ago, but we're happy to see that from the last hour or so when we had that interruption, immediately on the dismissal of Kirk McKenzie, the Indians didn't have a chance to continue after that. In fact, the players were taken off because of a sharp shower, and it persisted for a little while. In fact, they thought for a minute that they would be able to take the covers off, and they started to take the covers off, but then another downpour forced them to put back on those covers. But we're happy to say that seems like a long time ago, because they took an early lunch, and here we are with the resumption all set to go. And I'm Ruskin Mark working with Video Ramphel. And Video, do you realize that the oval clock is working? They actually have the two hands on it. The last time we were here, we had a clock with no arms.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, an armless clock really doesn't really make much sense. Good afternoon to everyone.
That will throw off your timing.
Yeah, it certainly does. And, I mean, you can't play cricket with just one hand, after all.
But Mukesh Kumar is getting ready to resume as he runs away from us, having had a wicket so far, and he pitches up, and that one is driven not very powerfully, but back down just on the offside of the wicket, and Jadeja is in the way, and Jermaine Blackwood has come out, and a lot of these players have what you call, I don't want to say a shadow hanging over their heads, but they certainly need runs.
Yeah, and certainly the 31-year-old Blackwood out of Jamaica, he does need some runs. Hasn't had a lot of them recently.
Well, we see what he does here now as Kumar is with him, and he's hustled a little bit by that one coming in on him on the angle, but he plays it well. That completes the over. That has been one of the longest overs we've had in a long while. It started just before 11 o'clock, and it ended just after 12 or so here at the Queen's Park Oval. So at the end of that over, a successful one for the young man. The West Indies 117 for 2.
Yeah, that break coming at just about 10:54 a.m. That's when Mackenzie was out. Blackwood didn't even have time to get out onto the field. He was just rooted in the pavilion. But you talked about Blackwood. He only got 14 and 5 in the first game. But the last innings of significance he's had was against Trinidad and Tobago. Back in March, that was 68 he got. He also got 80 against Guyana, 79 against South Africa. That's going all the way back to February. So those are the 3 half centuries that he's had at first class level for the year so far.
So certainly I think he might be feeling the pressure a little bit. And I suppose it's one of the things that the West Indies board has to look at also is the amount of test cricket that these players are playing, because we're asking them to come and perform, but they're not getting, the opportunities to play consistently at this level because the games are so far apart. However, Ashwin comes and he starts off immediately, and you can see the other thing about it, Brathwaite is stuck on 49. He has been there for some time.
Yeah, just on 1 run away from his 29th test half century.
He waits now, and Ashwin is with him, pitching up, and that little, that wristy sort of on drive that he plays. He doesn't hit the ball hard. He just tries to sort of flick it a little bit. But that mid-wicket is right there waiting.
Yeah, that mid-wicket in place there, Ruskin, and also the forward short leg just waiting for that catch.
Yeah, that flick that he likes to flick it on the onside. He turns the face of the bat towards the onside. And here the chatter from behind the stumps there. Kishan took a good catch as well to this mid. This time he's pushing forward, just shouldering arms, taking the bat out of harm's way and sticking the pad out there, and not taken by the keeper, but it went low down to him as well.
Yeah,
That actually brushed the pad.
As I mentioned, Kishan in the side here as a result. Barrett was actually had the position for India in the absence of Rishabh Pant.
from the pavilion end. This time it's short, punched into the offside, but he can't get it through. Rohit Sharma is in the way at cover, and no run. So since the resumption, the West Indies haven't been able to move off that 117. Will they do so now? And here's another peach of a delivery. A little bit of bounce there as well, but played well in the end by Carlos Brathwaite, but he's stuck on 49. Blackwood yet to score. It's 117 for 2. That's another meeting.
Yeah, I think Brathwaite would be a bit disappointed that that fifth ball, which was just a little bit short from Ashwin, trying to force it through the offside, didn't get the contact he wanted, and also didn't get the placement to the right of the fielder.
What a couple. One India, one West Indies.
Well, we're getting a shot here of some two people sitting in the stands. A lady who is wearing a West Indies T-shirt and presumably a husband or boyfriend, partner wearing an India T-shirt. So two sides, the two sides represented here today.
Well, certainly it is. And but I can imagine what a debate would be. A cricket debate.
Oh, well, I imagine he might be in the ascendancy a bit. He said, well, we've already won the first test match. Let's see what the old team does here.
And here he goes again. Kumar looking for another wicket. Blackwood driving a little bit late. Craig Brathwaite in taking off. It's almost as if he wanted to see the ball go past Jadeja before he actually left the crease of the non-strikers, and eventually he made it. And Blackwood was able, but Blackwood hit it and started to move immediately.
I think it was well judged by Blackwood because it was in that space between Jadeja and Rohit. Rohit's not the fastest of movers, and then Jadeja is left-handed, so that would have gone to his right hand. So I think he picked his fielders pretty well. And
he certainly set off for that run immediately on making the shot. And but you could see, but here again is that field. We have a straight mid-on in front of the batsman, literally, and then there's a man a couple meters to his right, all of them in catching positions. And once again, you could see Craig Brathwaite coming down on a delivery that is bang on target and needing a defensive prod, which he eventually came up with.
Yeah, those two fielders, as you mentioned there, at that short mid-on position and the mid-wicket. And interesting for Blackwood, who has to actually run in between both of them. There's enough room, I can assure you, to run in between them. But that could be dicey because if those fielders are maneuvered in any way by the batsman, running between them, they could certainly block his path.
They go down, and here he is now again right on target. This is good bowling from Mukesh Kumar. He's not giving much away here. He's zeroing in. He's really honing in on that middle and leg stump.
Yeah, he certainly is. And with the slip in place, just the one slip now and the gully, and those two fielders outside trying to get Brathwaite. The head tends to fall over slightly as he's playing on the onside, and he's just trying to induce a shot like that. And what happens with Brathwaite as that head falls over, he tends to spoon it a little bit. That's how those two fielders are waiting for the catch.
And now they've added, they've taken out one of the slips, and he's at a silly mid-off now. So they already have a short cover, or short, well, I think he's only standing there because he was set in the field. I thought he was going to stay there.
I know.
But Rohit is coming to mid-off, but there's a short extra cover, just a couple meters from the batsman on the offside. Here he is turning this one through mid-wicket. That's a good shot. He's going to get a couple here. Not much Jadeja could do about that. The batsmen are able to come back comfortably for 2 runs. So that is Brathwaite's half century. He goes to 51, and finally the West Indies are able to move off their 117, 118 mark, and it's now 120 for 2.
First 50 of the series also for a West Indian batsman. The highest score previous to that was the 47 scored by the debutant in the last game. That was Athanas.
Yep.
Yeah, so Brathwaite breaking through here to get the half century.
Kumar once more to Brathwaite, and again he is coming forward a little bit hurriedly, pushing at it and keeping it out. But this is really tight bowling here, and what is interesting too, Vidya, it's like wicket to wicket bowling.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I mentioned that this youngster, we can't call him a youngster. He's in his first match. He's almost 30 now, but he does model himself after that Josh Hazlewood. He's trained very hard. He's a workhorse type. He will be at you all the time. And the rate at which he's moved up through the Indian cricket scene on the domestic level has been really amazing to see.
He's on his way once more from the northern end of the commentary box, and this time it's a little bit shorter. And Brathwaite making a quick adjustment, plays it on the onside, can't get a run as Jadeja is in the way there. He's 51, Blackwood is 1, and the West Indies 120 for 2.
Yeah, still a long way to go for the West Indies to get to that follow-on target of 238. But as we were talking about earlier, the fans certainly will be a lot happier with what they see from the West Indies. There was an interesting concept I came across recently, Ruskin, about the idea of being a glorious loser. I think fans would be a lot happier if the West Indies battle. If they lose, they would be
lose with dignity.
They lose with dignity. That's correct. The glorious loser. Now, dial this back about 25 years ago. That would certainly not be the case.
Losing would not be in there.
Yeah, losing would not be there. You would expect the West Indies would come out and take care of business against India, but things have changed in a huge way.
It certainly have. We were just looking at another spectator there sporting her West Indies flag. So there is pride in West Indies cricket, and even in the stands. And yesterday we had a number of school children there. Brian Lara brought them along through his foundation.
1,500 and all.
Yep. Big crowd. Here is Ashwin once more. On the back foot is Blackwood. Blackwood, too, is another one of those batsmen who likes to score quickly. And when he gets going, he is an attractive batsman to watch.
Yeah, he certainly is. But short of runs in the Test arena recently. Has to get some runs here.
He waits as Ashwin is with him, and he's again pushing outside the off stump, just coming onto that front foot and easing the ball forward. The bails came off. I don't know if that's some kind of an omen. It might have touched the wicketkeeper, might have just bounced it. Kishan, as he was getting on the angle. Ashwin once more pitches up and driven nicely, but again, they can't get it through there. Good fielding, just collapsing on the ball, and Rohit Sharma showing his capabilities there. He might have just peeled some skin or something. He's trying again. Blackwood this time is watchful. And you can just hear the applause from behind the stumps. Encouragement.
Yeah, last
you may have to translate that for me.
You're being very optimistic.
Not quite sure what he's saying, but I think it has to do well bowled. Here he comes again. Quicker delivery. He's trying to swing it on the onside. He spotted the quicker delivery, but he couldn't catch up with it. It rushed on to him. There's just a one man behind square, that is Kumar. So if you can get it past him, he probably could get a boundary. But he also has to be mindful that he wants to hit it on the ground, not in the air. Pitched up again, and this time Blackwood is just easing forward and just playing it out. So another tight over, another maiden over. It's 120 for 2.
Yeah, two consecutive maidens here for Ashwin, who started brilliantly on the day. He had a really good test match against the West Indies in the last one. 12 wickets he's taken, 72 against the West Indies in all of the matches that he's played. And an 10 wicket haul in test matches. He's tied Anil Kumble's record in that.
How does it rack up in terms of number of test matches against the West Indies? So there's 72 wickets in all, and because I was looking at that in relation to Kumble's record, as you were just mentioning, Anil Kumble, in terms of the number of matches played against the Windies.
Well, in 12 matches, Ashwin has taken 72 wickets, and his bowling average is 20.02.
And how does that stack up to Kumble?
And Kumble, I'll get that one for you, but Kumble also has an excellent record against the West Indies. But as for Ashwin, he really enjoys the West Indies, and not just with the ball, because he averages over 50 with the bat, with 400s. In fact, the half-century yesterday was only his first half-century against the West Indies. Previously, when he's gotten the 50, he's gone on to convert that.
And which is excellent for any batsman. Any frontline batsman would take that any day. If you could convert every time you get past 50. So we've seen more adjustments. Now they have 3 of them in a line there now. 3 mid-wickets. One next to each other. How often do you see that? And the ball is immediately turned to the one in the middle. So, which is good batting from Brathwaite. Hit the one in the middle, they say. And he just turned it towards, let's look at Rohit Sharma, who's standing there between Jadeja, and Rahane.
And this field we're seeing, at least on the leg side, with those three fielders in a ring, exactly what we saw from Ben Stokes in the first Ashes test when they tried to get rid of Usman Khawaja. Remember, he got 100. They put those fielders, and shortly after, Khawaja succumbed, getting one there.
Because he does the same thing, he tends to fall over when they're playing shot. Here again is Brathwaite now playing with a straight bat and pushing it back along the line. So he's now being forced to concentrate and to try to play with a straight bat and not go across the line of the ball.
And it just shows you how much teams, it's not you're playing against the West Indies, but all of these analysts and these team captains are watching what's going on around the world and seeing what the different captains are doing. And, I mean, baseball really has taken the world by storm. I mean, all of these analysts, captains are looking over, taking an eye to see what they can learn from it. It could be something that will influence games to come.
Kumar Bose, this one is flicked away nicely. There is some cover down there. They're going to go for the second run, and they will get it in the end. But certainly an outstanding shot by Craig Brathwaite. He only picked up 2 runs, but he certainly looked good doing it.
Yeah, in fact, the field that I was mentioning, when Khawaja was dismissed in the Ashes, Ben Stokes had created what they call the Brumbella field. They had 3 on the in a ring on the leg side, close in, and 3 on the offside. There's just 1 close in on the offside, though. So not quite, it's a Brumbella that's only half open.
Yep. It's not a full umbrella.
No.
Here is Kumar again, looking for a second wicket this morning and, this afternoon. But again, Craig Brathwaite punches it down the ground. But he can't get a run. So the field is well set. The bowler is bowling to his field, and Brathwaite is having to defend.
Yes, certainly. And they haven't been able to get him to hit in the air. I can't remember one ball that he's hit in the air in that region. So very, very well disciplined here is Brathwaite. And that's the kind of cricket you expect from him. But you feel that the West Indies will really need a big 100 from Craig Brathwaite today.
And somebody else. I think they need partnerships. That's the key to it. Even if you get, like a half century or just about, but you need somebody to bat through and then others to chip in. That's another good delivery right on target there. All he could do is defend it and playing it with the tide, playing it back up to mid-off, but he can't get a run in all of that. So this is tight, very, very tight indeed, and very tough. The batsman not getting any freebies.
None at all, and India will not be giving any of those here today. And you put it right, the need for partnerships. When you look at how this Indian innings was built, 2 really large partnerships of over 150, and that was the secret, the real backbone. Those 2 partnerships formed the main vertebra of the backbone of this Indian innings.
And then they got, because I think 5 batters got out. Here's another delivery again on target. We come to expect this from Kumar. He's really zeroing in there and forcing Craig Brathwaite to treat it with respect. It's the end of the over, and at the end of the over, it is, 122, still 122 for 2.
Yeah, so West Indies going along slowly here, and since the dismissal of Mackenzie for 32, that's very much what has gone here. Now, Brathwaite and Chanderpaul at the top, not the fastest of scorers. The only bright spot in terms of scoring, one who can accelerate the scoring, was Mackenzie. He's gone. Blackwood can also push the notch, move the needle well, but he hasn't gotten going just yet. And you talked about his run scoring. He has been a little bit, in the last game, 14 and 5. In the previous test match he played in March, he got 6 and 4. But the test match before that, just go back 3 test matches, he got 37 and 79 against South Africa at Centurion. So he might be drawing some confidence at least from that.
Yeah, well, certainly look forward to that. And then I think was it with the West Indies A team that he showed what he's quite capable of, and or some of the other matches, first-class matches, where he has been showing what he's capable of. And it's now a question of him just kind of transitioning and taking that form with him.
Yeah, 68 against TNT and 80 against Guyana. Both of them, one game played at Taruba, Brian Lara Cricket Academy. That's against TNT. And at Providence in Guyana, maybe not dissimilar to this pitch, he got 80 there.
So hopefully that is just the start for these youngsters. They really need to figure out how to convert starts and how to build an innings, especially at the higher level when the pressure is on like it is now. You look at Craig Brathwaite, he's digging in here. He was on 49 for a long time. Eventually he got to his half century, and he's still having to treat each and every delivery with respect. Ashwin. Again, Blackwood is just making a quick adjustment, going onto the back foot this time, and playing it with the tide, playing it on the onside. No run. He is on 1. So 122 for 2, the Windies, still 315 runs away. Pushing forward again and just playing it in front of him, can't get a run.
Well, in terms of the comparison you were asking for with Ashwin
Kumble
and Kumble, just to remind you, Ashwin, 72 wickets, and this is
In
only
12 tests.
his 13th, in fact,
13
now,
tests.
test match against the West Indies. Kumble has 74 wickets in 17 matches against the West Indies.
Here he comes again, Ashwin, looking for a 73rd. Is it 72 from 12? And, well, he's in the 13th now,
yeah.
so he's looking for that 73rd.
So just a couple of wickets to equal Kumble.
Yeah, and he may get it. In fact, now you notice a lot of these cricketers that they're just erasing a lot of those records because they're so prolific. Once again, he's watchful. So this is really, it's a real test at the moment for the West Indian batsmen. They have to really dig in here, and you don't want a rush of blood and then do something stupid, but you have to think on your feet, and that's the challenge. That's why they call it test cricket. It is a test. It's a test of will at the moment. And on the back foot he goes and pushes it up on the offside. All in defense. No chance of scoring.
Ominous here from Ashwin. This shaping up to be the third maiden in a row. And I think he's bowled all of them to Craig Brathwaite at the moment. So Brathwaite can't get him away.
Actually, it's Blackwood who's
Blackwood,
on strike
correction.
at the moment. Yep. And again, he's coming forward and just keeping it in front of him. Another maiden over. It remains 122 for 2.
Yeah, that comparison now, he's about 13th match for Ashwin. Kumble would have done it in 17 matches, so that's a significant
So
amount of time.
if we take this one out, and even if he doesn't get a wicket here, he will still have another 4
matches.
games to try to get, 5 wickets?
In fact, just 3 wickets
Just
to
3
break the
wickets to
record.
get,
So
yeah.
that's and you would feel that he should be able to surpass that record in this match.
It certainly is, and especially if he finds another wicket like we had in Dominica, where the ball was turning from day one. And
Yeah.
I suppose once he saw that, he probably told himself, boy, this, I would love to bowl on this.
Yes, and his record certainly far superior to that of Kumble. Kumble averages 29.78 against the West Indies. Ashwin 20.02.
There's a
so
big
he has,
difference.
He has surpassed the master here in the
Certainly
West
is.
against the West Indies.
Yeah, Kumar will try once more. Pitches up, and that delivery right up. You could see it zeroing in on that off and middle stump there, but just dug out by Craig Brathwaite. Now they've removed one of the fielders on the onside from that little umbrella, that straight line they had there. He's just dropped back a couple meters to more of an orthodox mid-wicket.
Yeah, one of the spokes of the umbrella has been
Yep.
broken off, hasn't
I
it?
don't know, the rain. Anyhow, we had rain just now, so maybe that did some damage. And here the umpires are going to check the ball again. We've had this quite often now in this game.
Yeah.
I don't know why the balls seem to be getting out of shape so frequently. And the umpires are turning it every which way to make sure that it can go through the loop or that it can't go through the loop. And if it can't, then something is wrong, it seems. And we may have a change of ball. Yet again, we're going to have a little stoppage because of a change of ball.
Yeah, so that's exactly what's happening. The umpires out here to do that. The ball gauge is the correct name for the instrument that they use. It's a metallic thing. They slip the ball into it, and that is supposed to have the proper shape of the ball. And what they found is that one side of it is not fitting properly. So the ball has just gone out of shape. It's not that the West Indies batsmen have been beating the
Hitting
ball
it so hard,
to that, but sometimes what happens is that if it does go out of the ground, it hits something,
Concrete
a
or
piece
some
of
part,
concrete
yep.
or some type of iron or so, That hasn't happened a lot. Maybe it happened during when Mackenzie was smashing those balls around earlier.
But he did look good, though. If we were to talk a little bit about Mackenzie.
So this, in fact, we're being told this could very well be the third ball change of the innings.
Well, and remember when India batted, the West Indies had a ball change. They bowled one ball with it, and then they had a call again for a replacement of that one. So we'll see now. The thing about it, some balls, the change ball, I don't want to call it a new ball, but the change ball, sometimes we find that the ball does different things. It operates differently or it reacts differently to the one that that it replaced. It might get a little more bounce, probably a little more turn, whatever it may be. But these Duke's balls, they're certainly having to really work on them or work with them. So far, we've had quite a number of them changed already.
Yeah, the ball gauge, in case you've never seen one, it actually looks like a pair of handcuffs.
Yep.
And unfortunately, it's
Lock up the ball.
It hasn't been able to lock up the ball, so we're going to have to change it up here. And the ball has gone to its own private, the other one has gone to its own private jail here. And spectators have come out in their numbers. I saw a lot of cars around the Oval earlier today. All 3 days we've had a lot of vehicles, especially yesterday with those children coming in.
And this is much better than what we've had previous test matches. I think you remember we've come here to do test matches. It's us and one or two others and the players. That's it. But I'm happy to say that there is some interest in the game, even though it's not sold out by any stretch of the imagination. But certainly there is interest. Kumar will continue, pose a short ball, and again, just to change things up a little bit. We were talking about the change ball. He probably think he gets a new ball.
Yeah, that was an effective bouncer there. The batter just having to just pull the head back there. That was one that surprised Brathwaite a little bit. But he hasn't shown any interest at all in attacking these shorter deliveries, and none of the bouncers. He received about 3 from Siraj earlier today, and he's just ducked under it and allowed it to pass through.
Which is the sensible thing, and it just shows how concentrated he is at the moment. The West Indies really need him to stay here for a while. On. This time he takes on the hook, and he does it well. It goes fine. There's a man sort of backward square leg, but this one goes fine, and it goes to 6. Goes all the way for 6, and that is, as they say, out of the blue, literally, because he refused to hook any of the others. This time he took it on, and he did it well. He goes to 59 now. It's 128 for 2.
That shot was as blue as Ishan Kishan's gloves right now, because that certainly came out of nowhere, as you said. Another bouncer this time. The previous one was outside, maybe over off stump. This one definitely going towards the head, and Brathwaite got inside the line of it. He wasn't in the ideal position by any means, because you could see the head just moving out to the line sharply, but got enough bat on that, and that one went all the way.
So the umpires had a look at the ball, because again it had left the playing area, which is customary. And let's see what he does now. Kumar, and this time he's turning it again. That's the area that they've really been craving for. They might get some overthrows. They're going to get 4 overthrows. Well, because Jadeja was sprinting across to his right, picked it up, and he sort of underarmed it back. The wicketkeeper couldn't get up there on time. Kishan not able to cut it off. It eluded him, and even the man, it looks like Shubman Gill was trying to come across. He couldn't get it, and it just raced across the ground, and it went for 4 runs. Not even the speed of the man Siraj could catch up with that one.
Well, I think it was Siraj who was actually supposed to back that up. He was the one closest. But it's after Jadeja set off after the ball, then suddenly Siraj realized, I have to get in place. But he couldn't get there in time. And that went for 4 overthrows.
Yeah, he probably told himself not only is he's in trouble, because he knew once Jadeja picked it up, he was going to throw. You try again, and just at the last moment, somebody probably walked across the side screen, and you could see Blackwood pulling out. And there was Kumar almost in his delivery stride. He was just about to deliver the ball, and only for Blackwood to put his arm up and pull away. You hate to see that, but we've seen it so many times.
Well, you said that with such venom. I know you're a fast bowler, a former fast bowler, Ruskin. Fast bowlers just hate that totally. You're just about to deliver. You have to run back. It's hard work, isn't it?
It is, and the sun is out. You probably feel your knee probably hurting, your elbow hurting, and then you have to do this all over again. And that's a good delivery. They're going to get a run here as this one just squirts out on the offside, just behind point, and they're able to pick up a comfortable single. Gill comes into play, but he can't prevent that single, so Blackwood gets one more. He goes to 2, and Brathwaite, who's on 64, comes back on strike. It's 134 for 2.
You ask any fast bowler, like you might be asking Kumar at the moment, he might be 29. He'll say, well, my knee feels like 45.
It is hard work. And the thing I tell people is that at this level of the game in any sport, you're never 100%. Never. Something is always hurting somewhere. If it's the elbow, the finger, the wrist, the heel, the toe, something is always aching. And you just fight through it. Here he goes again. Bowls, and again this one kept a little bit low, but Brathwaite was right in behind it and kept it up. Played it well in the end. It's the end of the over. 64 to Brathwaite, 2 to Blackwood, and maybe we'll have Anil come in and replace me, but so after some more comments from you, Anil will join you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ruskin. So the match summary, just in case you're just joining us, here's what's happened here today. The West Indies resuming earlier today at 86 for 1. They've lost a wicket of the debutant Kirk McKenzie, caught by Ishan Kishan of Kumar for 32. That wicket falling at 117 for 2. There was a rain break. A lunch was taken early. We resumed at 12:10, so we've been going for just about half an hour. And the West Indies have gone on to 134 for 2. 17 runs added in the last half hour. Ashwin is here to continue. This one's turned by Blackwood, and it's straight at the man at forward short leg, and there's no run. Hello and welcome to Anil. How are you?
Good, thanks, Vidya.
That's been a good start here for Ashwin. 3 consecutive maidens on either side of that rain break. He's in now, wide outside the off stump. No shot taken by Kishan. And Ashwin really is a great craftsman, isn't he?
Well, he's a wily customer, if you ask me, Vidya. He knows exactly how to bowl on these surfaces.
Surfaces not allowing a lot of help here for the bowlers, unlike Dominica. But this one is defended, and there is no run. And certainly when you saw the way that he ran through the West Indies in Dominica, you would have feared here. But this pitch hasn't really offered as much support.
No, it hasn't. It has been very flat indeed, and I could possibly just expand by saying it's very docile as well.
Here's Ashwin again. So it's down the leg side, taken well by Kishan. That anchor foot of his moving swiftly across to the left. And he actually took that, he was actually behind the ball when he took it. That shows you how fast he was getting across. Docile, you say, was the word you used. I'm going to ask you to explain a little bit because there's not a lot of zip off the pitch, you're saying?
It's very slow video when you compare it to other surfaces that you would play on.
Next one is flicked away down the leg side from Ashwin, and they turn for the second run. Blackwood actually slipped just a little bit and decided not to go for it, so they just get the single. Blackwood on to 3, Brathwaite on the 64. The West Indies on 135 for 2, and that's the first run for the day of Ashwin, and he's bowled the 3 consecutive maidens. The sequence finally broken.
Yeah, so Ashwin really on the money here. But what is notable, Vidya, is the fact that both bowlers, both Mukesh and Ravichandran Ashwin, they're bowling stump to stump.
They certainly are. Here's Ashwin again. He's bowling, and Brathwaite is easing this one through the extra cover region. That's headed out towards the boundary. There's a fielder after it. It's touch and go. Does he get enough on it? He crashes into the boundary board, but just manages to pull it back. And in the meantime, the batsmen have crossed for 3 runs here. And that's a good bit of fielding out there. And the Indian fielder, I believe it's Gill, may have taken a very nasty blow on the advertising board. His foot was actually very close to the boundary ropes as he was just pulling it back. What do you make of that?
Well, it's touch and go, just possibly millimeters away there, Ruskin. So a very good stop indeed by Shubman Gill.
Okay. Well, I assume I'm wearing the
My,
same T-shirt
my
as Ruskin
apology
here.
to you, Vidya.
Yeah, he's very, very close to that advertising ropes that they have there, and I don't think that you can tell. They have left it at 3, so it is going to be Blackwood who's going to be at the non-strikers now. The over has come to an end. The West Indies 138 for 2. They trail by 300 runs, so West Indies still have another 100 runs to get to avoid the follow-on here. Brathwaite 67, Blackwood on 3, and it's going to be Kumar to continue.
So Kumar in the middle of a very impressive spell indeed, and Team India continues to bowl very straight to Craig Brathwaite because they know at some stage of video that he may tend to go across the line of flight.
11 over starting here for Kumar. He's in, and that's feeling for it outside the off stump. Just missing it and taken by Kishan. There was a stifled appeal there by the Indians, and that was just a few inches, an inch or so away from the end of Craig Brathwaite. But this delivery touching down outside of the off stump, just shaping away from the batsman and into the gloves of Kishan. Excellent delivery.
Well, a very rare delivery indeed. We haven't seen the ball shaped away much from the right-hander. It has been going very much into the right-hander. But that was an excellent change-up from Mukesh. Just pitching that ball on about that off-stump line. And that was just shaping away from the outside edge.
29-year-old from Bihar is on his way again. He's bowling to Brathwaite, who is on driving, straight to Ravichandran Ashwin, and there is no run. Score stays on 138 for 2. He certainly has been impressive. In December last year, he became the highest paid uncapped player ever in IPL history, something in the region of $670,000 US. He was paid by the Delhi Capitals to acquire his services for the 2023 IPL. And if you're an uncapped player, that was unprecedented in terms of the amount of money he got.
Well, I'm sure he must have been very surprised indeed. But I'm sure they would have seen something special in this young man, Mukesh Kumar, that they want to invest in. Video.
Yeah, certainly. And here he is on his way again. He's past the umpire bowling into Brathwaite, who is turning this one to that short mid-wicket position. There is no run. There's that short mid-wicket. There is another fielder, Kohli, is that Jadeja, in fact, who is at sort of a forward square leg. It's very close in, maybe about 10 meters from the bat. On the offside, there's a very short extra cover. And that one, he's just about 5 meters from the bat, wearing the helmet, of course. Once you're in a certain distance away from the batter, you must wear the helmet. And that fielder in that position. So they're changing up the field all the time here for Kumar, who's in now to bowl to Brathwaite, forward to it, and straight to the man at that short extra cover position. There's no run. What do you make of the fields here? Certainly cricket changing up, a new thinking here in terms of the field for Brathwaite.
Well, I think it's been orchestrated by skipper Rohit Sharma because of the fact that the pitch is not very quick. You can't, the batters are finding it very difficult video to drive on the up. So it's saying that you really have to play the ball under your eyes at every opportunity that they deliver the ball, and it does bring those short fielders into play at some stage.
Here's Kumar again. He's running away from us here from the northern end of the ground, past the umpire. And this is played defensively out to that short extra cover position, who picks it up on the bounce, and there is no run. Brathwaite stays on 67, his 29th Test 50. He's looking for a 1300 here today, and how the West Indies will need him to get to that. They also need to see Blackwood get some runs. As for the West Indies, Alec Athanaze is still to come. Then there's Joshua De Silva, Jason Holder, Alzari Joseph, Kemar Roach, Jamal Warrican, and Shannon Gabriel. That's the rest of the batters for the West Indies so far. Encouraging signs from the West Indies, though, in this match. 139 for 2 in reply to India's 438, dominated by that brilliant 121 by Virat Kohli. Here's Kumar again, and playing off the back foot slightly here is Brathwaite, back to the bowler, and there is no run. But certainly, many West Indies fans would have been happy with what they've seen from the West Indies so far. Are you?
Well, the fact of the matter, Vidya, when you take into the context of the scoring rate of which Team India scored, the West Indies have really been scoring at a pedestrian rate. But having said that, what is required stickability from these players. Really grind this Indian team to the hold. Doesn't give them no opportunity whatsoever to create an opening.
Here's Kumar again, and he is past the umpire and bowling to Brathwaite, who drove at that, came off the inner portion of the bat, back to the ball after the first bounce, and there is no run. The end of another good over here from Mukesh. His 11th over has now been completed. West Indies 139 for 2, Brathwaite on 67, Blackwood on 3. That's the latest score here at the Oval on this Cricket 360 production.
So Team India continues to plug away here on a very unresponsive pitch at the Queen's Park Oval. We are into session number 2, day 3 here, in the second test match.
The 100 test match between the West Indies and India, and certainly a proud moment to be here for this historic test match between the countries. The only other countries that India have played 100 times would be Australia and England, for obvious reasons, the length of the time that they've played test cricket. So it's going to be Ashwin. Now Ashwin's going to be coming round the wicket here this time. Still a slip in place in that forward short leg and the short mid-wicket. Now getting onto the back foot here is Blackwood, playing out towards the cover region, and there is no run. So Ashwin's gotten himself settled in. Now he's going to start to change his plans, a new line of attack here.
Well, he's definitely trying to work these batters out. He's changing the angle. He's changing his pace as well.
Here he is in Ashwin. Forward to it is Blackwood, and there's no run. And with the getting the ball to straighten here, he's going to try to pitch it in line, get it to straighten, perhaps hit the pad, maybe just enough deviation to take the edge into the slip.
Well, one has to really have a good look, because that knuckleball could come into effect very, very going forward.
Yeah, certainly that knuckleball does tend to turn across the right-hander also. So let's see if he will bring that into play. Several bowlers all over the world, including West Indies' own Sunil Narayan, used that knuckleball well. The carom ball, as they also call it, flicking it with the ring finger on the right-hand side. Driving is Blackwood to the next delivery, straight out towards the Indian captain, and there's no run. Rohit Sharma at that extra cover position. There is also a backward point. Rohit Sharma at extra cover. There's a mid-on and a mid-off. The fielder at the, well, a long-off, long on, in fact. Blackwood forward to the next delivery and straight out to the field in front of him. There is no run. And let's see what Ashwin does here, because he hasn't been able to take a wicket just yet for the day. Blackwood on 3, playing on his patience here, the Jamaican batter. Forward to the next delivery and in front of him, and there's no run. And Blackwood likes to get on with it, but he hasn't been able to break the shackles just yet. Who knows, there might be a shot in the offing coming up. End of the over. At the end of it, the 61st of the innings, West Indies 139 for 2, Brathwaite 67, Blackwood on 3.
Yeah, so the West Indies batters continue to take the fight to Team India here at the Queen's Park Oval. The pitch at the moment is at the best for batting, and one would hope that the likes of skipper Craig Brathwaite, he continues his vigil together with skipper Jermaine Blackwood. But we're going to be seeing a change of bowling from the Jerry Gomez media center end.
Looks like it's going to be Mohammed Siraj here to continue. Siraj bowling his previous overs from the southern end, so he's now going to be switched over to the northern side of the ground. In previous years, before all of the stands were redeveloped for the 2007 World Cup, there was a strong crosswind that would come here at the Queen's Park Oval, and you'd love to bowl from this end. It's a bit more muted now because the stands really block off all of those crosswinds from coming across. So that effect is not there. So Siraj, none for 34 of his 11 overs so far. He's been quite tidy in this match so far.
Well, I'm sure those figures doesn't really tell a true story how well Mohammed Siraj has bowled during this test match. He's asked questions, many questions, to all these batters, and all that's missing at this stage is to get a wicket in the bowling column.
Man from Hyderabad is in once again. This one's striking Brathwaite on the pad. It was going down the leg side, stifled appeal, and it's fielded. There is no run. Mohammed Siraj, born in humble circumstances in India, I never really attended a cricket academy. Found himself played a lot of street cricket and made his way. Has played for RCB, played for the Sunrisers Hyderabad, also played for Warwickshire back in 2022. Made his name during that tour of Australia a couple of years back.
And that famous 2-1 win.
Yeah, certainly when you're going to Australia and winning for the first time. Here's Siraj again, homing in on the off stump, played defensively by Brathwaite. There is no run. And even before that, he made his mark at Hyderabad in the 2016-2017 Ranji Trophy. 14 wickets at 18.92. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Well, that's very impressive indeed. When you're hovering around that 19-run mark per wicket, that shows that you've been very consistent indeed, and you do possess a lot of ability as a bowler. So Ajinkya Rahane would have been the skipper on that Australian tour that took India to that famous victory.
Yeah, certainly. That was a great series indeed. One of the best in modern history. A field change, we'll tell you about that. Here's Siraj, and Brathwaite is playing past the man at that short mid-wicket position. There's no run. Now, there is that leg slip, what do you call that? A leg slip, leg gully in place there. There's also a very short forward square leg in place.
It more looks like a backward short leg, if you ask me.
Backward short leg and in place, and just about 10 meters away from the bat. And also there is a fielder going into that short mid-wicket position. Certainly that's playing on the mind of Craig Brathwaite, because he has to be very circumspect by the way he plays on the leg side. Here's Siraj on his way again, past the umpire and playing a defensive shot. Past the bowler, not going to get a run, is fielded by Rohit Sharma. There is no run. Brathwaite stays on 67. And what do you make of the new fielding change?
Well, again, skipper Rohit Sharma ringing the changes and giving the batters something to think about, Vidya, in the fact that the ball is shaping back into the right-hander. So they were hoping that an inside edge could carry to one of those fielders there, either Virat Kohli or Shubman Gill at that backward short leg.
And Siraj just having a closer look at the ball, which was changed a couple of overs back. Another change in the ball. We've had quite a few for this match. He is on his way now. The right-hander past umpire Kettleborough. And that's homing in on the leg stump. Driven past the bowler and picked up by Ashwin. There is no run. More of a defensive push more than anything else, and no run resulting. And they're having the fielders are having another look at the ball here. I wonder if they spotted something.
Well, it just seems that this Duke ball, for whatever reason, during the course of this test match, and again the ball goes to the umpire.
Yeah, it's gone back to umpire Kettleborough, and he has brought out the ball gauge once again. It is shaped like a pair of handcuffs, and he's passing it through the first. It's gone through the second. It's gone straight through the second one. So I guess everything's going to be okay, and that's going to be fine.
Well, when bowling on a surface like this as well, Vidya, sometimes the fielding team does take the opportunity to present the ball to the umpires, just maybe for a change of ball, because sometimes it could get very soft.
It certainly could. Here's Siraj on his way past umpire Kettleborough, and he's bowling to Brathwaite, just getting the ball to move into Brathwaite, homing in on that leg stump. He's playing on the leg side. There's no run, and the over comes to an end. The West Indies trail India by 299. They are 139 for 2. Brathwaite on 67 and Blackwood on 3.
Yeah, so skipper Craig Brathwaite continues his vigil here for the West Indies team. Together with him out in the middle is Jermaine Blackwood, the vice captain of the West Indies team. They've been doing a very good job indeed by keeping out this Indian bowling attack. Ravi Chandran Ashwin, as we know, continues to be very tight, asking questions as well. Mohammed Siraj picking up the attack from the media center and for the first time this morning, getting that ball just to shape back into the right-handers. But to me, Vidya, the delivery that possibly could create some havoc for the batters would be the one that just possibly holds its line and continues on its merry way.
Yeah, that should certainly cause some problems here. It is going to be Blackwood, 3 off his 22 deliveries so far. He's just about to face up the man with number 27 on his back, and he looks around the field to see that there is a slip in place. There is that forward short leg, the mid-wicket in place, rather short in, and As here is Ashwin. He's continuing around the wicket here. He's bowling to Blackwood. Plays it off the back foot. There is no run. And shouts of approval from the back of the stumps here as they show their support for the Indian off-spinner, the champion for them on this tour. 12 wickets in the first game. He's back at the top of his mark. Past umpire Erasmus. He's round the wicket. And that's driven. They will get the single. Blackwood goes for it quickly. Has to hurry and gets there fast. He might be a small man, Blackwood. He's Jamaican, so he's going to be fast and gets there quickly. And Brathwaite, no slouch himself, gets there quickly through to the other end.
Yes, a nicely flighted delivery there from Ashwin. Jermaine Blackwood seizing on the opportunity, playing a lovely off drive, and immediately was off and running.
Well, we're close to the break for water here. We've been back out for a little bit, and now it's Ashwin again, just getting himself ready here. Ball in hand, and here he is bowling to Brathwaite. Outside the off stump, allowed to go through the Kishan, and there is no run, of course. And the fielders mass just off in front of the pavilion. All of the West Indian players there with the green bibs to signal that they're coming on as substitutes. Here is Ashwin. The next delivery forward to it, a long forward, and there is no run once again. Quite a very hot day it has been for the last couple of days, despite the rain.
It has been very, very hot indeed. So Ravichandran and Ashwin playing some mind games just before the break here, now coming over the wicket to skipper Craig Brathwaite.
Tall off spinner in again to Brathwaite, and again he's allowed it to go outside the off stump, taken by Kishan. Not much spin on that at all. We haven't seen a lot of them turn for Ashwin here. He's still, you feel, just searching for that right speed to get the ball for maximum turn. Here he is in again, down the leg side. That's Kishan getting across. Does well to make the stop, because that one could have easily gone away for byes. He's kept that out, and the West Indies have ended another Ravichandran Ashwin over at 140 for 2. Brathwaite is on 67, and Blackwood on 4. There's going to be a water break here, so let's just run through how things have gone so far. The West Indies, after India got to 438, started yesterday with Craig Brathwaite and Shivnarine Chandapal putting 71 on for the first wicket. Chandapal was the first to go yesterday, just before the close of play. He was caught by Ashwin off Jadeja for 33. Then earlier today, after a delightful start to his Test career, Kirk McKenzie feathered one to Kishan, who took the catch well. Kumar took the catch. He was out for 32. And since then, Craig Brathwaite has gone on to his 29th Test half-century, 67. Blackwood on 4 of 29. Certainly not high-octane stuff, but it has been gripping between these two teams.
It definitely has been very gripping indeed. Both teams really battling it out in the middle there. It's been, cagey stuff as well. The Indian bowlers, they're giving nothing away, and both skipper Brathwaite and vice skipper Jermaine Blackwood, they continue to fight for Team West Indies as well.
Yeah, they're battling it out here. Right now, what's happening is that the teams are getting some water here, and it's very important to refresh themselves during this very hot day. Yes, we've had about an hour interruption for rain, but getting those the vital liquids in here at this point, because dehydration is a huge enemy to any sportsman.
Well, at this stage of the innings as well, too, Vidya, I'm sure that the West Indies think tank, as well as the batters to follow, they will have that follow-on target, on their minds as well, to try and overhaul that total. I guess that will be priority number one for the West Indies team, Vidya.
Yeah, definitely, to avoid that follow-on and force India to get back in at some point here. And the West Indies certainly hoping to do that. Well, the teams are getting their refreshment at the moment. Dehydration certainly does lead to a loss of strength and stamina, and can lead to heat exhaustion. So certainly that's not what you would want to happen to you. The two West Indies batsmen having a bit of a talk. Brathwaite with his helmet off. Nicely shaven head. I don't think I'd see you with a hairstyle like that anytime soon. Brathwaite also the very low hair, and you often see Test players cut their hair very short because of the fact of how hot it is here in the West Indies.
It is very humid indeed, and I'm just thinking to myself, Vidya, that we may just see the introduction of Ravindra Jadeja anytime soon there. Now, just trying to change it up. We're 17 overs away from the second new ball. And very interesting indeed that skipper Rohit Sharma, he will want to give his seamers a bit of a rest before that new ball becomes available. And I'm sure when that new ball becomes available, they're going to take it immediately.
Yeah, I'm sure it will be, and that new ball will be coming up. And this, of course, the 100th test match between the West Indies and India. Series that between the two countries that started back in 1948 in India. The first test match played in India. The first time they came to the Caribbean was actually back in 1953, and it happened right here at the Queen's Park Oval. There certainly were some fine performances in that game. Polly Umrigar, the first Indian ever to score 100 here in the West Indies, got 130. But in the second innings, when West Indies batted, Sir Everton Weekes got 207. Bruce Peradu from Guyana, he was on debut, got 115. Certainly there were some fine performances in that match. And really, those two series really captured the attention of the cricketing public here in the Caribbean. This has always been a series that has been widely followed.
Yeah, and in Trinidad and Tobago, there's a large cross-section of the Indian diaspora as well. So that also helps to create that hype, that excitement amongst both nations. But also, this game marks the 500th game for Virat Kohli. So what a distinguished career indeed this young man has had.
Yeah, certainly he's had, and he marked that with 121. He's at second slip looking on. Here is Siraj in now, and Blackwood, that's coming off the pad, goes on the onside, and there is no run. The Kishan was setting off down the leg side to collect, but that one coming off the pad. On the onside, let's talk about this field. There is that short, there are actually two players, one at the short mid-on and one at the short mid-wicket. There's a more orthodox mid-wicket and an orthodox mid-on here, and trying to capitalize on that tendency here for Blackwood and from Brathwaite to hit in the air on the leg side.
Well, they have had a change in the field. There's now two slips in place.
That's the other change here. Siraj is in. This one outside the off stump, played out towards the cover region, and there is no run. Siraj certainly trying to work up some pace here.
Well, from my viewpoint, Vidya, I would love to see that fielder there at that short leg position go into a leg gully position with the angle of the ball going into the right-hander. To me, it's more likely to travel into that leg gully position rather than into that forward short leg position.
And that's where there was a fielder actually in the last over. If one flies through there now, India might be kicking themselves at ruining that chance. One or two of the bowlers are warming up. Mukesh Kumar has just come off his spell, still trying to keep himself loose here. Don't think we'll see him for another hour at least. Here is Siraj now, past umpire Kettleborough, and this was played on the onside, straight to the shorter mid-on position, and there is no run. And certainly just to remind you, the umpires for the match, Richard Kettleborough at the northern end and Murray Erasmus at the southern end of the ground. Kettleborough from Yorkshire in England and Erasmus from Cape Province in South Africa. And the two international umpires here, all part of the ICC's elite panel here for the match. And also there is the participation of Nigel Duguid, the Guyanese umpire who stood in 7 test matches so far. Here is Siraj now on once again. This one's turned towards the mid-wicket position. There's no run. And not to forget Michael Gough, the man from Durham, England. Certainly one of the best umpires in the world. He's doing the TV duties here today. He's had some work to do already.
So excellent indeed. A great cadre of umpires here in the ICC elite panel doing duties here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Michael Gough, former England under-19 captain, actually, doing the TV duties, but we haven't seen too much in the way of appeals so far. Not a lot of reviews so far for the day. I don't think we've had one for the day so far. We're well into play.
And it's just testimony of the quality of the pitch. It's really a belter now for batting.
Yes, Siraj now past umpire Kettleborough, and this one's flicked away. There is a fine leg in place, and he's going to pick it up because Blackwood's going to reap a single here. He moves on to 5, and Brathwaite on 67's back on strike.
Yeah, so a rare single down to that fine leg position there. Undakat just coming in and getting into the action. But
Yes.
Craig Brathwaite continues to battle Craig Brathwaite and vice skipper German Blackwood.
Yeah, so that one traveling down. So it is going to be, it's back with Siraj, the tall figure down at the fine leg position. Jaidev Dunadkat, the left arm pacer down there, opened the bowling yesterday along with this man, Mohammed Siraj, who is back in now once again. And this one's played away down the leg side. One bounce to that fielder in that leg gully position. And that's exactly what you were saying. He should be in place. They have him in place for Brathwaite, but not for Blackwood. Almost got to him, just skipping off the surface before getting to that man. End of the over. The over ends with a dot ball. Brathwaite on 67, Blackwood on 5. The West Indies 141 for 2 at the end of the over.
Yeah, and there's evidence that this ball is reversing at this stage. The ball is reversing at this stage, and Team India, they're looking to explore that reverse swing. That's why there's a umbrella feel on the leg side with the ball tailing back. Yeah, with that ball tailing back, there's that umbrella feel on the onside, just looking for that inside edge. But luckily for German Blackwood there, the ball not carrying to that fielder there at that short square leg position.
So Ashwin's back on. He's bowling from the southern end, and Ashwin bowling to Blackwood, who's on 5. There is that short leg position, and their short leg position. There's also that short mid-wicket position as Ashwin is on. Dr. Mehra is back on with us here, and they're going to get a single down to third man, and that one coming off the edge of the bat past the first slip, and they're getting the single. So Blackwood on to 6, and Brathwaite is on to 67. He's back on here once again, and Dr. Nilesh Mehta has settled in beside me, and he sees the next delivery coming off the edge of the bat, straight off the ground to first slip, and there is no run. So it's been an attritional bit of play in the last hour or so.
Yes, indeed. The West Indies gradually making some noise, but it's the Brathwaite batting that is going to carry them through as Ashwin gets ready.
Here's Ashwin again. He's round the wicket bowling to Brathwaite, who thought about pulling the bat away, to eventually played at it, got the ball down to third man. That was a chancy shot there. Ashwin would be encouraged by that because he definitely was in two minds playing at that delivery.
That's so true. If there was a moment to play, a day to play a captain's knock, Vidya, it would be today, and on a historic 100th test match between these two nations.
How he'd love to do that. Here he is facing up to Ashwin, who's back over the wicket, trying to flick it on the onside, straight to the fielders. There's no run. Kohli is there to make the stop, and there is no run. This is what the great players do, don't they? They mark the big occasions with a big bit of play. Kohli's done that already. Will Craig Brathwaite do the same here? Here's Ashwin cutting this one, running it down to third man, and there's no run. Last year, you were here when Shea Hope in his 100 ODI got 100 here at the Oval.
Absolutely, and we were together doing the commentary, and I'm going to talk about Kohli in a second after this delivery from Ashwin.
Here he is in, past the umpire, and once again, forward is Brathwaite, and there's no run. What a great innings that was.
Yeah, and I saw him in the team hotel during breakfast, and he was a very happy man. He was getting photographs, autographs, and Virat is normally a private man. He is traveling with his wife, Anushka Sharma, and their little daughter, and they are having a great time, I could see, and the folks were leaving them alone, having their privacy, and enjoy the moment, enjoy the travel. And of course, the little one who is traveling with the parents may not remember everything, but when she sees the photographs down the road, that will evoke such important memories that the parents have created for the little child.
That's right, and so she may not think about it now, but later on she'll see the importance of what has happened here. His 500 match, Virat Kohli getting 121 before he was brilliantly run out by Alzari Joseph yesterday. 121 marked this 100 test match with a century. Here's Siraj on his way past umpire Kettleborough, and playing on the onside. Blackwood's going to get some runs here, at least a couple. He's coming back for the second run, turns quickly and sprints off Brathwaite. Well, Brathwaite got in. The fielder hit the stumps. It was Unadkat with that strong left arm of his that hit the stumps from fully, maybe 40 meters away. But Brathwaite had already gone past. He's not too slow himself. He's got there pretty quickly. Had actually run past the stumps when they were hit. So a couple of runs here for the man at the non-striker's end, at the striker's end. That's Jermaine Blackwood now.
What do you think about Siraj's bowling so far, Vidya? He's certainly the spearhead of India's fast bowling with the absence of Shami, absence of Bumrah. He's shouldering a lot of responsibility for this pace attack.
And just shades of what we saw in Australia when he came in really for his debut series after Ishant Sharma was lost through injury. He has shouldered the responsibility well. He's in once again to Blackwood, who's playing this one to mid-wicket, and there is no run. He really rose, really got his game together during that Australia series, and he seems comfortable with this mantle as the spearhead of the attack.
Yes, indeed, and his graph has clearly risen, as you mentioned earlier, coming from the city of Hyderabad, which has produced some lovely, great cricketers. M.L. Jaisima, for one, the one who used to play with Sunil Gavaskar back in the day. Sunil Gavaskar actually thinks very, very highly of M.L. Jaisima as Siraj gets ready to come from the northern end.
Here he is in now past the umpire. He's bowling to Blackwood, who's playing this one past the bowler. It's not going to earn him a run as Ashwin is there to make the stop. Yeah, so many fine players from Hyderabad. And you talk about Siraj and taking over that spearhead of the attack. And that Australia series, he also lost his father while he was playing in the test match. He decided to stay with the team, but afterwards he went, paid his respects to his father. And I mean, it really was a turbulent time in his life, wasn't it?
Yes, so true. And he's a son of an auto rickshaw driver.
Yes.
From Hyderabad, coming from a very humble background, and we'll talk more about it after this delivery from Siraj.
He's in now to bowl to Blackwood, and Blackwood is getting one that's rising on him, plays it back down the track, got in behind that well, and back down the track. There is no run picked up by the fielder. Yeah, his father, certainly very humble circumstances. His mom a housewife also.
Yes, indeed. And when you look at his bowling, he has a very deceptive run-up. And for a moment, you would think that this is a left-arm bowler, but he's actually a right-arm bowler who has really developed his rhythm very nicely. And back in the day, he impressed his captain David Warner and his team mentor VVS Lakshman of the Sunrisers Hyderabad.
There he is in now to bowl to Blackwood again. That was rising on Blackwood, and he played it very well. Got in behind it, and that one almost dropped on his toe. So well he controlled the pace of that delivery, Blackwood, and there is no run. Yeah, he certainly has. In fact, I believe it was in October 2020, he became the first bowler in IPL history to bowl consecutive maidens in the same match. That's phenomenal.
Yes, yeah. He's as I said, he's clearly become a force, and people take notice of Mohammed Siraj, and he has really been a star fast bowler for India, and particularly when you have injuries like you have Bumrah's injury or Shami taking a break, he has now become the main face of India's fast bowling.
Here flopping, he's past the umpire, he's in bowling to Blackwood, turns this towards mid-wicket, there is no run. That ring of fielders is really putting a lot of pressure on the West Indies batsmen. They're not able to pick up the runs readily. The over comes to an end. It is 66th of the innings. Brathwaite stays on 67, Blackwood on 8. The West Indies are 144 for 2.
Yes, this is the time for the West Indies batters to build partnerships, and Brathwaite, who is well settled on 67, will certainly be looking for that magic 100 number and equal what Virat Kohli did in this historic 100th test match between India and the West Indies, and to play a skipper's knock, because India, of course, at the beginning of the day, with their West Indies trailed by 352 here, in the second session of day 3 right now, as it looks like it's going to be Ravichandran Ashwin.
He's going to continue here. He started off with 3 maidens, a couple of runs in the last few overs, but they haven't gotten on top of him at any time in this series so far. Here is Ashwin. Forward to it is Brathwaite, plays it down in front of him, but that one seemed to jump on him just a little bit. And for the last couple of deliveries he's faced from Ashwin, he hasn't looked entirely comfortable in controlling the spin here. That one turning back into him sharply, and he was able to stop it from getting out to his off stump. But competently played here by Brathwaite. He's forward to the next delivery, plays it in front of him, and there's no run. So just getting long forward to Ashwin to smother the spin.
Yes, and that time he flighted the delivery even more. Jadeja tends to go flatter through the air, quick through his overs, and Ashwin is now giving the ball a bit of a flight. There's a silly point and a first slip in place.
Here is the next delivery from Ashwin. Faster delivery coming through. That one zipped through, played it out to mid-wicket. There's no run. So really varying his pace nicely here, Ashwin. Back at the top of his mark, 99 on his back, turns in front of the giant Brian Lara pavilion. In now to bowl to Brathwaite, who's sweeping this one, and that is brilliantly fielded in that mid-wicket position. The man coming across there had to dive. That is, do I have to tell you that's Jadeja? He took that so well, stopped it from getting past him. They still got the single.
And the thing about that fielding is he dove to his right, and he's a natural left-hander. So for them, for Jadeja, that was a brilliant piece of fielding on that occasion.
Got the left hand across it and made the stop. How do you do that?
Yeah.
And here's the next delivery. That's defended. There's an attempt at a stumping, but Brathwaite, his back foot was firmly in the crease. He survives. 68 now. And Ashwin's starting to, you're just getting the feeling that Ashwin's starting to turn it up a notch here. He's getting turn, and he's starting to trouble both of these two batters.
Yeah, I think he must have looked at the marks on both sides as he comes along.
Here he is in now to Blackwood, and Blackwood is getting on the back foot, playing this one on the onside. Certainly he had some trouble getting over that one, and there's no run. End of another over, and really you're getting the feeling that Ashwin is now starting to get into his work after about 5 overs or so.
Yeah, and if I'm looking closely from our vantage point, the pitch, the ball marks for the right-hander, when the Ashwin is coming in from the southern end, he's eyeing that rough patch and hoping that that will continue to potentially deteriorate so that he can take advantage of his off-spinning deliveries. As now we are going to see a bowling change. It's Ravindra Jadeja.
Yeah, Jadeja's back on here, still wearing the shades there after that fantastic stop in the outfield at mid-wicket, and the left-arm orthodox bowler back on, and what a record he's had. What a player to have on your team. He got 61. He was looking good for 100 yesterday, but got 61, and now entrusted to do some damage with the ball. 10 overs, 1 for 12. 1 for 12. He took the wicket of Tejnarayan Chandapal for 33 yesterday. Made the initial breakthrough for India. One of 2 left-armers in the team, the other Jaidev Unadkat. And you mentioned the marks on either side. Both Siraj and Unadkat, and of course Kumar bowling from this northern end. Here's the first delivery of the day from Jadeja outside the off stump. Brathwaite was across to that and played that behind square. There's no run.
I love the way you said Unadkat, because I was on with somebody earlier.
Who was that?
Who shall remain nameless.
Call names.
And he said, I'm a Trini, so I will just pronounce it the Trini way. And you are from Trinidad too, Vidya. So there's something to talk about.
Brathwaite facing up to Jadeja, who's forward to it, plays it on the onside. There's no run. Well, after growing up I am East Indian, of East Indian origin, and after growing up watching Bollywood movies for the most part of my early life, I guess Unadkat just comes off, rolls off the tongue.
And not an easy one.
It is not. It is certainly not an easy one. Here's the next delivery, which is forward to it, Brathwaite, and there's no run. Back to Jadeja. Yeah, the names have given some problems over the years to a lot of commentators from India. There have been some difficult names. Umriga.
Umriga is
that's
much easier than Unadkat.
Well, I would imagine that quite a few have stumbled over Srinivas Venkatraghavan.
Yes, or Lakshman Shivarama Krishnan.
Yes, that was one. I remember him. Next delivery is cut away straight to point, and there's no run. Jadeja is going to continue here. Ravindra Jadeja is not too bad. We can handle that.
Jadeja. Ravindra Singh Anirudh Singh Jadeja, the full name.
Here he is in now, and the forward to it is Brathwaite. There's no run. Playing it on the onside. Some names that come to mind certainly here at the Queen's Park Oval. Those who've scored hundreds. Madhav Apte also. Did I get that one right?
Yes, Apte.
Apte is on the onside. There's no run. Apte got 163 against the West Indies here in 1953. And B.S. Chandrasekhar, another one of those lengthy names that India has brought here. The next one is played on the onside. There's going to be no run. And Jadeja started with a very, very tight over here. Brathwaite 68, Blackwood 8, and West Indies are 146 for 2.
Yes, you evoked some good memories when you came up with the name Chandrasekhar. Bhagwat Srinivas Chandrasekhar, the one was a great leg spinner.
We're going to get that nameless person to call out some of those names later on.
And I would just want him to say Ravindra Singh Anirudh Singh Jadeja. That's an easy one.
Oh, that's easy.
And I'm giving him some time.
Yeah.
Mr. Colin Murray, sitting in the back and probably just relaxing, reading the newspaper.
And working on those pronunciations.
And working on the pronunciation.
Yeah, so I'm certainly there. I'm sure there are fans who would have seen all of those players. If you had seen Madhav Apte, well, then you were pushing some age, as we say here in Trinidad. And that first match here, as I was referencing earlier with Anil, happened in 1953. And the first 100 by an Indian here was Polly Umriga. 130 he got against the West Indies here in 1953. A tour that really captured the imagination of the West Indian public. Now it's going to be Ashwin to continue from the southern end. Here he is in past umpire Erasmus, and it's a full toss that is flicked away, and this one is going to head out towards the boundary. The first boundary in quite a while here for the West Indies. So the first and possibly the worst ball that Ashwin has bowled for the entire tour. That was a full toss.
Yes, those kind of deliveries you will not see from Ashwin. He's a very focused bowler who will not give you those freebies like a full toss like that. But I want to talk about that 1953 team when we get a chance, because I have some personal stories to tell you, Vidya.
Oh, we'd love to hear that. Here's Ashwin. Looking very disappointed with that last delivery. Ball in hand once again. He's in to bowl to Blackwood, who's now on 12. The next delivery defended out to that short fielder in front of him, and there's no run. He stays on 12. And there certainly have been some great performances, and I'm sure you'll tell us a little bit more about that. Here is the next delivery from Ashwin. Playing on the offside again is Blackwood. There's no run out to backward point. That 1953 team, they started with their first match here in the West Indies, and you would have met quite a few of those players, wouldn't you?
Well, I have, and as Ashwin comes in, right arm over.
Yeah, next delivery, played off the back foot straight into the midriff of the field in front of him, who grimaces as that one took him on the hands, and there's no run.
Yeah, the 1953 team, of course, Madhav Apte, Subhash Gupte, Dattaji Rao Gaikwad.
Here's the next delivery from Ashwin, and he allows that one to go through to the gloves of Ishan Kishan, and there's no run.
Yeah, Ashwin is going through his overs quickly now as well. Normally, when you time Jadeja's overs and Ashwin's overs, Ashwin is a little bit slower compared to Jadeja, but this time he's moving along rather quickly as he bowls next one.
And Blackwood playing that one just behind point and does not pick up a single. So another dot ball to end off the over, and that is another excellent over from Ashwin, just spoiled slightly by that full toss off the first delivery. At the end of that over, 69th of the over, Brathwaite is on 68, Blackwood is on 69. The West Indies bringing up their 150 for 2.
Yeah, so continuing that story about the Indian touring team in 1953, two of the players, one was the Tajirao Gaikwad, who is the father of Anshuman Gaikwad, who has played and opened with Sunil Gavaskar. And the other name, of course, Vijay Hazare, who was the captain of the Indian team of that 1953 touring side. So Vijay Hazare's home was literally next to my school, where I went to high school in Baroda, and my father and I would go visit him quite often in his home as we are getting ready to see the next over to be started by Ravindra Jadeja.
Yeah, the overs will tick by very quickly here as Jadeja, with a headband on, is bowling to the next delivery to Brathwaite. Plays it on the onside. There's no run, a slip in place. Just to run through the field for you to remind you, there's a slip in place, backward point. There's a short extra cover, an extra cover mid-on, mid-off. There is a mid-wicket and a backward square leg in place. Forward short leg also for Brathwaite, who is on 68 and has been stuck on that for quite a while. Here's Jadeja once again. Bowling to Brathwaite. That one turned on him, just guided it behind square and picks up the single. And there was a fielder there. They're appealing for a run out at the non-striker's end. Brathwaite was just ambling in, and Jadeja was able to turn the throw onto the stumps. This could be very interesting here. Is this a turning point in the game? Could we see here the dismissal of Craig Brathwaite for 68? It looks more hopeful than anything else, the appeal of the Indians here.
My initial impression is that Brathwaite is safe, and looking at the replay, that clearly is the case. He's home quite easily. So Brathwaite survives, but you can never take Ravindra Jadeja easy, because he's such a quick fielder, quick hands, that he can make things happen in a hurry, and he will surprise you. So Brathwaite survives, batting on 69, Blackwood on 12, West Indies 151 for 2.
A backhanded flick there by Jadeja, and that hit the stump squarely, but Brathwaite was having chai tea by the time he got back in there. The next one's played down the track. And actually, I first saw that Kiran Mori, remember from the World Cup, was it 1992, when he that backhanded flick resulted in the dismissal of Martin Crowe.
Yes,
Kiran playing it back down the track is no run.
Kiran Mori, nicknamed Jockey, also comes from my hometown in Baroda.
All right.
The wicket keeper, and of course also was the in the selection committee for the Indian cricket team.
Yes, he was. The next delivery played on the onside again. There's no run. And you were finishing out the story.
Yes, so Anshuman Gaikwad's father, Dattajirao Gaikwad, who is the longest living Indian test cricketer, is 94.
Forward to the next delivery is Blackwood. There's no run. And that has also brought an end to the over. At the end of it, West Indies 151 for 2.
And Anshuman Gaikwad's dad, Dattajirao Gaikwad, who was part of the 1953 touring team that India came to the West Indies, and he came to my wedding.
Oh, he did?
Dattajirao came to my wedding, my good friend of my father, Dushyant Bhai Mehta, and my dad invited him to the wedding, and both my wife Smita and I were lucky to have him at the wedding. Of course, Smita's knowledge about cricket was not so much, but over a period of years, she is now getting more into cricket as we watch games together when we are together in Chicago. As the West Indies continue this fight at the end of 70 overs, 151 for 2, Brathwaite on 69 and Blackwood on 12.
Ashwin none for 40 after his 24 overs. He's bowled quite a few overs in this match so far. Not the success that he's had in the last game. 40 overs, I don't think he even bowled this much in the last game. 24 overs so far. And Brathwaite on 69. He's facing up to Ashwin. There are two players close to him on the offside. Next delivery, well, the delivery is playing forward to it. Plays it out towards that, just behind square. There's no run. So you had a famous Indian cricketer at your wedding.
Yes, I did. And of course, Dattajirao was a very stylish man. He used to wear that muffler jacket as Ashwin comes in right arm over.
Check to drive there from Brathwaite. There's no run.
And of course, a celebrity coming to my wedding was a big deal back then in the early 1980s. And through my dad, I got to know a lot of the cricketers of that era. My father was a left-arm bowler as well.
The off-spinner Ashwin in now to bowl to Brathwaite. Brathwaite down the leg side, flicking this one away, and missed out on a scoring opportunity because that one was wide on the leg stump, but it went straight to the man at that fine leg position, and there's no run. Yeah,
they are certainly building this partnership quite well. no need to take any risks with you, right? Just keep the scoreboard ticking, but at the same time not get bogged down, because if there are dot deliveries, then as Ashwin bowls outside the off stump and Brathwaite lets it go, because it's an important issue. On one end, do not want to lose the wicket, but at the same time, you want to get your ones and twos and not get bogged down and keep the scoreboard ticking.
Partnership up to 34. Here's Ashwin. Next delivery. This is guided down to third man, and there's just the one run. And India have very cleverly put the left-handed Jaidev Unadkat there to cut off those deliveries. He can start wide and still be able to track down those deliveries, those shots played to that third man position. So Brathwaite now into the 70s. He is 70. Blackwood on 12. He's back on strike. The West Indies are 152 for 2. They're still trailing India here by 286. Here is Ashwin in now to bowl to Blackwood. Plays it back down the track for the bowler to field. And that brings to an end the over. So Blackwood stays on 12. Brathwaite on 70, 152 for 2. And you mentioned also in that 1953 team, Subhash Gupte, who came to the West Indies. The West Indies fell in love with him, but he also fell in love with the West Indian.
That is true. And he made this his home.
Yes.
West Indies made his home. I want to give a special shout out, Vidya, to my grandson,
yes,
who is listening to our commentary sitting in Chicago, Arav Mehta.
Ah, yes. And hello to you and hello to everyone in the Chicago area. Wasn't that, the famous song about Chicago, right?
Chicago.
Yeah, you can sing it. I know Colin will sing it when he comes on. Yeah.
Well, I need to work on Colin. I need to work on Colin on other things. Forget about Chicago. But having said that, I have to appreciate Colin introduced me to the gentleman who handles the Queen's Park Club collections and the
Yes.
memorabilia, and he was brilliant, taking me around, giving a tour.
Oh, very nice.
Looking at the famous collections, the history of cricket of the West Indies. So thank you, Colin, for that gesture of yours.
So Jadeja is just about to continue, and Jadeja, who has started his first couple of overs bowling from round the wicket, has decided now to go over the wicket here. And Rohit Sharma is just standing to his right and just directing traffic. There is a leg slip in place. There's also a first slip and a forward short leg in place. So with the keeper, there are 4 fielders right around the Brathwaite here. In fact, if you were to take a sheet, all 4 of those, 5 of them could fit under it. That's how close they are at the moment. And there's another fielder, Siraj, who's heading across on the leg side. Let's see where he's going to go. He's going to go to the left of the umpire, Murray Rasmus here. And he's telling Siraj, don't stand up in front of me, son, because I won't be able to call the... in fact, he's showing him, don't stand up anywhere in front of me at the moment. Here's Jadeja now. He's over the wicket. And this one's played on the outside by Brathwaite. Maybe coming off the pad, there's no run. Siraj picks up.
Yes, Jadeja, like you said, he's got his shades on. The rock star, as Shane Warne used to call him, Vidya, right?
Yeah, he certainly is a rock star, isn't he? Here he is into Brathwaite, who's turning us straight towards Siraj. And there is no run once again. The headband on, the shades, and the beard also. Certainly does look like a modern-day hipster, as they call them. Here's the next delivery. And Brathwaite is flicking this one out to mid-wicket. There's no run. And what a player to have on your team. Averaging 24 with the ball in test matches and 36 with the bat. That's not too bad at all. This one's almost gone back onto the stumps here. Brathwaite taking that on the pad. It just seemed to roll and almost got under his feet there. Just kept that one out. The change of angle providing some problems here, some new problems here for Craig Brathwaite. Here's Jadeja into him, forward to it, and on the offside there is no run. So this is an interesting passage of play again with the 2 spinners on.
And Jadeja, of course, did himself no disservice as we continue. Bowls, left arm, and this is whacked away towards...
He's gone for the big shot here, and that's gone behind square. Just going to be 1, but losing patience slightly there, Brathwaite, and this is a change in tenor here for Brathwaite, because we haven't seen him play anything like this. At the end of the over, 153 for 2, Brathwaite 71 and Blackwood on 12.
Yeah, so we're talking about Jadeja, and Jadeja, of course, The IPL, the finals of the IPL, the last two balls that Ravindra Jadeja played and brought a magnificent victory to the Chennai Super Kings and brought a huge amount of laughter on his captain, Mahendra Singh Dhoni. So the rock star status even got elevated.
Yes.
In a sense, Ravindra Jadeja and R. Ashwin bowling in tandem at the moment. Ashwin is going to continue. Both Brathwaite and his partner at the moment just getting a drinks break. Both of them now getting back to their respective creases as Rahane and Rohit Sharma, the captain and the vice captain, having a discussion. Rahane fielding at first slip and Rohit Sharma is adjusting the field. The fielder at short mid-on is now coming in closer, that is Virat Kohli. There's a forward short leg Vidya and a slip in place and Rohit Sharma adjusting some fields here.
Yes, and he's persisting with that field. He has a lot of fielders, two fielders on the onside, very close in to the bat here for a profit catch. This one is played on the onside, straight to that forward short leg fielder, off the bounce there by Brathwaite, who stays in 71. The West Indies 153 for 2. Ashwin outside of that first delivery in the previous over that was flicked, a full toss that went away for 4. Has been absolutely rock solid for India so far. Here he is in over the wicket, bowling to Brathwaite, and that was swept away. Another poor delivery from Ashwin, and that's swept away for a boundary. So Brathwaite moves up to 75, and the West Indies 157 for 2. So in consecutive overs now, maybe he's tiring a little bit. Who knows? He's offered up 2 rather ordinary deliveries.
Yeah, that is rather uncharacteristic of Ravichandran Ashwin to bowl those loose deliveries, and very appropriately. Brathwaite has punished them as they should be at this level, and the score now moves on to 157 for 2. Brathwaite 75, Blackwood on 12.
And Brathwaite is facing up. Next one outside the off-stump, allowed to go through to Kishan, just 25 away from his 13 Test 100 now. And I'm sure he's setting himself up here for something big, which the West Indies will need. They need a huge partnership here. Is Ashwin past the umpire, bowling to Brathwaite. Oh, he's bowled them, got straight through. That one maybe taking the inside edge and has gone back to hit the off stump. And that is the end of Brathwaite. He's out for 75, and the West Indies have lost their third wicket, 157 for 3.
Yeah, that is a tough loss for the West Indies, as that delivery from Ravichandran Ashwin, he looped that one in, and that one, wow, that one
what a delivery.
Turned square, Vidya. And is that the sign of times that is coming up?
Well, Ashwin, 2 rather ordinary deliveries in the last 7 balls, but that one, that was an extraordinary delivery that turned and went through the gate and knocked back the off stump. Brilliant stuff.
I have not seen Vidya's eyes light up that much when he saw that ball turn square to completely surprise the West Indies skipper.
Yes, and that one, just bowling him through the gate, that is the classic dismissal for the off-spinner, and certainly Ashwin would have enjoyed that. That will take him now to 73 wickets, so he's now just 1 wicket away here, Dr. Mehta, away from tying Anil Kumble's record for wickets against the West Indies. So just 1 away now. Alec Athanas is now in, and the man from Dominica who made his debut in the last Test match, he is just about to play. But a good time to bring in, well, is it going to be Colin now? Colin's going to come in. Colin is going to be joining you now along with Ruskin Marks. So the 2 former local players here will be heading in. So Dr. Mehta is going to give up his seat first. So where's Colin going to go? Ruskin's going to go next to me here. And we're just about to start here. So the fall of the third wicket, as fall of the third wicket here for the West Indies. And what's going to happen now? Athanas is out there. He's along with Blackwood, and they have to fashion a big partnership here for the West Indies because it could be a situation where India pick up another couple of wickets. They could run through the West Indies. Hello, and welcome back to Ruskin Mark.
Thank you very much. And of course, just at the fall of a wicket, the last time we had a wicket, we had a rain interruption, and that kind of threw things off a little bit. But the Indians kept plugging away. They haven't really given up, so to speak, and they had their just reward. Here's Ashwin again, bowling to Atanaz, coming down, and Atanaz, as he's more corrected pronunciation of his name. As I say good afternoon to Colin Murray, a rested Colin Murray, a well-fed Colin Murray.
Good afternoon, Ruskin. I need to start with a little bit of a disappointment, but after the ball is bowled, yeah.
I don't know why you're disappointed. The sun is shining. Atanaz plays this one nicely back on the onside of the wicket to complete the over. A successful one of that is 157 for 3 at the end of it.
Well, I went across in the pavilion area. I took Dr. Mehta with me. And we were there, and it was raining, of course, and I asked him if he would like to go and see the museum. So our museum curator was there, and I said, well, go ahead, take him to see the museum. I waited for Dr. Mehta to come back so I could walk across here with him. I thought he would have been gentlemanly enough to come back and meet me, since I went across with him, that we would come back together. So after a while, I waited and I waited. I saw the museum curator come back. I said, well, where's Dr. Mehta? He said, he's gone 15, 20 minutes ago. I said, he's just left me. I mean, Ruskin.
Something never changed.
And the worst part is, I saw my good friend after this delivery from Jadeja.
He pulls, and it's right on target. Pretty much regulation delivery, spot on.
Well, his good friend Sunil Gavaskar came and was chatting to him. And arriving a little while after,
Here's the next delivery again, veering in on that leg stump.
was Anthony Hollis Gray.
The tall, handsome one?
Well, I don't know. Don't go that far.
Or the long and lingy one?
Right. And I was saying to him, I said, Tony Gray, just this morning I was talking about you.
Imagine that. From over the wicket, he bowls, and this one is played Blackwood. Very watchful.
Yeah, because I was telling Doctor, he said he never met Tony Gray. I said, well, this is a great opportunity. But, yeah, so I was waiting on him, and I waited, and I waited, and I waited, only to find out that he's made his way across here.
Well, he was just trying to get back to do commentary.
And then, so it was very interesting, because I said to Sunil Gavaskar, I said, you remember this guy, Tony Gray?
Here's the next delivery. A little bit of flight, not much. He's still pretty much on target all the way through, forcing another defensive prod from Blackwood.
And I said to Sunil, I said, you remember this guy, a little bit of a medium pace? Tony wasn't impressed. He wasn't impressed when I told Sunil Gavaskar a little bit of a fast medium pacer. And he looked at me. One eyebrow came up.
Here's another delivery outside the legs, but he's just taking it on the pad. No shot played, just allowing it to spin onto him. 157 for 3 at the end of the over.
But Sunil, being the gentleman he is, he said, no. He was a little quicker than that. And of course, Tony Gray had to say, you remember when I played against you in Sharjah? and so here's Tony whispering to me, I bowled him with a Yorker. I said, Tony, he's not going to remember that. Don't bring it up. But it was very nice listening. It was a very interesting conversation, actually. And pity Dr. Mehta wasn't there, because they were talking about West Indies cricket and the development. And he was asking Sunil about how he prepared, because in those days, India had no fast bowlers. The pitches were docile. And he was talking to Sunil about his preparation for when he played against the West Indies fast bowlers and on quicker tracks. And he was talking about how was a rubber ball, and the guys used to bowl at him from 18 yards.
Well, you see what happens as Ashwin from around the wicket bowls. Atanaz is coming forward, a little bit hurriedly, pushing at the ball. Now there's just a slip, there's a forward short leg and a short cover. But there's nobody close in on the offside where he's making that sort of prodding motion. I won't be surprised if the fielder on the onside comes over on the offside eventually. Here's another delivery. He's pushing at it again. And the ball comes off at a kind of an awkward angle. And you can see the hands going up.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, he was saying not only that preparation from 18 yards, they used to get a rubber ball and wet it and throw it at him. So it was coming off at different heights and the bunks,
Here is Ashwin again from around the wicket. He's standing up and trying to turn this one on the onside. Just a change of angles there, just a little bit. The line also more towards the leg. And Athanaz standing up and pushing it on the onside, or trying to play it on the onside.
I really hope this guy gets some runs. I have a lot of time for Athanaz. I think he's really a classy little player. I saw him here.
It's a pity the doctor didn't have that much time for you. He came out without you. Here he is again, pushing on the onside. And
Doctor abandoned me. He just abandoned me, Ruskin. But no, I have a lot of time. I think I saw Athanaz play here a couple of years ago, about 2 years ago, and made a pretty good 70 against Guyana. And I remember.
Here he is again as he pitches up this time, but once more, Athanaz is watchful as he comes forward.
The second game was against Trinidad and Tobago, the Red Force, and I remember speaking to David Furlong, and I said, hey, there's a little guy called Athanaz, or well, in those days we were calling him Athanaz.
Here he is again. He waits on this one outside the off stump, but he does well. He just puts that pad outside the off stump and allows the ball to go past it. Might have brushed the pad on the way through to complete the over. They're going to take a little break as well, but it's another maiden. 157 for 3. Athanaz is yet to score. Blackwood is 12.
Yeah, so I was, I remember calling David Furlong and said, listen, I just saw a little guy batting for the Windwards against Guyana. I think he's a really good player. He got a half century, got about 75, and then he got 15 or something in his second innings. And I said to him, you've got to watch out for that guy. He's full of class, and I think he's going to do well. Of course, he proceeded to make 10 and 2 or something against Trinidad. And David Furlong come, is that the guy we have to look out for? Yes. But no, I'm happy to see him now in the runs, and I know he's working very hard at his game. And listen, no matter how much.
He scored heavily in the regional tournament.
The last one, and that's how he's now got into the West Indies team. And I'm just hoping that he learns quickly at international level, because that's the way you learn. You're coming up against the better bowlers, and of course your concentration, and there's nothing.
But Khalil, is it easier for a batsman thrown in at the deep end, or a bowler who just gets an opportunity?
Obviously,
especially fast bowlers.
Yeah, I think it would be for the bowler. It would be far easier than the batsman, because you're a batsman and wickets are falling all around you. So you're now thinking to yourself, well, how do I approach this innings? Do I try to get on with it? Do I just
keep play a natural game? And
do I now look to protect the other end? It's a difficult thing. I mean, look, Brian Lara for years struggled. When I say struggled, we played in a struggling batting team for the West Indies. I mean, the most famous one was that in when they played against Sri Lanka in 20, I can't remember the year, but he made a double century and 100 in the game, and West Indies lost by 10 wickets. 2001. I'm being told, and yeah, it's probably 2001. Where he got man of the match, and West Indies lost the match by 10. So, and I'm not saying for one, I mean, Brian Lara is an exception, and sometimes I hate to use him as an example.
It's a bad example.
It's a bad example. But, he just batted. He forgot what was happening around him. And these guys who are now coming into the West Indies team, in a struggling West Indies team, again, yesterday I was having a conversation with Willie Rodriguez. And, I have been maintaining it is time to give the youngsters a chance. We are losing anyway. You're playing players in their 30s, late 20s, 30s, and you're recycling players. And West Indies are losing.
Averaging 20.
That's right, 29 and things like that. So you may as well give the youngsters the opportunity, get them playing international cricket, let them understand what international cricket is.
Remember there was a time when England used to do that?
Yeah.
England had like about 1 million caps. Players would play now and then not play again for a while and then come back.
But the advantage, Ruskin, with the English players is that they play so much first-class cricket. And that's what the West Indians years ago were lucky. The West Indians years ago in the Greenwich and the Hayes.
We had finished in school in the county championship.
Exactly. They would go on to play the county championship. I mean,
or even the leagues, because you had so much cricket to play.
No, getting that. So our players play, And even now, as Sunil Gavaskar was saying to me, he said even now, you used to get a contract for a season. And now you don't get that. What you get is for 3 months.
Games,
a couple of games. You contract
yeah.
them for 3 matches, or you contract them for a month, or whatever it is, and then they're back home. So where can our guys, our young guys, develop playing and the red ball game? And the other thing is the white ball doesn't swing as much as the red ball. So you get into habits of playing shots off the white ball that you're not going to get away with the red ball because it's going to swing more. So it's a situation where our youngsters, they've got to get our youngsters playing much more first-class cricket. Let them understand what batting is about, what grafting is about, how do you build an innings, and these type of things.
I would give you an example, and it's not just cricket, it's all sports, because you look at our footballers, we do not have a footballer currently playing in the English top flight. Here is Jadeja as he continues bowling right on target again and forcing Blackwood to have to defend. And I would give you one of the solutions that I had to that problem, and I think I'd pass it on to Jacqueline, who is then the Jefe in local football. Again, he's watchful coming forward. And I always said, when you go with the national delegations and you go to sign these bilateral agreements, right, government to government arrangements, sport should be an integral part of those. The next delivery is a quicker one, and he's just, again, spearing it in there, not giving it much flight. And Jadeja from around the wicket is pretty direct, from hand to wicket, and forcing Blackwood to have to dig that one out. As he remains on 12, he's been stuck there for a while, hasn't been able to get off. He's again on the back foot.
And that's okay, Ruskin. He's stuck there for a while on 12. Kohli took 20 deliveries to get off the mark. I mean, he's a perfect example that they should be looking at and see how to put an innings together.
Jadeja again, a little slower this time, and just varying the pace, but the line and the length is the same. And Blackwood having to treat it with respect as he looks around. He goes a little walk, probably just trying to clear his head. Quicker delivery down the leg side it goes, but it's wide. Now they're appealing for a catch at the wicket, and I'm not sure. The umpire says not out, but they seem stuck there as if to deliberate for a little while. But I think it's the end of the over. I don't think we're going to get a review. And that completes it. Is another maiden, 157 for 3.
Yeah, and these two continue to, Athanaz has just come in. So it's going to be interesting with him because he's north from 5 deliveries. The bowlers now, the spinners are on top. They've picked up the wicket of Brathwaite, and you can see the confidence in both Ashwin and Jadeja. They are of course seasoned veteran bowlers. They can work a batsman out, and they're gonna look at the patience of Athanaz. How much patience does he have? Will he block another maiden out? And it's going to be important him fight out this period.
Let's see what he does here. There's a slip. The man at cover comes in a little bit closer. Virat Kohli. He's that short cover. He's actually operating on one of the other pitches, a couple pitches over. There's a big swing down the leg side, but the ball was way past the bat. By the time he completed that swing, Ashwin pitches up and again teasing him with that one. They're really giving that some generous flight there and asking Athanaz to do something with it other than defend it, but he opts for the defensive posture.
Yeah, he's got to be patient. He's got to fight out this period and just be calm.
1 for 45 so far for Ashwin, and he won't get another wicket there, but the hands go up again as Athanaz is coming forward and playing. That one seemed to come in off the inner portion of the bat, and luckily it dropped right in front of him.
And that's what the Indian cricketers are going to do now. They're going to try to upset him, the oohs and the ahs, and take that, and that type of thing, make him feel uncomfortable.
And Pelta Lash, as they say. There he is again, just coming forward,
and
watchful. And that's the intent, is to get you to do something that you don't want to do, out of the ordinary.
Well, they've moved the man from forward short leg, and they've put him at a silly mid-on.
Because
again,
I've always felt that.
But Ruskin, that is also just to
confuse him.
Yeah, suddenly he's a man in the bat, in front of the bat and the offside.
Give him something else to think about as he comes forward again, and he's almost played every ball in this over in the same way, but they've just been slightly different in terms of the line and the length. But it's a fuller length from Ashwin from around the wicket. Comes in again, bowls, and this time he's sweeping, and he's going to get some runs here. He might actually get a boundary. It's rolling. Stop. About a meter or less than a meter inside. You don't know how to roll, Colin. The ball is rolling. You're looking at me like, but you're the soccer singer here.
I know. That's why I can't understand why you were trying to sing. I mean, that sounded as if it was Soca Monarch.
Yeah, understand.
The final of the Soca Monarch, and everybody rolling, put your hand in the air. I mean, that's all I thought was missing. But the important
You
thing
could have
is,
chimed in with that.
well, but the important thing is, more than your rolling, is that Athanas is off the mark. He's off the mark with those three, and it was a good shot. But you see, that's what he's got to do. He's now got to make Ashwin do something different, try something different. Because if he's going to bowl line length and he's going to play defensive, after a while, Ashwin is going to try different things. He's going to maybe toss it up a little bit more. That's right. Mm-hmm. And I think that's good. Let's hope that Athanas continues to bat in that vein. Guys have to understand this is Test cricket. Nobody's going to give you full toss and half volleys. And you've got to bat as long as possible.
160 for 3. I hope the doc heard that, because he must wait for you whenever he goes out with you. Here is another delivery pitched up again from Jadeja. And there are similarities in the way these two bowl. They're two different bowlers, but look at the lengths that they're operating on and the lines that they're using. From over the wicket this time again, he's pushing. Nice, comfortable drive there from Athanas coming forward. A nice little twirl of the bat, and looks a real picture. When he plays that, he waits now. There's still the forward short leg, plus there's that short mid-wicket, very straight. And almost you could see Virat Kohli there. He's actually walking in. He's not even standing in a catching position, and he's so close to the bat. But he's trying to anticipate where the ball is going to go.
And interestingly, he's got the man at mid-on is about halfway back to the boundary. So they're looking for him to maybe go over the top.
Chip it probably. He's on the back foot, cutting and misses. And again, a quicker delivery from Jadeja. A little bit shorter, but quicker. And he almost got Athanas in some trouble there.
It was not a good shot. He started to come on the front foot, and all of a sudden he decided he wasn't going on the front foot. Rocked back and tried to cut it. That's not a good shot.
Missed it. This time he's driving, pushing it, not really hitting it full-blooded in terms of a drive, but he just came down quickly and pushed it. Good variation from Jadeja here. Variation in terms of his speeds as well. 1 for 15 so far, driven nicely, but again he can't get it through as a good bit of fielding, and that prevents them from getting the single. That is Unatkat.
I'm sorry?
Yep, Unatkat.
Okay.
But that completes another over, and good bit of fielding there. So the West Indies now 160 for 3. Still some ways to go, Colin, before they follow on.
At least they follow on,
Yep.
and I think that's the initial target. But interesting, I was getting some, when I was off here in the back, I was getting some pronunciation lessons from Messieurs Ramphal and Dr. Meha. They were
your friend,
Mehta,
Dr.
yeah,
Meha?
Dr. Mehta. And is it Mehta? M-E-H-T-A? Wait, let me hit.
Metaverse, like the metaverse.
Meta. I was getting some pronunciation lessons from the two of them. And they started with Venkataragavan. I
didn't know you had lunch already?
Listen, I could pronounce his name so perfectly. Venkat.
Yep, end of story.
Total. Yep. And no problem. But
you write it the same way.
Let me tell you, Ruskin, one of the worst experiences, and I'm sure you've had it as well, is doing World Cup football.
Certainly it has been. Here he comes now, Ashwin from over the wicket, driven. This is going to be another comfortable single. That's very well played from Blackwood, and he moves off 13. He moves off his 12 up to 13 now. Another single. 161 now for 3.
Yeah, I remember doing a game. I think it was Ukraine against, and this is not this World Cup, the World Cup before, against.
Czech Republic?
No, it wasn't Czech Republic. Oh gosh, one of these European countries. And boy, oh boy,
All the vitches and itches.
Oh, man.
He's again on the back foot this time. It goes Atanez, but he plays it well, and he played it right under his eyes. He didn't try to do too much with it, just presented the full face of the bat. And so this is a real test for him. As the player now is back on the onside to him, the forward short leg. And he almost gloved it to him there. He was trying to push it, literally trying to turn with it, and kept it away from him, though. And now the fieldsman has adjusted to right where that ball dropped.
Yeah, well, he's moved from the silly point and he's gone back to a forward short leg, but he's gone a little straighter now. He's not forward short leg. I would think he's more a little bit of a silly mid-on.
Yep, and the mid-wicket comes behind him, cutting. That's a good shot. That's going to be 4 runs. This one is rolling towards the boundary. It's going a little bit quicker. Actually, it's going to stop. No, it hits the pole. Did it hit the ropes? I am not sure. It might have. I think he was just trying to pull it back there. Kumar, he might signal 4, and I think he does. Yes, I think he signaled 4, but he was close to it, very close indeed, and it almost simultaneous. Just as he touched the ball touched the ropes or the little barrier that presented it, but a good shot from Atanaz.
That's an excellent shot, but he's got to be careful because he favors that cut shot. He favors getting onto that back foot and playing it square. He's got to be careful because if he doesn't judge the length of that delivery, he could so easily get an edge. But he's got to be careful once he gets in.
He goes to 7 and he's sweeping this one. This one goes a long way down behind square. That's another brilliant shot from him. 4 more. So back-to-back boundaries.
Yep, he's now starting to find his range. And this is good because, you don't want to be bogged down. You don't want Ashwin to keep you bogged down. And that was good. If you looked at Ashwin there, the first delivery that he cut for 4 was outside the off-stump. This one was a little quicker but angled into his pads and he just swept it beautifully. So he can't get carried away now because he's now getting on top of Ashwin. Let's see what Ashwin will do now.
What can he do? He's on his way once more, pitches up, driven down to mid-on, but he can't get a run. Jadeja is just skipping around there and allowing the ball to come through to him. So the end of a productive over for the West Indies as they go to 169 now for 3.
I tell you, I have a lot of time for, and I keep saying it, Atanaz, because
I think he's trying to figure out how much time you have in that day.
No, I'll tell you what, he is one for the future, Ruskin. He is really one for the future.
Well, the future is now.
Yeah,
for the West Indies.
When I say, he is one that I expect if he kicks on, he can become one of the excellent. I want to say, I don't want to go as far because it's early days yet to say he's going to be one of the greats of West Indies cricket, batting-wise. But he certainly has that potential. But, it's really dependent on him, how hard he works at his game, what he does, you hear the greats. I mean, Shiv Chandapol, they tell me, used to bat whole day in the nets. He don't care. He was find anybody to bowl to him and bat whole day. Geoff Boycott, he used to come here, get out, and then go in the nets. So it's really dependent on you, how much you want to work at your game, how far you want to carry your game.
And we have all these examples.
Yeah.
I mean, take, for example, somebody like a Kobe Bryant. You hear about the Mamba mentality. Kobe Bryant won the NBA championships. The next day when everybody packed their lockers and gone on vacation, he was in the gym 5 o'clock in the morning working on different things. So it's the mentality that you have
that's right.
towards the game.
And just going back a little bit, listening to Sunil, Sunil Gavaskar today, you understand why the man was so successful.
There's another delivery on the patch this time to Blackwood from Jadeja. And even that one, he bowled from so far back. Again, trying everything in the book here to get a wicket. West Indies trailing by 269 runs at the moment. It's 169 for 3. So there's a slip, a leg slip, and a forward short leg. Again, he's angling this ball on the pass. That's a brilliant stop there by Virat Kohli. And you could see both the Rahane and the wicket keeper Kishan congratulating him. A diving stop for him there, leg slip.
Come on, boys.
And here goes the encouragement once again. On his legs once more, right there, just probing, right there, making him think and making him play at an awkward angle. Now the other thing they're calling, there are boot marks there. You could see the demarcations right there from the fast bowlers follow through. If that becomes a factor as well, You never know. One could hit there and do all kind of strange things. And there was another one pitch right there, as I'm referring to.
And that's why I keep saying the best days for batting here are going to be second, third, and fourth days. You know, in the fifth days, those marks could really possibly have a clear.
There's another one. They're appealing for a catch at the wicket. The umpire is unmoved. And I think they're going to have a debate here. As
They're going to go up. They're going to go up, Ruskin, because they're so confident they're close to the wicket fieldsman. I think they're going to convince Rohit.
Virat Kohli is selling his case here
Yeah, I
to
think
Rohit
they're
Sharma.
going to. Yeah, they've gone up.
So, again, the wicketkeeper went up immediately. So too did Virat Kohli.
Yeah, and all the fieldsmen close to the bat went up. And that tells me, well, they've heard something. What they heard or what they saw, we don't know. But we will have a look at it shortly. I just, it could have been when he tried to turn the ball bat onto ground. But it's gonna be interesting.
It certainly hit the pad. Now, did it hit the bat? You're looking at the little flap, the strap for the pad. Watch how it unravels when the ball passes. Did it hit the bat on the way through? No, it didn't. And just brush the pad, just brush that buckle, that strap that he's using there, and you could see the strap move. But again, what a decision by the umpire, because that is a difficult decision to make as an umpire in real time, which he did. And there again, wonderful decision once again by excellent. Erasmus. And not out, says the umpire. Kettleborough rather. Not out, says the umpire. And the Indian players seem almost perplexed by it all.
You see the little strapping on the pad, Ruskin, how it's just sticking out of there.
It moved.
I'll tell you, in the old days, I'm going back. Let me not say the old days.
Well, many years how old they're talking
many
about?
Years ago,
okay.
They always tell you when you buckle your pads, make
Put
sure
the buckle on the inside. Yep.
So that because if
something precisely like
exactly,
that. Yep.
the umpires didn't have it in those days. You didn't have the TV review and things like that.
Here is Jadeja. Will try once more, and again Blackwood having to hurry that little defensive prod there, but that completes the over, and it's 13 to Blackwood, 11 to Athanase, and we're going to have a change here, Colin. But the thing about it,
are you leaving me?
I was going to take you with you, but what I was about to say, I would wait for you. Don't worry.
You.
Vidya is going to come in next, but before I leave, I was making the point that the clock is working. We have 2 arms on the clock this time, and I'm really happy because I'm sure you took personal interest in getting the clock fixed.
I'm very happy, Ruskin, that you have made that observation, that the clock is working. Yes, it is working. It's saying 2:10. It's nice and bright and beautiful up there. And the umpires, if they want to go by that clock, I'm not sure what they're going by, they can certainly look up and see that clock is fully functional and in the best of health. Doctor, how are you?
And before Mr. Colin Murray leaves this hot seat, I may be allowed to give a moment to defend myself.
Well, I mean, there's nothing to defend, Doc. There's
Because
absolutely nothing to defend. Doc, how can you defend? You left me. I took you across there. I sent you to the museum. I waited on you, and you just left me. What is there to defend?
Vidya Rampal, I have a complaint which we will talk about.
Here is Ashwin. Started a new over and bowls to Athanase, and he's pushing it out to cover. There's nothing to defend.
It's called punctuality.
What is punctuality?
I wanted to be punctual on my hot seat here.
So are you saying if you weren't punctual, those guys would have just abandoned you?
Well, you know, the man
I came a little bit late, and they waited on me. Here's Ashwin into Athanase, and he's in defense. There's no run, 169 for 3. They wouldn't have abandoned you, Doc, like how you have abandoned people. They would have waited on you, and they said, okay, and somebody would have just filled in for you for 5 minutes or 10 minutes. But I waited 15 minutes for you.
If I hurt your feelings, I'm going to let you go and not have you repeat not cut 10 times.
Here's Ashwin into Athanase, and he's playing it in back up along the track to Ashwin. His score remains 169. I'm going to stay with you for this over, and then I'm going to hand over to Vidya, because I just think I just feel I owe it to you now, because you after you hurt my feelings, you seem to be hurt about hurting my feelings. Here's Ashwin. And Athene sweeping, loud appeal goes up. And umpire Rasmus is unmoved. Are they going to review again? We'll have to wait and see, because umpire Rasmus, he was sweeping at a delivery, and a few players, Rohit Sharma is coming up to have a chat with wicketkeeper, and they've gone upstairs again. So I think it's about time for me to leave at this point, Doc, with this review. Vidya is going to take you through for the next, till maybe tea time.
Yeah, that particular decision I thought was pretty close again. And of course, if you look at what the bowler wants, he's always going to plead to the captain that I want a review. So in Ashwin's case, as we are seeing it right now, it has hit the pad right on the knee roll, right around the patella, as he's trying to sweep the ball. The ball is escaping underneath the bat. So now the ball tracking will be the one looking at the ultra edge at the moment, and there is no connection between the bat and the ball, and what we are looking on the screen right now will determine what happens. Here it is. It's the umpire's call. So, Vidya, 169 for 3.
Well, yeah, India burned a couple of reviews here very quickly.
They have. Yeah. They have. This one was a close one, I thought, on Athanes, and that's a prize wicket. So the ball did hit a little low, but look at the bounce, Vidya. There's a significant bounce that has been projected on this particular instant as Ashwin gets ready to bowl from the southern end.
Yeah, that review, by the way, was retained by India. That one was clipping the stumps. Here's Ashwin in now round the wicket, and this one, Athanas is playing down the leg side off the pad, and there is no run. He is on 11 of 30 deliveries. Blackwood 13 so far. West Indies still trail by 269 runs. Ashwin, 1 wicket, taking the wicket, the last man to go. That was Craig Brathwaite, a wonderful delivery that spun through the gate and hit the off stump. Here's Ashwin. Athanas just getting ready to face him. The left-hander tapping away. High back lift as he faces up to Ashwin. Drives it out to that short extra cover position. And that's a very feisty-looking return there from the fielder taken by the keeper. And the over has come to an end. At the end of the 81st, is that 81st over of the innings? 169 for 3, the West Indies. Athens on 11, and there is 13 for Blackwood so far. West Indies trailing by 269.
Well, the most important target right now is 69 runs, isn't it, Vidya, to avoid the follow-on. And I don't believe that even if the West Indies are skittled before that Rohit Sharma would probably enforce the follow-on. I would say that they would come back and bat. But that is the number one focus that the West Indian batters would have, and certainly with the two playing well, Athanes, natural stroke maker, has played so well in the first Test match in Dominica. Of course, he scored 47. The 28-year-old man from the island of Dominica, on his home island, making his debut and scored 47, and in the second innings, he scored 28. So he obviously will want to make improvements on the scores he had in Dominica, Vidya.
Yeah, he certainly would. And actually, his two debut innings where he got 47 and 28, he actually top scored in both innings. He's only the second West Indian to ever do that in the innings on both innings on debut. The other, Lawrence Rowe, in that fabulous performance that he had, getting a double hundred and 100. Certainly not on the same magnitude this time, but Athanas did, in fact, top score in both innings, both very disappointing batting performances from the West Indies. 169 for 3, a lot better here, but as the old saying goes, add a couple of wickets and then you really see where your position is. Now we're going to see a bowling change from the northern end, and now I understand why Colin has disappeared, because Jaidev Unadkat is now on, and I'm sure he knew he was coming on at this time.
And I even said to him that, listen, I'm going to forgive you for the mispronunciation of Jaydev Unadkat. But he is here. He's going to be bowling left arm over the wicket to the talented Blackwood, as West Indies are 169 for 3, Athanes on 11 and Blackwood on 13.
And Unadkat has 91 on his back, the 31 for a 31-year-old from Porbandar is where he's from. Here he is over the wicket, bowling to Blackwood, who just plays from the crease out towards that extra cover position, and there is no run. There's one slip in place. There's a backward point. There was also a cover point mid-on, mid-off. Let's see, there's a forward square leg. There's also a deep mid-wicket in place and a backward square leg, a deep backward square leg on the boundary, and a wide fine leg in place.
You mentioned Porbandar. That is the coastal city in the state of Gujarat, which is where the father of the nation of India, Mahatma Gandhi, was also born in.
Oh yeah, wonderful place to be indeed. And here's Unadkat, who is on his way. He's over the wicket past umpire Kettleborough. That one's rising on Blackwood, just plays it off the back foot to cover point, and there is no run. Always remember that line from the famous movie made after him, "An eye for an eye will blind the world." Lovely, great line indeed. And certainly there were so many great quotes from the great Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi.
Absolutely, and so much to learn from the big man. And no wonder we all call him the father of the nation, guiding us to what he has done over the years. As Jaydev Unadkat gets ready.
Past the umpire again, and one that is on the line of the off stump, which is played on the onside this time. Straight to mid-wicket, there is no run. In fact, our commentator, Anulakan, who's coming in a little bit later on, he is from a part of Trinidad called Davie. There's a village close by which is called Gandhi Village after Mahatma Gandhi. And there's actually a statue of Mahatma Gandhi in the center of it. So much has his influence been felt all over the world.
Yeah, I was with Anil yesterday and he talked about everything else but that.
Yeah, I mean, why does he not mention the relevant stuff? Huh?
Yeah, I mean, he was talking about doubles and singles.
And trebles. Here's an cut into Blackwood, who's again playing off the back foot, this time down to Rohit Sharma at mid-off, and there's no run. And there are more statues of Gandhi than anybody else in the country, believe it or not. There's one in Port of Spain here in Trinidad. There's one in San Fernando. There's one in Gandhi Village, which was named after him. There's a bust of Mahatma Gandhi in central Trinidad at a place called the Diwali Nagar site. So there are a lot of his memories certainly has been kept alive here well in Trinidad. I'd imagine in India there are quite a lot also.
Of course, absolutely. In Chicago, where I come from, there is a road named as Gandhi Marg. Marg in Hindi means road. As Unadkat gets ready.
Here he is into Blackwood again. This time Blackwood rising to play that one square of the wicket. It's picked up by Siraj and there is no run. And in the first test match, West Indies flopping there badly to concede this one little lead to India. And they're looking to wrap up the series here. They can't lose it from this point, of course. West Indies will try to get at least a draw out of this. And if possible, it would take a real tall order here for the West Indies to go on to win and tie up the series.
Yeah, and this is the new World Test Championship cycle. So winning the series has a lot of importance. Unadkat bowls.
Next delivery is that's a short one. That's a good short delivery. It went over the head of Blackwood, who barely had to duck, and that one went through to the keeper. Over has come to an end. Blackwood stays on 13, Athens on 11. West Indies are 169 for 3. Problem for the West Indies has been that they've lasted the 5 days in a test match only twice in the last 10 test matches. That's going back 16 months. That has been the problem, even getting into that 50.
And there have been some quarters, a lot of discussion whether the test matches should be reduced to 4 days and not 5 days. And this is not only unique to the West Indies. A lot of other countries, the test matches have lasted less than 5 days. So something for the ICC to perhaps think about, as we even see a lot less in terms of the number of test matches that we see. It's more geared towards white ball cricket. The calendar, the FTPs, if you look at the Future Tours program, are more geared towards the white ball format rather than what we are here for the test match.
Well, we're seeing another bowling change, and it's Jadeja who's now propped up at the southern end. Headband, dark shades and all. And he's now going to be bowling a left arm over the wicket, and he'll be bowling beside umpire Erasmus out of South Africa. And it's going to be the left-handed Athanas to face up. As Colin was talking about, Athanas really gained attention last year in that innings against Guyana. Played an absolutely belter of an innings, but then after he'd passed 50, he decided to play a reverse sweep in the middle of nowhere and got out. But the first delivery is spot on again from Jadeja. Faster one onto the off stump, which is played back to the bowler, and there's no run. Athanas stays on 11. He'll be hoping to get an innings of some substance here. The West Indies need a big innings from one of these batters. Craig Brathwaite gone for 75, and he's going for the big drive, gets the inner portion of the back, and back to Jadeja. He's eyeing that space between extra cover and the cover point.
Ishan Kishan has become a lot more vocal now after the fall of the last wicket.
Yeah, we're hearing a lot more of him. Ishan Kishan, here's the next delivery, and a cut attempted here by Athanas, straight to the fielder, just bouncing away. No timing in the shot, and there's no run once again. And the keeper really is the barometer of the mood of the team, isn't he? And the fact that they've gotten Brathwaite has certainly buoyed the Indians to no end here as Jadeja gets ready to come in again. Athanas just taking a bit of time to gather himself. 2 shots played already in the over from him. Now he's going for another one off the inside edge and away on the onside for one. Unadkat is there to pick it up. And maybe a little bit unsettled here is young Athanas. He moves on to 12. 2 shots outside the off stump, attempting a third. That one shaved past the leg stump.
Yeah, there was a miscued stroke running away to square leg, just to the left of the square leg umpire. And now Blackwood is taking a fresh guard. Unlike some of the other West Indian cricketers, he did not remove the bail.
No, he doesn't. A lot of the West Indians do that ever since Shivnarine Chandapal introduced that. I don't think anybody had ever seen that particular type of marking of the creases. His son does it too, as
Yes.
you would expect. And here is the next delivery from Jadeja. Plays it out on the onside, fielded at the forward short leg, and there's no run. And in fact, it does do damage to the bails. Some umpires actually walk with the extra bail just to make sure that they can use that. Here's the next delivery from Jadeja. This one's flicked away behind square. It's gone down to fine leg, and they get 1. And there is Mukesh running in to do the fielding. That's Kumar, and that brings an end to the over. Single there, and that is 1 more to the total, 171 for 3. Blackwood on 14 and Athanas on 12.
Yes, both Athanas and Blackwood will have to continue to focus and concentrate on building this partnership, because for the West Indies, losing any more wickets is going to be trouble. These are the established batsmen at the present time, and Athanas is a natural stroke player. He's not going to get bogged down, and that is also important as well, as we have kept on saying repeatedly that just being defensive minded and not getting runs is not going to cut it, because you have to keep the scoreboard ticking as well. I was talking to Sir Curtly Ambrose about it before the day's play, and he was also very, very vocal about that, saying that it's good to remain not out, but if you bat 50 minutes and 60-70 balls and score 10 runs, that's not good enough. Occupying the crease alone is not enough. You have to occupy the crease and be productive at the same time.
That's right, because it really doesn't help your team's position. It's about scoring runs, about getting a big score in to challenge the opposition. So if you're there and you are occupying the crease, it really is a sort of an impotent occupation of the crease. It doesn't really help your team very much.
Jaydev Unadkat, the man from Porbandar, getting ready. Jaydev, of course, led the India under-19 attack in the 2010 World Cup in New Zealand.
It's a long way back. Here he is. He's on his way over the wicket, and outside the off stump to Blackwood, allowed to go through to Ishan Kishan. Yes, he was at that World Cup. That was, India, of course, the leaders in terms of wins in the Under-19 World Cup.
That is true. And Unadkat actually was rushed into Test cricket in 2010, played in Centurion, where he made his debut. But the teenager at that time was kind of nervous and had a poor game, Jaydev Unadkat. And then he played Vidya his second Test match 12 years later. That was against Bangladesh. It's a big gap between his first Test match and the second Test match as he comes in, steaming in from the northern end.
There he is in once again. Playing off the back foot is Blackwood, out to extra cover, and there's no run. Similarly, in his ODI career, actually played in 2013, made his debut against Zimbabwe at Harare in 2013. And his last match also in 2013. He hasn't played ODI cricket since he came up against the West Indies at Kochi in 2013, November that time.
Yeah, Jaydev Unadkat, part of the Ranji Trophy winning side from Saurashtra. So he has been playing along with Cheteshwar Pujara in the Ranji Trophy team and a key member of that side. That particular Ranji Trophy team has done quite well in the last 5 to 7 years. Previous to that, they were not thought of about as a great team. So for the Indian domestic circuit, they have done quite well as Unadkat comes in.
There he is in now to ball to Blackwood, and Blackwood allows that one to go outside the off stump. The left-hander slanting it across him here with the slip in place also and the backward point. Blackwood, who is batting with a rag in his back pocket. It's an orange rag that's handing there. Now, usually you see fielders have the rag in their back pocket when they, of course, to dry the ball, but he's not going to be doing that. So obviously it's something that has to do with superstition, I'm sure.
Yeah, India's Mohinder Amarnath, the left hand, the all-rounder who played so well in the 1983 World Cup match.
And in the 1983 tour in the Caribbean.
Caribbean as well. He used to have a red handkerchief in his back pocket.
Yeah, he was absolutely brilliant here taking on the West Indies. Took a lot of blows during that tour in 1983, but rode through it well. There is an Unadkat into Blackwood. A second slip added now, and he's played that one down the track. There is no run. I have vivid memories of seeing Amarnath here in that 1983 tour. Of course, his father, Lala Amarnath, also played for India. So a lot of these second-generation players there in that team.
And so did his brother, Surinder Amarnath, who had a centurion debut for India. A left-handed batsman, Surinder Amarnath.
Yes, and the Amarnath, Mohinder certainly played his part in this whole the list of 100 games against the West Indies. Here is Unadkat into Blackwood, who's playing it off the back foot, just bouncing away to extra cover, and there is no run. And certainly the Indians during this 100 matches, 75 years ago, would you believe it? 75 years ago, the West Indies first played India in 1948. The West Indies really were an unknown quantity at that time when they went to India for the first time. There was a story I read that the Indian Cricket Board had actually asked the West Indies to bring George Headley along. Headley was in his 40s at the time. Now, he didn't play at all in the series, but he did come because they felt that he was the only cricketer from the West Indies that the crowds would have recognized. Such was his fame at that time. Unadkat back at the top of his mark, ready to bowl what will be the last ball of the 84th over. Here he is in, and Blackwood's turning this on the outside. Picks up a single easily to mid-wicket, and there is Unadkat screaming in disgust at missing his line, but that's one more for Blackwood. He is on to 15, and the Athenaeus is 12, and at the end of the over, 172 for 3. However, the West Indies, correction, there should be... Let's see, yeah, it is the over. I think the umpire had forgotten for a moment. He's belatedly called the end of the over. And when the West Indies went to India in 1948, of course, they found the new star, Everton Weekes, 400s in a row against India.
I mean, when you talk about the West Indies, the 3 W's, Sir Gary Sobers, Rohan Kanhai, and of course the terrific pacemen, the fast bowlers that they have generated. That history between these two countries so rich, and we can just talk non-stop with you about all the memories that West Indies India cricket have. And we are now seeing
Colin Croft on the television.
Yeah,
he somehow found his way on the television.
Talk about dumping us here in the com box, and now he is.
Well, he's talking to Tony Gray. That's the former West Indies fast bowler, Tony Gray, somewhere there. And Colin is wearing his dark shades, so he's obviously taking a dim view of something up there.
Yeah, and obviously he's not listening to us right now, but this is my chance to redeem myself and get back to him.
Jadeja is also wearing the dark glasses, certainly not as classy as the one that Colin Murray has on. But Jadeja is out there at the southern end of the ground, and he's just about ready to bowl his first over of what will be his 19th over of this innings, 1 for 17. His figures, 17 runs in 18 overs. That's a measure of how accurate he has been. He's bowling to the right-handed Blackwood, who's turning this one away from the forward short leg fielder, straight to the fielder at that square leg position. Rohit Sharma is there, and there is no run. And he's asking for a change in the field here at Jadeja. Does he want Rohit to move a couple of paces to his left? Rohit is not moving, so Jadeja is back in once again. And a nice fluent drive here from Blackwood to pick up his 16th run. That takes the score to 173 for 3.
Yeah. You know, Vidya, I was going to ask you, how much do the West Indies miss Gudakesh Moti?
Yes, they certainly have missed Moti. He has the most wickets for the West Indies for the year so far in Test cricket, 22 if I remember correctly. So he had that brilliant game against Zimbabwe where he produced the best figures ever by a West Indian in Test. Here's Jadeja next delivery. Forward to it is the left-handed Athanaze, and he gets no run as the ball runs out to Woods at the onside. Also missing, don't forget, is Kyle Mayers. He's also another important cog in this West Indies team. Here's Jadeja again. Another defensive shot from Athanaze. There's no run. Not only does he get runs, but also he's more than useful with those medium-paced deliveries that just gets it to nibble off the seam a little bit. Here's Jadeja into the left-handed Athanaze, driving this one, sliding off the bat, going behind square, but picked up by Ashwin. There's no run.
And also Jaden Seals.
Jaden Seals
is also an important component of the fast bowling unit, isn't he?
He certainly is, and the youngster who made his breakthrough within a year of playing in the World Cup at the under-19 level. Next delivery fired in here by Jadeja. Flick behind square for 1, and Kohli swooping in on that, correction, and picks it up and sends it back in. The end of another very tight over here from Jadeja. His figures now in 19 overs, 1 for 19. The West Indies at the end of the over are 174 for 3. This is a Cricket 360 production. We are edging up towards tea time here, Doc. I think we might have at least a couple overs to go.
Yes, looks like we will. And Jermaine Blackwood, Vidya, has played a rather sedate innings. Jermaine Blackwood, of course, from Jamaica, a very experienced first-class cricketer. His original breakthrough season was back in 2013-14 when he was the leading run getter in the domestic competition. And it was in 2020 that he had a good season, had a double 100 against Leeward Island, and was picked for the England tour by the West Indies. But more importantly, Vidya, he came in as a concussion substitute against India in 2019, but then he wasn't a regular member of the side.
Yeah, after that debut, he started fairly well. He just lost his way a little bit. That double 100 certainly changed perceptions about his form at that time. Got back into the West Indies side and has kept his place since then, to be fair. Since that England series, he has kept his place. Now he's edging towards 2,900 runs in Test cricket, 3 centuries and 18 50s. So you would have felt that maybe a better conversion rate, but that just tells you about maybe that stat speaks to a bit about his aggression, the aggressive approach that he has towards the bowlers.
But I'm certainly impressed with Alec Athanaze. I mean, if he stays at the crease, he's the one. Once he gets, he's already well settled as far as the number of balls are concerned.
Benatkat starts his 12th over, and this one is played on the onside. That is not a run here, as Athanaze stuck to where he was. Interested in the run was Blackwood. He was sent back, but that was a good call because the fielder, that's Shubman Gill, actually got across there very quickly. Now he's a tall and slim guy, Gill, maybe not the physique of a sprinter, but he really got there quickly.
Yes, and there have been some questions about Ashwin's fielding in the past, but he has certainly worked on that as well. I think one of the most cerebral cricketers, Ashwin.
Certainly is. Here's the next delivery to Athanaze, which is played back down the track for Unadkat to field, and there is no run. I believe he does have a degree in engineering, doesn't he?
Yes, he's an engineer.
Yeah, he's an engineer, just like Chandrasekhar. He also was an engineer. You find a lot of spinners tend to...
Srinivasan,
Yeah.
Venkataraghavan, a lot of the folks from South, especially from the states of Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, they are all well educated, and the family has put a lot of value on education and sports. Education first and then sports.
Well, in Ashwin, he found the balance somehow. Here's an adcut into the left-handed. Athanazi's playing at that outside the off stump, and one bounce to the keeper. Did he get a touch onto that? It was moving away from the bat, but that's a good take by Kishan, because that one was dropping just in front of him, and he tumbled away to his left and made the stop. I think that one did not touch the bat, but a good take by Kishan to prevent that one from getting away for 4 byes. Yeah, it just seemed to, but it was a careless shot all the same by Athanaz, playing away from the body, and something that he just stepped away to the leg side, Dr. Mehta, just admonishing himself for playing that shot.
Athanaze on 13, Blackwood on 16 as Unadkat comes in.
Here he is in to bowl to the left-hander again. This one's sliding off the bat away to that gully position, and there is no run. They have succeeded in getting a few errors from Athanaze already, and they only saw him for the first time in that first test. Obviously, they've now worked on some plans, done the analysis over the past week or so, and they have a plan in place on how to bowl to him. And this line, maybe about a 5th or 6th stump outside the off stump, just playing on his patience, and he has played one false shot which missed the edge, and that second one going straight to the slips there. So let's see if he adjusts his play here as Unadkat comes in now to the left-hander once again. He's again playing away from the body, plays it out towards that backward point position, and there's no run. On the leg side, there is Kohli in that short mid-on position, and there's also another fielder close by, maybe just about a couple meters to the left of Kohli. So 2 players close in on the leg side.
Yeah, Unadkat, we're talking about analysis, right, Vidya?
Yes.
And I was talking to Sir Curtly Ambrose yesterday, and back in the day when he was the bowling spearhead of the West Indies fast bowlers, there were no, they didn't have the analysis. As Unadkat comes in,
And this one is homing in on the off stump, which he's played out towards mid-wicket, and the short mid-wicket there does the fielding. There is no run. Yeah, there was no bowling analysis, but that did not prevent Curtly Ambrose from taking the most wickets at this venue. And Curtly Ambrose took a huge amount of wickets, 66 in all at the Queen's Park Oval. Courtney Walsh, 57, Gibbs, 52. Those are the top wicket takers at the venue. Marshall had 47, and so was 41.
yeah. So this was the time. There was a time when they did not have the technology on their side, and yet it was all their mind that they had to figure out the weaknesses and how to get certain batters out. So it's tea time, Vidya, here at the Queen's Park Oval on this 100th Test match between India and the West Indies here in Trinidad, as the players are going to get a short break, and then we'll be coming back on the field for resumption of play. 174 for 3 after 86 overs. Blackwood batting on 16, Athanaze batting on 13 after 86 overs. Vidya, your quick thoughts?
Well, and the wickets falling for Ashwin, 1 for 57. Mukesh Kumar, his first test wicket, 1 for 29. And Jadeja, 1 for 19. Certainly, it is that session with certainly West Indies did well to get through. They only lost, the wicket of Mackenzie, that was the second wicket to go on just before the break. Just a 1 wicket loss, but certainly not a huge amount of runs scored here by the West Indies. But attritional stuff from the West Indies. We will be back at T, so join us just before 3 o'clock for the action in the last session of the day. West Indies resuming at 174 for 3.
As a very good afternoon to one and all as we welcome you back here to the Queen's Park Oval. We're getting ready for play after tea on this the third day of the second and final test in the two-test series. The story at the moment, India 438, the West Indies 174 for 3. They still need a further 264 runs. But before we get back to the cricket action, we do have a very special guest. We have one Queen's Park representative here, but I don't think he's representing the club all that well. So we've gone for the top brass in the club. And of course, Nigel Camacho is here with us. And Nigel, first of all, congratulations on the presentation of the field. It really looks a picture. Now, Colin would claim that he had some kind of input in this. Maybe you could clarify that for us now.
Thanks, boy, Ruskin. Boy, it's hard to get Colin to do any work. Boy, but yeah, he did put some effort into it. I think it does look a picture, Ruskin. So we're very proud with all the obstacles and hurdles we had to encounter that we have a nice surface for a decent test match. So we're very happy.
Now I know other than something else that is on your mind is a blood drive that is taking place here.
Yeah, it's a wonderful initiative. It's a blood drive, put on by Queen's Park Cricket Club in combination with the Ministry of Health, the National Blood Transfusion Service, the University of the West Indies, the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Committee. There's a close relationship between India and West Indies when it comes to this type of situation. There was an incident in 1962 in a touring game between Barbados and the West Indies, and where the then captain, Harry Contractor, was unfortunately felled by a bouncer from Charlie Griffith, and he sustained a life-threatening injury, which developed slowly, but then they found out, and then they flew in a surgeon from Trinidad and Tobago to perform life-saving surgery, but he required blood. At the time, the late great Sir Frank Worrell, who was the captain of the West Indies team, and other teammates and teammates of the Indian team were able to donate blood to help save his life. It's an incredible story. It's a sad story, but an incredible story, and it's a binding story between West Indies and India.
Now, how do you make donations or blood donations?
So what's going to happen is the National Blood Transfusion Services are going to make available the unit at the Queen's Park Oval at the parking lot here, the mobile unit where you can actually come and donate blood. And as I say, the World Health Organization says we require 70,000 units a year for a population of our size. We only get 20,000 annually. So we're welcoming all donations.
The first ball after tea is driven brilliantly by Brathwaite for 4 runs, 2 extra cover, and really looked at pictures. The ball sped across the turf and 4 good-looking runs. So the West Indies off and running after tea. But again, so anybody can walk in. And
correct, yeah, and you will receive a certificate signed by one of the players from playing in the 100th Test match as thanks for giving blood as well.
I know that the Blind Welfare Association, the Blind Cricketers Association, the next delivery is played on the onside. They're also accepting donations around the ground. I think they got the permission from the West Indies Cricket Board. So they are working towards their own expenses, trying to make sure that they get to play. There's a ball edged, brilliantly caught, and what a catch by Rahane at slip. The wicketkeeper probably blinded him, and the ball just brushed the glove. And there was Brathwaite prodding forward. The ball hit the edge. The wicketkeeper probably got a little deflection, and I don't think Rahane would have seen too much of that. And he was going one way, then he just kind of went the other way, took his left hand out, and it stuck. Those have to stick. Very unlikely you're going to catch that too often, but it stuck low down to his left. What a fantastic catch. He goes to 20. And certainly, I'm really happy that you're doing the blood drive, because you're right. A lot of people need blood, and people feel only when somebody's critical and they absolutely need blood that you would want to give blood. But essentially, what it is a kind of an exchange program. You give the blood, but that person, the patient, will get a ready supply of blood that is already in stock. And then you just kind of replace it with your donation.
Correct, but it's a life-saving effort, and it's a great initiative, and it's a wonderful story between India and the West Indies. So we hope that it's successful and many people come out and support the blood drive.
Now put on your cricketing hat here. How do you see this game going from here?
A little bit sad with that wicket, fall of a wicket while I was here, but I'm hoping Athanase can put down his head. I like what I see with his efforts, and I'm hoping that the West Indies can safely negotiate a score well over 300, and we could play some hard cricket in the second innings, and anything is possible on the fifth day.
178 for 4. What a catch. The more you see it, the more you realize just how brilliant it is.
Reflex catch.
So it certainly is something that they will be writing home about. And now De Silva is here. Joshua, he is immediately coming forward, thinking of a single, but it's not there. And coming back. And here's a young man that I'm sure you're very proud of, given the efforts and his own development in the cricketing world.
Extremely proud of Joshua's developments. He has a big heart.
He waits now, and he too is coming onto the front foot. Jadeja again probing, starting just on about leg stump, just outside the leg, and asking the batsman to come and fetch the ball, actually play around their pads. Here he is again, and Joshua coming forward and just pushing it along the ground is the end of a successful over. After the boundary ball, he came back nicely and picked up the wicket of Blackwood for 20. It's now 178 for 4. So, Doc, once again, thanks so much for coming by. Maybe before you go, as we talk about Joshua De Silva, what's the latest from where you sit as it pertains to Javon Seal? So is he going to be back? Is he on track?
Yeah, from the latest we get, he's recovering. I mean, he's a young guy, and he should recoup fully. But it was a serious injury, and the surgery was successful. But he is recovering, and we hope to see him sometime in the not too distant future.
Well, that's great. Well, once again, thanks so much, and congratulations to you, the West Indies, the University of the West Indies, of course, the West Indies Cricket Board for also assisting, and the folks at the Blood Bank who are always asking people to come and contribute, and of course they're bringing the mobile here, so folks, you could go and you could just come by the Oval and do your part. There's another delivery pushed up on the answer. Once again, Nigel, thanks so much for starting with us, and of course, as Nigel makes his way out, the Colin Murray is going to join us here, and I'm sure he too will be urging folks to come and take advantage of the blood drive right here at the Queen's Park Oval, and come and make your contribution. And a lot of people take it for granted, but it's such it's a simple initiative, and but it's such an important one. Here's the next delivery outside the off-stump. Athanase just shoulders arm, comes across, takes a look, and then decides against playing as it goes through to be taken by the keeper. Good afternoon to you, Colin Murray.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Ruskin. And certainly West Indies losing that wicket. It's really a little bit of a setback, especially after such a bright start from Blackwood, where he got the 4, and all of a sudden you thought, well, he's now settling it. But a brilliant catch. As
it was an amazing catch, really, because I don't think he saw it much. Put your hands out here. He comes again, ball with that cut just on target again, probing and asking the batsman to make shots. So you're not cut doing his part, and certainly keeping one end tight. And Jadeja and Ashwin, as we saw earlier, look at it again. The ball just brushing the glove of the wicket keeper, and
it was behind him, wasn't it? It had
it
already
was
gone
already
past.
gone past him. He had to kind of reach back to haul it in.
Absolutely brilliant.
Took it in that left hand there. And if he doesn't do anything for the game, they will remember that catch.
Well, the thing is, those are the kind of catches, Ruskin, that puts the opposition on the back foot, and eventually you look back at it. If they were to win this game, and you said that was one of the turning points of the game.
Certainly something to remember by here. Winat is going to try once more, left arm over the wicket, and coming into Athanase this time, but he plays it well. He's right in behind it as it was coming in towards leg stump.
He seems to, even though he's got that slip and gully and he's bowling with a 5-4 feel, he's got that short mid-wicket and I would say a forward square leg as well, both in catching positions for that ball just searing back into Athanaze. And if he looks to play that flick shot, if he doesn't keep it down, you have two men there in catching positions that can certainly, there's a deep backward square leg, but once that ball goes past those two short men there, it's runs, but he's got to make sure and keep it down.
He's the only man out here who not got put outside the off stump this time and taken low down by the keeper. So the Indians got the wicket they wanted, and now they could sort of keep probing again and see if they can test the patience of the West Indian batsmen.
Well, this is a very important partnership, because after these two, you get into the bowlers, really. You're talking, well, the all-rounder in Jason Holder, and then you've got Roach, Alzari Joseph, Warrican, and Shannon Gabriel. So this here is a huge one. These two have got to bat at least for the next hour and try and get as close as possible to that follow-on.
Pitching up, and he's etching this one that it goes down, and Virat Kohli coming close there, but he couldn't get under it as the ball bounced in front of him. However, he was able to stop it cleanly in both hands. So the Indians lifted by that catch there, as you saw there from that bit of brilliance there in the field. The end of the over, 178 for 4 at the end of it.
And 178 for 4.
It was actually Rahane who came up with that stop there after that brilliant catch.
So you're looking at what, another 60 runs to save the follow-on, is it? Yeah, I think it's another
260 away.
Yeah. So it's a situation where these two have got to get as close as possible, because the first thing is to save that follow-on. What you don't want is not to save the follow-on and having to be sent back in. It's going to be interesting if... we're into the third day, and these guys have already bowled a lot of overs, and we'll just have to wait and see what they decide on.
But Colin, given the weather, the unpredictability of the weather, if you get the chance to bowl the West Indies out and you have a chance to enforce the follow-on,
you must go for it.
You have to go for it, because you're not sure.
Yeah.
Look at what is happening with England right now.
Yeah.
They're probably very gingerly thinking.
Well, and I understand tomorrow is forecasted rain.
Yeah.
So, they've got to try and do it. I understand they're trying to win the game by the first session, because if they don't, they could find themselves in problems.
Yep. It's that's because you can't account for the weather. You just don't know. Here is another delivery, this time standing up and punching it through the offside. There is a slip, a gully, and that silly mid-off on the offside, and then there's a backward point, a cover, and a mid-off. And now he's asking for another fielder it could come in short in a catching position. He's taking the gully. So Virat Kohli is going to a short extra cover.
I think that was a no ball, Ruskin.
I think he was stopping him, or he was stopping the bowler.
No, it was a no ball. Because Jadeja bowling a no ball, which is strange.
And there's the arm ball, yes.
Because he's now bowled the first delivery of his 21st over. And look at those figures. 1 for 20. Amazing.
2 for 24.
Oh, sorry, 2 for 24, and he's in his 21st over.
But now they brought back Virat Kohli back to gully now. So
I'm not sure what they're doing.
And again, Joshua has them anxious. They feel they could get another catch in that slip cordon maybe, so they have a slip in a gully.
Thing with Joshua Da Silva, he knows here so well. He's a homegrown product of Queen's Park.
He is again coming onto the front foot. A little bit of bat and pad there. And you could hear the arms going, you could see the arms going up again.
But the thing is, Ruskin, no matter how well you prepare here and how much you know it, this is a different proposition. You're coming up against world-class spinners.
Yes, and Jadeja is certainly in that mood. Here he is driving and wanted a single, but it's not there. And then the return coming there from Ashwin, just bounces, actually come from Siraj, just bounces in front of the keeper. Luckily for him, Rahane was backing up, else he might have been able to get a single. And De Silva didn't go very far. He just looked as if he wanted a single, but he immediately gave up on that. He is again turning this on the onside. Can't get the single. Again, the field well set. Kumar closing in there. And
I think he's anxious, isn't he, to get off the mark.
Yep.
He's really anxious to get off the mark. But he's got to take his time. Don't be intimidated at the moment by what the Indian team is doing.
gets another delivery outside the off stump, the arm ball, but this time he allows it to go too wide to interest him. 179 for 4.
Yeah, another very good over from Jadeja. What I like about him, and obviously because both him and Ashwin, they're mixing up the deliveries. The question is, 89 overs have been bowled, but because Jadeja is bowling so well, they're not going to think of that new ball for a while. I think they're gonna persist with him. Yeah.
And you still have, you could actually bring back Ashwin.
That's right.
As well, who's bowling well, although he got hit for a couple of boundaries in 1 over from Atanaz, but he was still able to persist and generally kept things tight. So at both ends, they're applying pressure. And even this man has done a pretty decent job in that cap. Not for 32 from 13 overs. And that one was swearing in there. It was early. You could see it tailing back into Atanaz's, onto the pads, but he was able to get back quickly onto it and played it nicely into the gap between the square of the 2 mid-wickets, and picked up a single.
Yeah, and those two, as I said before, they're in catching position. So once he keeps that ball down and he gets it in between them, but you can see the ploy from Undakat. He's bowling that ball outside the line of the off stump, and all of a sudden he sails one back in at Athanaze, thinking and hoping that when he flicks it, he's going to give it a little bit of, it's going to be in the air, and one of those two men short can take the catch. But what was good about Athanaze there, he was right on top of it, and he kept it down, and the placement, as you rightly said, was good because he got it in between the two short catching position. Well, the two catchers there in that short positions.
Now they have 2 slips for Joshua De Silva, plus that short extra cover catching. That's Rohit, or rather that's Sharma. They're going to go for a quick single. They're going to have to hurry, and they're going to get it too because Jadeja was backing up at the non-strikers end. He had it under control, and another quickly taken single. So De Silva is off the mark.
And that's good running. Because from the time he played it, Ruskin, he got it just to the left of the man at cover. Who was that? Was that Kohli? But he got it just to the left of him, and immediately called for the single. Give Athanaz credit because he responded right away, and they got their run very. And that's what you got to do when you're under a little pressure and you're not getting the boundaries, you're not getting the loose deliveries. What you got to do is try to find the gaps in the field. When I say the gaps, just get it to the right, to the left of the fieldsman. But you've got to be alert. Both guys have got to be alert, looking for the singles.
Well, yes, they wait now. Again, he's edging, going past Kohli's left hand, and they're going to get one. They might get a second. Yes, he's going to have to hurry, and he does get the second run. But again, he was pushing at one outside the off stump, thick outside edge, all along the ground. You have to see. But again, it's precisely why they don't have the 2 slips for him. They have 1 slip, or they have a first slip, and then they have a gully pretty short.
I tell you what, Ruskin, if I was India, the Indian captain at this point, I would look to put another man in there. You know, take out maybe the mid-off, put a second gully, because Athanaze loves to play that shot. He loves to go square. And, you know, it couldn't be a little uppish. Put a second man in there, leave that cover open, take the mid-off around a little bit, and take the point to bring him to his left.
Bernard Bowles, he's driving again. He's going to get another run, possibly 2. We wait to see. Yes, they're going to go for the second. And this time, Ashwin couldn't get around to it. In fact, he might have just tweaked his ankle as he was trying to do he almost did a moonwalk there, Colin, similar to yours.
Yeah, he's got to practice. But no, he was trying to throw it off balance.
He was going to his left and trying to throw it to his right.
That's right, because he realized that he may have had a slight chance. There was some hesitation in going back for the second, but these are 2 young, fit men, and I like the positive approach. They're going to look to take the single. They're going to try to turn 1s into 2s. It's been good so far from the 2 of them.
Athanaze waits, and for this delivery again, it's tailing back into him, but he's in behind it. And this is good bowling from Natcat because he's mixing it up. Some he's going away with it, some he's getting to just jack back in just that little bit and keeping Athanaze thinking all the time. He's on 13 though.
It's been good bowling, there's no doubt about it. He's, you know, I like how he's mixing up his deliveries. And once he's doing that, he's going to continue to put the batsmen, you know, they've got to be watchful, you know. Athens, he has to decide the shots he has to play with that ball going away and then the other one coming back at him.
Let's see what he does with this one. Another one. He's turning this one. Is in the gap again. It was a little bit officially when it left the bat, but you can see the hands go up, and they'll take another 2 runs. So on both sides of the wicket now, he's finding the gaps and picking up runs as he gets another 2. He goes to 20. I thought he was 13, but that was just the printout that I was reading there. 1 to De Silva. It's 187 for 4.
And you see, again, Ruskin, you look at this. I like the plan the Indians have, because they're bowling with the one slip on the gully for when Undakat is coming up and bowling that ball just maybe outside the line of the off, some slightly leaving Athens, so that he plays these. He loves to play these square drives. When he plays it a little bit uppishly, especially if he's not to the pitch. That's why I'm saying put in a second gully there. But then when he brings that ball back into Athens, he's looking to work it on the onside, and he's got 2 men in a catching position. You know, so far he's finding a gap. The question is, can he do that all the time? It's a tricky thing.
Well, now they slip the gully and the forward short leg. They go down. That's going to be a quick single again. And not much Siraj could do. And he threw the ball away. He might actually trade for 4 extra runs. And it's coming down. And it goes into the boundary at what in essence is third man. And that ball was played to mid-on. And they picked up 5 runs.
Well, De Silva wouldn't mind that. He's got a 4 free from the Indian team. But again, that's what you talk about, Ruskin. Good quick single. From the time De Silva played the ball, he called. Athens responded. And there was Siraj trying to get to that ball quickly, send the throw in. It was off target, and it has resulted in 4 extra runs for De Silva.
I'm sure he'll take that. He goes to 6-20. It is Athens who's on strike now. And for him, they have a slip and that forward short leg, plus a short mid-wicket. And first delivery of this new over is right on target again from Jadeja. 93 kilometers per hour. That was a quick delivery for the spinner. He waits again. They're just tinkering with the field, but they're not changing much. Slightly slower, and this is the delivery coming back at him. He was trying to run it past the slip and found that one jacked back at him and almost went through the gate again.
De Silva is coming to have a word with him. I think he just wants to break the momentum of the rhythm of Jadeja, and probably just telling Athens to take his time. Be careful of playing those cut shots. It's always a dangerous shot. It's a nice shot. It's a run-making shot. But if you don't pick the right ball, you can find yourself in trouble.
We saw Mackenzie this morning playing one too close to him, trying to cut it. And the next delivery is pushed up on the offside. That ball with Mackenzie was so close that he never even got to extend his arm. The ball was right, and he ended up trying just funning at it. Catch taken low down, but he shaped well though. And you can see there's a lot of material there. Athens drives again into the offside, but he can't get it through. So, again, you could see him. He really looks like he just wants to break free here. Trying his best. But, again, the state of the game demands that he be very precise with his shot selection. This time he's pushing up. He wants a single. Yes, no. And then eventually it's no as the over comes to an end. And it's... the West Indies now 192 for 4.
Yeah, it's another good over, another testing over from Jadeja. As I said, he keeps mixing up those deliveries. He's pushing through some he's giving a little bit more air. And you look at West Indies scorecard, where everybody really got a start. Brathwaite 75, Chandapol 33, Mackenzie 32, Blackwood 20. Athens is 20 not out. De Silva is 6. And you look through that, you look at that scorecard, Ruskin, and everybody got a start. No one was able to carry on to
Look
get
at the
100.
amount of balls faced.
Yeah, I mean, Brathwaite 75, 235 balls faced. And Chandapol 33, 95 balls. Mackenzie 32 from 57. And Blackwood 20. Well, he was certainly out of character today, wasn't he? He wasn't going for any of these big shots. 20 from 92 deliveries. And nothing is wrong with that, you know. But you got to carry on. When you get a start and you get to you get accustomed to the bounce, the pace of the wicket, and the bowlers who is doing what. And you get into the 20s, you get into the 30s, you should really try to carry on.
Unatkat from around the wicket to the silver, and that's a delivery again. You could see him getting the ball to move off the seam, and that one was just moving across the silver, but he played it well in the end. He kept his eyes on it and picked up the movement. No run. The bowler checking his boots. I'm not quite sure what he's looking. Might have lost a peg or something. And but he seems okay, and he's about to continue. But you're talking about that patience. It's what it tells me too is that the coaches or the backroom staff probably have been drumming into these players' heads about spending time at the crease. Here he goes again in that cat pose, and De Silva is guiding this one, but that's another brilliant stop there. Siraj might have given away the 4 extra runs, but this time
he stopped 4. He saved 4 runs, so he's
give it back to him.
Exactly. So he's probably going to tell the team, listen, I saved 4 there, so please, But that's another, and that's the beauty of the Indian team. You look at their fielding, the catch from Rani, that bit of fielding from Siraj, and just the whole demeanor, fighting here to get wickets, fighting to win this test match. Because make no mistake, India, they are not settling for a draw.
Nope, they want to wait. And look at the slip code, and he's edging on, he's nibbling at one right outside the off stump. I was just about to tell you, look at the slip, look at where first slip is. Compared to the wicket keeper, it's almost, he's like first slip and a half. Like he's not quite a second slip. And then the 2 slip fielders are close together.
Yeah, that's right. So just the 2 slips.
Yep.
It's a 6-man on the offside, 6 on the off, 3 on the on. And so I would expect that he would be carrying most of the deliveries away from Joshua De Silva, possibly hitting the seam and leaving him. It's been a good spell from this young man. He hasn't been able to pick up a wicket, none for 40. But he certainly has been bowling well.
He's from around the wicket. He comes left arm around. De Silva this time just walks across and allows it to go its merry way without too much effort. And but that's the patience part, He really has to find the concentration, find powers of concentration here, and to play himself in, and then maybe expand a little bit later on.
It's amazing. His mother, De Silva's mother, apparently, and I heard this story across in the pavilion. His mother apparently is a fan of Virat Kohli.
They had a conversation. They heard it in the stump mic.
Did they?
Yep.
Okay. And he was saying that his mother
came to see him.
And
you better not long.
Yeah, I think after the match,
they actually met.
They took a picture and things like that.
Here he is now from around the wicket, and again, not interested is De Silva, and allows it to go through to be taken by the keeper.
I suppose, Russ, can you say that's a good son? That's a really nice son. This is my mother. I would probably say, are you mad? You got to get somebody else. Are you mad? The opposition? You need to admire somebody else or be a fan of somebody else, but not somebody who's playing against me, especially somebody like Kohli.
Or somebody on the West Indies team.
Exactly. But it was a very nice story, actually.
You remember Dennis Rodman?
Yes.
How much he was. When he was playing for the Chicago Bulls, Michael Jordan says, when I go home, the children ask how many rebounds Rodman had. They didn't ask me how much points I scored. Yeah, he's like, just saying, Edglin, and this one is going to run down the hill. They got a hand to hit Kohli and actually took some of the sting out of it. So they're only going to get 2, and Siraj is able to track it down in the end. But a good delivery again as he was probing just outside the off stump, hit the outside edge, and they were able to pick up 2. 28 Artanes, 8 now to De Silva. It's 194 for 4, and Vidya is going to come and join you. I think Anil is also going to come and
that's fine, Reskin.
take you on with the commentary.
Yeah.
It's 194
two
for
very
4.
capable gentlemen. And Anil, very peaceful and very quiet, very calm individual. Doesn't ever seem to get perturbed. And it's I'm gonna. Vidya knows him very well. Vidya, he's a coach. I wonder if Vidya can maybe tell me what kind of coach he is. But Anil, maybe you have a seat, Anil. We'll get you comfortable. It's very important making sure you are comfortable. And Vidya is going to join you. And maybe here is Jadeja starting a new over and pushing it out towards right back to the bowler. And there is no run. You do a lot of coaching, Anil?
Yes, I do, Colin.
Yeah. Somebody told me you coach the winning team in the 50 overs local competition. Here's a reverse sweep from Athens. Appeal goes up, not out. Yes, somebody told me you were the coach of that Central Sports.
Yes, I am.
So you mean, and you all beat Queen's Park?
Yes, we did in the semi-final.
But 8 overs, that was a lottery, wasn't it? You could have tossed a coin, Anil. But I suppose a win is a win, right?
I guess in the context of the game, yes.
Yes. Jadeja is going to continue to come into bowl, and back along the track is Athana's. So I'm gonna leave you in the capable hands of Vidya Ramphal, because I know you go down very well with him. You play golf by any chance? Here is Jadeja, and Athana's is looking to drive outside the line of the off stump, doesn't make contact, goes through the keeper. You play golf by chance?
I've never played golf, Colin.
Yeah, well, if you need any help or any lessons, and if you started up, you can talk to Vidya.
Will do.
He's a champion golf player. Here is Jadeja, as nearly coming to the end of this over. And Athanaz is pushing it out towards point. There is no run. Score remains on 194 for 4. Athanaz is on 20. De Silva, of course, De Silva, the Queen's Park protege, is on 8, playing at his home ground, and would want to do well here. Knows the conditions very well at the Queen's Park Oval. This delivery, Athens drives. That's a lovely shot. That's a beauty. Goes through extra cover. That deserves 4. It's not going to get to the boundary. It's overhauled just a meter or so inside, and they pick up 2 runs. But that was a gorgeous looking shot. So it's now what? He goes to 22, 196 for 4. And after some comments from you, Anil, it's going to be your good friend, Vidya Ramphal.
Thanks, Colin Murray, for your words of inspiration. So the West Indies continuing to battle here at the Queen's Park Oval, 196 for 4. We're seeing Athens really getting into stride. Want to say a pleasant good afternoon to Vidya Ramphal.
Yes, good afternoon to you. Thanks very much to Colin and Ruskin. Yeah, welcome back here. And 93 overs gone so far, 196 for 4. And the wickets so far, 2 for Jadeja, 2 for 31, 1 for 29 for Mukesh, and 1 for 57 for Ashwin so far in the match. Jaidev Unadkat, who opened the bowling yesterday and has bowled impressively here again. He's just about to start his next over. The 2 batters are still not to their respective creases. They're just about ready to get. They're heading back. They got some water. The field is getting some water. The sun certainly not as hot as it was earlier today. It's quite cloudy. A lot of white clouds across Anil, but the sun has been blotted out here. No shadows at all at the Queen's Park Oval.
Absolutely no shadows at all. It's getting a bit not dark by any stretch of the imagination, but it's very cool conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Unadkat starts his 16th over, and his first delivery is played square of the wicket by the right-handed De Silva, straight to the backward point position. There is no run. De Silva playing for the first time in a test match at the Queen's Park Oval. Proud moment for him. We talked about milestones for so many of these players, but a lot of these players are first time playing here at the Oval in a test match, and certainly the youngster here getting his chance to play in front of his home crowd.
What a momentous occasion, not only for Joshua De Silva, but his family, his fans, and all his well-wishers as well.
Yeah, and he's tapping away. The De Silva gets up now. High backlift as he's facing up to Nadkat. This one's on the line of the leg stump. Plays it straight to mid-wicket. There's no run. And there was that Ruskin and Colin were talking about that interesting bit of play caught at the stump mic between De Silva and Kohli. Kohli was telling him, he said, he was trying to goad Kohli into going for a shot, telling him to get to his milestone. He said, I can only wait until you get your 100. And then De Silva telling Kohli, my mom's here to watch you bat, actually. Happened so many times.
But this game, I must admit, has been played in extremely great spirit, Vidya.
Yeah, a lot of these players do, in fact, play against each other in different competitions. De Silva is driving the next one pleasantly, but straight to the extra cover fielder. Rohit is there to do the fielding. In fact, from this West Indies team, 2 of the players do in fact campaign for IPL teams. Alzari Joseph for the Gujarat Titans and Jason Holder, of course, for the Rajasthan Royals. So they would know the Indian players quite well. And West Indies players here battling hard for a chance to get something out of this game. And certainly the fans do need it.
Well, at this stage of the contest, Vidya 238 will be the first order of business for the West Indies team. They will want to get to that total to avoid, having to follow on here on day 3 of the second test match at the Queen's Park Oval.
When that kept round the wicket, this one, De Silva is driving through the cover region. Didn't get all of that, but he will get it there enough to get a single. Thought about the second run, was sent back by the Athanas. And Athanas on 22, De Silva on 9. And the score for the West Indies, 197 for 4. West Indies bundled out for 150 and 130 in the first test match. Certainly a great improvement here. And De Silva, that drive, there were 3 slips in place for him and a backward point. Now for Athanas, let's see, there's a very wideish looking first slip, almost a second slip. And there's also a gully in place there. They have 2 players on the leg side, both one at forward square leg, who is close in, and the other is at a short mid-wicket. Here's the Nadkat back over the wicket. He's bowling to Athanas, who's on driving. Straight to the fielder, there is no run. And they're trying to prize out these 2 batters. They are very much into the middle order here, India. A couple of wickets, and they could find themselves. The wickets start to tumble here.
Yeah, just 2 wickets away from the bowling all-rounders. Vidya and Udakat there just looking to work Athens outside the line of the off stump. He's gotten 2 traps in place, Vidya. He's got Virat Kohli at that gully position. He's got 2 catchers on the leg side. So he's going to go wide and attempt Athens to go at that square drive. And if he doesn't keep it down, it's possible that it could land in the lap of Virat Kohli. And if he does go straight on the stumps, there is also the possibility that pickup shot through mid-wicket, those short-end catchers could be in for business as well.
That's right. So 2 plans in place here for Athanas to think about. The left-hander waits as Unadkat is with him. He's driving that out pleasantly to Rohit. And Rohit hits the stumps, and West Indies will get an overthrow here. And they'll only get 1. So that's going to be 1 for Athanas, who's moving on to 23. But that was straight to Rohit. He threw it at the non-striker's end, hit the stumps, and then they just got past the fielder. And Rohit was there what's that emoji where you put your hand on your face? The face palm, they call it? He was left with a face palm there.
Yeah, very unfortunate indeed. A ricocheting of the stump, but the fielder at mid-on wasn't able to get behind the line of the ball, and the West Indies profited from a single. That single takes the score on to 198 for 4. Athens is on 23, and Joshua De Silva, he's on 9. So 40 runs again required for the Team India to bat again, Vidya.
Ravindra Jadeja will be in action once again. He's at the southern end of the ground. 2 for 31, the best of the bowlers for India so far. He's taking the wickets, and 31 runs of 23 overs. Forward to the first delivery is Athens, and Jadeja himself does the fielding. 35 years old now is Jadeja, and boy, does he look still like a 20-year-old. Missed a lot of games in the Caribbean last year as he comes in again. Athens playing this on the onside. Jadeja again fields. He missed a couple of, in fact, the whole ODI series because of a knee injury last year. Good to see him back on the field, though, and I'm sure the fans of Indian cricket enjoy seeing him. Driving the next delivery is Athens. That is into the gap and past the fielder. He's going to get a couple of runs here. That deserved 4. It was similar to the shot he played in the last over, but he's only going to get 2 once again this time. So that moves him up to 25, and the 200 is up for the West Indies.
So lovely fluid extra cover drive there from Athens. Just lent on that delivery, and it went past the extra cover to his left and mid off to his right. Unfortunately, it didn't have the legs to go into the boundary, but that brings up the 200 for the West Indies. 200 for 4. Athens, with that 2 runs, he moves up to 25. Joshua De Silva remains on 9.
Here's Jadeja again, and he's driving at this one. That's gone through the cover region. That may not go to the ropes. They will get a couple here. The field is after it. Jaishwal is out there, and he pulls it in just about 5 meters away from the boundary. So they do get 2 more. So 2 fluent-looking drives here from Athens. And we had talked about the slowness of the outfield because of the amount of rain that we've had over the couple of weeks here in Trinidad and Tobago. And easily that 27 for Athens could have been anywhere. He could have been in the 40s here because he lost out on so many runs, not getting full value for his shots. Jadeja back at the top of his mark. And here he is in, and another drive that goes through the legs of the keeper. This one is going to run close to the boundary here. Nothing's going to stop that today. That's gone for 4. By signal by the umpire, and that one went between the legs of the keeper, kept very low, squeezed under the bat, and 4 runs.
I think that Ravindra Jadeja, he's working on something just outside the line of the off stump. He recognized that Athens, is really throwing the bat with those deliveries just pitch on about the off stump. And I tell you what, Vidya, he just has to be a bit careful there with those rough areas coming into play. Jadeja might just get one to grip and turn back between the defense.
And now he's going for another shot. This time they have pushed the cover point back to the boundary, and Jaishwal is there to make the stop. So just 1 this time. And with the right-handers, Siraj and company bowling outside the off-stump, and Unadkat coming a bit wide outside the off-stump. It certainly has roughed up that area outside the left-handers off-stump. 207 for 4, and that has brought an end to the over. Athens on 28 and De Silva on 9.
So it's going to be Mohammed Siraj from the Jerry Gomez Media Center end.
Well, I tell you what, Thor, the god of thunder, is out there because there's a guy with a hammer and he's pounding away at the pitch. You might be hearing it on the effects mic. I can only assume this is Thor. Doesn't have the golden hair and the blue eyes, though.
Doesn't. But just looking at where that repair job is being done, Vidya, Ravi Chandra and Ashwin, he's been mostly operating from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, and I'm sure he's going to continue to be monitoring what is developing at the right-handers off stump there.
Yeah, that's right, and it's similar to the situation within the Sri Lankan team that obtained for so many years, with the left-handed Chaminda Vas bowling at one end, and Morley, the off-spinner, coming at the other end. Certainly, he benefited a lot from Vas roughing up that area outside of the right-hander's off-stump.
And now we're seeing a deliberate ploy in terms of Siraj going around the wicket to Athens. So it's definitely a plan to keep working on that area there, that landing area, which will bring the likes of Ravindra Jadeja as well as the off-spinner in Ashwin into play at some stage.
So Siraj bowling from the northern end now. This is the Jerry Gomez media end, and he is just about ready to run in. Bowling round the wicket, as Anil mentioned, to the left-handed Athens, and this one is a non-starter. He slipped slightly as he was about to bowl, and remember, the man with the hammer, Thor, as we like to call him, was just out there pounding in that surface, but he just seemed to pull out of it there at the last moment. Maybe a slight slip.
Yeah, possibly not just feeling the landing at the last moment there and pulling out. And rightly so, Vidya. Once it doesn't feel right on the point of delivery, you may just at that point abort your run-up.
Yeah, and he did pull back. So here he is in now at the top of his mark. Ball in his left hand, transfers it to right. He's running away now past umpire Kettleborough. That's a good delivery. Just shaping away from the left-hander and played out towards extra cover. Rohit picks up and there's no run. Definitely he's getting that ball to shape away. There's a slip and a gully in place and they would certainly be on alert at the moment.
There definitely will be. This ball is over 100 overs now and he's definitely getting it to go the other way. So very interesting indeed, trying to angle that ball into the left-hander, and at the last moment that ball is just looking to go away from the left-hander. Remember, Virat Kohli is in very short at that gully position, so he could be in for business at some stage.
Here is Siraj in again to the left-hander. This one's outside the off stump, too wide to tempt Athanaze into a shot and possibly a mistake, and it goes through to Ishan Kishan. 28 now for Athanaze, 9 for the silver, 207 for 4. The West Indies trailing by 231 runs, so they 31 more runs to make sure that India will have to bat a second time in this match.
And I'm sure at some stage video during the course of this over, we're going to see a ball that's pitched up outside that, maybe 4th, 5th stump line, encouraging the likes of Athanaze to have a go at that booming drive that he wants to execute.
He certainly does, and there are a lot of spaces for it. No one at the cover point. There is an extra cover in place here. That is Rohit. Here's around the wicket again. He's playing at that one outside the off stump. Misses and taken by the keeper. That one was a little bit fuller there, perhaps, of the cut shot. Kept a little bit low, and he lured Athanaze into playing a shot.
Yeah, so a fall shot from Athanaze. That was way outside the line of the off stump. He wasn't getting that back foot back and across, even getting close to the line, playing away from his body, and very luckily not getting a catch to the wicketkeeper Ishan Kishan. So Mohammed Siraj, he's got his plan in place, and he's really trying to work Athanaze out at this stage.
Yeah, he's planned the work, and now he's working the plan, as they say. Here he is in now again. The right-hander in, coming round the wicket, bowling to Athanaze. And there's that one shaping away from the batter again. No shot this time, taken by Ishan Kishan. Just a slight wobble there as that ball pitching and moving away from the left-hander.
Yeah, and if anything from Mohammed Siraj, he would possibly just want to get a bit closer there to Athanaze there on the corridor of uncertainty, possibly bringing that outside edge, and immediately skipper Rohit Sharma is getting the likes of Shubman Gill into that second slip position. So they're seeing enough evidence where that ball is shaping away from the left-hander, and actually there are now 3 slips in position.
Yes, Kohli has been pushed back slightly, so the 3 slips in place here for Siraj. He's into Athanaze, and again leaving that one slightly swinging off to the left of the batsman and taken by Kishan. So they're working on the patience on the young Dominican player here, and he has to. He's been in the game long enough to understand what the plan is here. He knows exactly that they're trying to tempt him into a shot, just trying to center his mind once again. He has an unusual way of centering himself. He goes away to the leg side, does a couple of shuffle steps, and then sort of gets his concentration going. Now back in his crease, tapping away, high back lift. The back to pointing towards first slip. Here is Siraj into him now, very close to the umpire. He's in round the wicket, and that one again, too wide outside the off stump to Athanaze, and the batsman is not tempted into playing a shot, and that has brought an end to the over. The end of the 96th over of the innings. Athanaze 28, the silver 9, the West Indies 207 for 4, an over in which Siraj really did not ask a lot of questions there of Athanaze or the silver.
Yeah, just bowling a tad wide outside the line of the off stump, not really tempting Athanaze into that booming drive that we have seen so often during his stage out in the middle. So the start of a new over, and Jadeja had bowled at the previous end. Is there going to be a change here now? Let's see what the Indians are thinking about. De Silva is asking for something to be De Silva is asking for, is it a new pair of gloves here. So De Silva is certainly looking for that. There's a substitute on who is bringing the gloves, and umpire Erasmus there intervening. He's taking the gloves from the field and now handing it to De Silva. So De Silva is going to be happy. It looks like it's going to be Ashwin who's back on here. Ravi Chandran Ashwin, the man with number 99 on his back, is the one who's back on. And he's going to be bowling from the southern end. Yeah, so Siraj and company, Ulakat and these guys, they have been creating some rough just outside the line of the right-handers off stump. With Joshua De Silva on, it may just be the right time to bring back the likes of Ravi Ashwin back into the attack. Remember, he got that magical he got that magical delivery between bat and pad of skipper Craig Brathwaite that brought about his dismissal.
Yeah, he'll be hoping to do the same against Joshua De Silva. Here's Ashwin, 1 for 57 off his 30 overs, so he's gone for less than 2 and over, has kept the runs down. Here he is now, hands ringing in front of him as he's into ball to De Silva, who's squared up, playing it back down the track for the bowler to field, and there is no run. So 12 wickets in the last game, 1 here today. He just needs 1 more wicket to tie the 74 wickets which Anil Kumble has taken against the West Indies. De Silva is pushing this one into the gap through the extra cover region and gets 1. So he trots down. He's now into double figures, and the West Indies score 208 for 4.
But interesting enough, I'm looking at Joshua De Silva at the crease video. He just seems to have adopted an off-stump guard. So he's looking to get as close as possible to those deliveries that may just land in that area that's been scuffed up.
Yeah, we've often seen that players batter that off-stump guard to counteract the off-spinners. Hashim Amla, Graham Smith using that tactic against Graham Swan in those South Africa-England series. And certainly a tactic that has found favour with a lot of right-handed players with the off-spinner in action. Anthony is forward to the next one, playing it back down for the bowler to field. Picked up a conversation between Kohli just having a few words with Ashwin there, just trying to G him up a little bit, get the big off spinner with an engineering degree to get going here once again. Looking to sweep this one, coming off the pad, and there, that's down the leg side. There's no run. Ashwin changing the angle of attack quite readily. Seems quite comfortable bowling from either side of the wicket, as you'd expect of a top-class bowler.
Yeah, he's indeed world-class, is Ravi Ashwin. He does it on all surfaces around the globe as well. He's been very successful with over 400 wickets.
Again down the leg side, trying to sweep this one away. It went on the offside and picked up and slipped there. So working on a new plan here for the batter. That will bring that forward short leg into play. He's well protected with the pads on, the helmet on, the box, of course.
And he's just asked that fielder at deep backward square to come in just a meter or two inside the boundary.
Here's Ashwin again, bowling to... that's a bit shorter, and it turned very slowly. Anthony's had the chance to play forward and knock that away. And that's going to end off the over and also bring the water break, because it's an hour since they've come out after tea. So since tea, the West Indies have progressed to 208 for 4, just losing the 1 wicket in the session, and they've also added 34 runs. So 34 runs in the hour and just the 1 wicket. So it's been another attritional session here, half a session for the West Indies, as they're just trying to just get their claws into this game.
But young Alec Atten is, he's out there battling, and together with him, wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva. But Vidya, when you look at what has transpired, it hasn't been rate or nuts when it comes to the scoring. What it has been gripping cricket from both teams. And the India team, they're smelling blood here. If they could possibly get a breakthrough any time now, it will really open up the middle and lower order. With Jason Holder to come, you're into the bowlers.
Yeah, so that is the plan for the Indians here. A couple of wickets, and they will certainly relish the opportunity to knock over the tail quite quickly here. And they do have the option still of the new ball. Remember, that still isn't very much in play here. 97 overs gone. Anthony's 28, De Silva 10. And these two came together with the fall of the wicket, 178 for 4. And that was a brilliant catch by Rahane, snapping up Blackwood off the bowling of Jadeja for 20. The wickets to go so far in the West Indies innings in reply to India's 438 all-out. Craig Brathwaite bowled by Ashwin for 75. Tejarayan Chandapal caught Ashwin, bowled Jadeja 33. Mackenzie caught Kishan, bowled Kumar for 32. And Blackwood, the last to go, as I mentioned, caught Rahane off Jadeja for 20. Wickets falling at 71, 117, 157, and 178. What's going to be very important is when the next wicket falls, and the West Indies will be hoping there's a lot of distance between that and the 178.
Well, when you look at what transpired in the Team India innings, they had 5 batters who went beyond 50, scores of 50. We have had four guys actually, Vidya, who's got on to 30 but has not really carried on. Only skipper Craig Brathwaite getting to 75 and being bowled by a magical delivery from Ravi Ashwin.
Yeah, so far nobody has achieved a score close to that, but the West Indies fans will be hoping that Athenas can do that. The Indian innings built around 200 century partnerships. The first, the opening partnership between Rohit Sharma and Jaiswal. They got to 139 in quickish time, 194, and then the fifth wicket partnership between Jadeja and Kohli, 159 runs they put on of 286 deliveries. That really lifted India from a dicey position and really put them in a position where the rest of the batsmen were allowed to express themselves. India 438, 121 for Kohli, and the easiest 80 you'll ever see from Rohit Sharma. Doesn't he make it look so ridiculously easy, this thing called batting in a test match?
Yeah, the Indian skipper Rohit Sharma, class act indeed, scoring a polished 80, and one would have thought that, he was motoring along, to another test match 100.
Yeah, he got a really good delivery, you have to say, from Jomel Warrican, just a bit faster through the air, and suddenly outfoxed him, and turned and hit the off stump, and he was the most surprised man on the ground as he turned back to hear, after he heard the noise, to see the off stump peg back. And Warrican doing himself some good here with a good spell of bowling there. There's the Indian team just congregating at the moment. A lot of talking going on. And you would expect that Virat Kohli, he's not part of the, he's not a captain anymore. He's not vice captain. But his weight, his advice certainly still does carry a lot of weight in this team.
He does definitely carry a lot of weight, and I'm sure that his opinions and guidelines will be taken, on board by skipper Rohit Sharma. Remember, he had been one of the most successful captains for Team India during his time as the Indian skipper.
Well, as the players just get ready to resume here, the groundsmen, in fact, are heading towards the covers. And I'm just looking at a shot from the television coverage. There is actually a huge cloud that has come over the hills just to the north of the ground. And that's usually a sign of rain coming. So the clouds have come over, and they're, according to the groundsmen, they feel that it's just about to dump some rain onto the Queen's Park Oval, which is never going to be good. And so we're going to be coming off in just about after this over, I believe. So Colin Murray and Ruskin Mark are getting their rain gear ready for the next bit.
But while the groundsmen are getting in position, Mohammed Siraj, he's going to continue from the Jerry Gomez media center end. He's going to be bowling to Joshua De Silva.
Well, for De Silva, there is a very short mid-on in place. He's almost three-quarter way up the pitch. Here's the first delivery from Siraj. Down the leg side. There's a tumbling stop from Kishan. Does well to make the take low down to his left. But that fielder, now I'm looking at the position of where the non-striker is. And actually, Gill ran all the way down to high-five Ishan Kishan after that wonderful take. Now, there's that fielder, that short mid-on position. He's standing right in front of Athenes, who's at the non-striker's end. Now, I really think Athenes should go a few paces to his right just to clear that fielder. Because if he has to set off for a single, he's going to have to veer off and waste some precious seconds, split seconds here. Here's the next delivery from Siraj. He's up past the umpire, and he's bowled him straight through. Great delivery from Siraj. Knocked over the middle stump. That one coming back from outside the off stump, and De Silva playing all around that, and he's been comprehensively bowled here. That is the fall of the fifth wicket. De Silva is gone for 10. That was a sensational delivery by Mohammed Siraj.
Yeah, Mohammed Siraj getting that ball to shape back in very, very quickly into the right hander. Joshua De Silva going for that expansive drive, not getting in line with that delivery and losing his middle stump. And just as we were saying a minute or so ago, the rain is with us here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Oh yes, it's coming down. In fact, the stump was actually broken by that delivery from Siraj, which clipped the top of it, split the stumps. That's actually the stump with the camera in it, so it broke quite easily. And in the meantime, the players are off the field, the covers are coming on. What they do here at Queen's Park is that they have the jute matin wicket, matin that we see from all over on the sand pitches. They actually put one over the pitch. Then they drag the yellow covers on, which covers the 3 or 4 pitches in and around the square that's being used, and now the bigger covers are coming on. So the layer of yellow is now on, and the layer of white is now coming on, but that's come after De Silva was comprehensively bowled. Boy, did that look a picture there. That certainly will be one of the shots you might see on the papers tomorrow all over the Caribbean, because the bails went flying, it hit the top of off stump, and the stump split in two.
Yeah, what a wonderful sight indeed for a fast bowler.
Not if you're a West Indian. Yes, and De Silva was left there, and
but I just thought that possibly Joshua De Silva was a bit loose in playing that, trying to play that expansive drive, knowing exactly that ball was tailing back from outside the line of the off stump, getting between bat and pad, and the middle stump was broken on impact.
Well, Mohammed Siraj actually celebrated wildly after that. In fact, he went up and did the Cristiano Ronaldo Sui celebration, jumped up and did the celebration. That, according to our producer, that is the best celebration in football. But the best one was actually last night when Lionel Messi scored that goal for Inter Miami in the last minute against their opponents at Drive Pink Stadium. That was a sensational free kick. But anyway, back to the cricket. West Indies are 208 for 5. Brathwaite 75, 33 for Chanderpaul, 32 for Mackenzie. Blackwood gone for 20, and the last wicket to go. De Silva bowled by Siraj for 10. Athanaze not out on 28th, and the rain is coming down more heavily now, Anil Lakan. So this is looking like it's going to be a longer break. But your assessment of the way things are gone, and where's this match going to go now?
Well, I think Team India definitely has put their noses ahead with that wicket of Joshua De Silva just on the stroke of this rain break. They've toiled tirelessly, but what they've done really well, they've stick to their guns, they've bowled to their field more importantly, and they've been able to consistently put the skids on the scoring for the entire day's play thus far.
Well, that is the situation here. The West Indies 208 for 5. De Silva gone. Athanaze is still out there, and the West Indies trying to get to that 238 mark to bring India back. The rain is back with us, and Ruskin Mark and Colin Murray were due to come in at this time, but they will be on next whenever we are back on here on the air here at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, Trinidad. So we leave you with the news that the West Indies are 208 for 5 in replying to India's 438. We will return to commentary in a few minutes' time as soon as we have news of what's happening here in the second test of West Indies against India.
10 seconds to broadcast here at the Queen's Park Oval. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval. The rain has left us. The umpires are making their way out, so we're going to restart just at about 4:50. The oval clock is saying just about 4:45 at this point in time. So by the time we get going, that oval clock will say 4:50. And we should go until 5:30 if the lights holds. It's a little overcast at the moment, but no real threat of rain. The sun has left us, and the good news is that the players there are making their way out. And Alec Athanaz is coming out with Jason Holder, and De Silva was the last man out. He was bowled by Siraj. Not a good shot. I thought he was looking to force a ball that came back in him. The pass between bat and pad and clipped the middle and off stump, and he went back to the pavilion. As soon as that happened, the rain came down. We saw that already, Ruskin, with Mackenzie. So it's not a good sign. But Holder is going to take strike, and from Mohammed Siraj, I think he's working up a nice little pace at the moment. And let me just see, yes, 2 deliveries were bowled in this over. So he's bowled 15.2 overs, 1 for 37 at the moment. He worked up a nice little pace, didn't he?
Got 5 maidens in those 15 overs so far, and he has been bowling very well. Probably not getting the returns that his bowling deserves because he's such a hard trier. He really gives it everything, whether he's in the field or if he has the ball in his hand. And of course, like most fast bowlers, he like the opportunity to bat as well. So, but he has another chance here. He has a great opportunity here now to possibly make further inroads into the West Indies batting.
Well, for Holder, it's a very interesting field. There's a slip, but just 3 men on the offside. But on the onside, there's a silly mid-on, a very short mid-wicket, and I would say a backward square leg in a catching position. Here is Siraj into Holder. Yorker length delivery, loud appeal goes up. Umpire Kettleburn is unmoved, and the circle
might be doing too much.
Yeah, I think it did a little too much. It may have been going down the leg side. I don't think they're going to take a review. Let's see. Rohit Sharma is looking. No, they're not going to review it.
I think Kishan indicated that
it might have been going down. It a lovely delivery, not the kind of delivery you want with your first ball.
And there it is. You could see it. It was going to miss by a long way because it had already started tailing in, and by the time it pitched, it was pitching outside the leg, and it would have continued going past the leg stump. It probably would have missed 2 stumps.
Yeah, a lot of movement. Here's Siraj again. Goes past the umpire. Bowls, and that's up. Well played from Holder. A delivery angled into him. And Holder was, this time, he, unlike De Silva, got bat and pad very close together and was pushing it back up along the track to the bowler. There is no run. So he's yet to get off the mark. Athanaz, who is on 28 not out, played pretty well. As there was really a picture of a delivery to get De Silva, but again, Ruskin, I would say that it wasn't the type of shot to play. It was a little bit loose. He was looking for the drive, and I thought it was not a good shot. Good ball, not taking anything away from that.
He didn't accommodate the angle that the bowler took.
Here's Siraj into Holder, and Holder is playing this ball, looking to hit it through the offside. It came off the inner part of the bat and goes out to Gill, who is at that short mid-wicket. Interesting field with the 3 guys there. Obviously, they've worked out Holder, and they feel that ball coming into him. He's going to play it a little uppishly. So you've got that silly mid-on. You've got the short mid-wicket. And very interestingly, I wouldn't want to call him a leg gully because, he's almost like a short backward square leg in a catching position. He's not a leg gully. He's too deep for that. But it's obvious to me that they're looking for Holder just to clip that ball in the air in one of those 3 catching positions. They've also got the man at forward square leg, the fine leg, and a mid-on, a wideish mid-on as a matter of fact. Here's Siraj in, and another good delivery. He is really, I'm appreciating this because here is a docile pitch, basically a batting pitch. It's the end of the over, by the way, from Siraj. It's 208 for 5. And, you know, he's bending his back. He's trying to make things happen. You know, yes, it's a pitch that is slow in nature, but he's bending his back. He's bowling the short deliveries. He's swinging the ball. That's what you want to see.
16 overs, 1 for 37 from him. And, you know, I suppose it's exactly what the captain requires of him at this stage. In fact, when you consider, Colin, all the bowlers have put in pretty good shifts, you know.
Yeah.
When all 3 seam bowlers.
That's right.
And then the 2 spinners, which is what you expect from them. You don't expect anything less from. And speaking of spinners, here is Ravichandran Ashwin to continue.
Yeah,
31 overs so far, 1 for 58.
Yeah.
10
Okay.
maidens.
Took the wicket of Mackenzie. Ashwin.
Siraj,
No, he took the wicket of Brathwaite, sorry. Yeah, he took the wicket of
With a
Brathwaite.
peach of a delivery.
Yeah.
bus, bus.
And
So-
so all around, when you consider that Rohit must be very happy with what he's getting, of course he would have liked to probably have the option to enforce the follow-on or
Yeah,
not.
yeah.
You know, but they might
Well,
they still have
Yeah,
time.
there's still a chance. 30 runs still to get to save that fall on. But here's Ashwin to Athanas, and he's playing this ball out onto the offside. A delivery, giving a little bit of air, but he's not using his feet, just opening the face and guiding it out to point. And there is no run. He remains on 28.
Colin, look how the game has changed. An off-spinner bowling, and you have a heavy onside field.
Yeah. Well, this one he's sweeping. That's a nice one. Good shot. Paddle sweep. And Kohli is giving chase. Now, he was at I would say at a wideish, short, fine leg. And what Athanas did, he paddle sweeped it. Very fine indeed. And Kohli couldn't stop it. Had to give chase. And they crossed for 2 runs. Athanas now on to 30. 210 for 5.
It is, and it is surprising because you have a mid-off fairly deep, and you have a man at square, almost at point, and that's really the offside field together with the slip.
Yeah, just 3 men on that offside. 6 on the on as Ashwin is into him and he's forward. Just pushing that ball in front of him. So there's that short, fine leg. He's come a little straighter now in Kohli. Then there's a deep backward square leg about 3/4 way to the boundary board. There's a forward short leg. There's a mid wicket. There's a mid on. And then there's a deep forward square leg that's about 3/4 of the way back as well. Very interesting.
It's a deliberate plan.
Yep, here is Ashwin into Athanas, and he's forward, pushing it out towards skipper Rohit Sharma at mid wicket. But the game is shaping up nicely, Ruskin, and here is Ashwin from that Brown Lara Pavilion, and he's playing a reverse sweep. You know, I have a problem with that. He's playing a reverse sweep. The ball hit the pad. Why would he want to do that? You know, you bat. It's a test match. Just bat. Play the orthodox shots.
Looking to score.
Yeah, look, Holder has come down there now to have a word with him, and obviously saying to him, listen, you know, it's 5 o'clock, not much time to go. You know, just play every ball on its merit. Here is Ashwin into him, and this time he's turning it, but it goes to Kohli, who's at that short, fine leg position, and there is no run. The end of the over, it's 210 for 5, and Ashwin has completed his 32nd over, 1 for 60. And what I mean by that, it's going to be interesting in the next 2 days, whatever happens, in terms of the tactics from India. What sort of tactics will they use going forward? If they get a wicket here this afternoon, you know, if they get the breakthrough, if West Indies get the 30 runs required, is India going to go for quick runs, look for a declaration, and maybe look at a day and a session to try and dismiss the West Indies?
Well, it's like I said, I want to believe they would love to have the option to make that decision. Do we enforce the follow-on or do we not? Now, we consider the fast bowlers, they had a decent rest. When you have 2 frontline spinners like this, what we just saw from Ashwin, what, 32 overs, right?
32 overs.
And the same thing with Jadeja. He's probably into his 24th over, as the case may be. So they bowl a lot of overs. So the fast bowlers have had decent rest.
Here is Siraj starting a new over to Holder, delivery right up to the tall West Indian right-hander, and he's pushing it out towards cover, and there is no run.
So again, I suppose they will make a decision. They probably have a quick discussion, or they might have had that discussion already. Should we bowl them out under the follow-on target, then maybe we could take the chance and maybe put them into bat a second time right away.
Yeah, Jadeja has bowled 24 overs,
Well,
2 for
see.
36, and Ashwin 32. So between them, they bowled 56 overs of the 99 overs that have been bowled.
Yep.
Here is Siraj into Holder, and he's going to get a single as he's pushing it out on the offside to the left of the man at cover.
Jaiswal.
That's Jaiswal, who had to run around quickly, does the fielding, and there's just the single. So Holder is off the mark. It's now 211 for 5.
And again, this good batting from Jason Holder. He survived that scare in terms of the LBW appeal, but the ball was going to be missing the leg stump by a long way. And but it was what a pitch of a first delivery to get just as you arrive, and especially somebody is his height to get a delivery like that, because you have to bring the bat down a long way. However, it also means he now has to take or help to guide Atanas through this little period here. He can't just stand it in on strikers and let him try anything fancy, as they say.
Well, Athanas is going to face Siraj outside the off stump, and he's allowing it to go through to be taken by the keeper. Very interesting. There are 3 slips in position, and you know, in the when you look at slip positions now, Ruskin, you tend to just arm's length, and you say, okay, 1, 2, 3. Here, it's almost like a first slip, a third slip, and a straightish gully.
Staggered,
they stagger it now. You don't see slip fieldsmen again as close. It's amazing. And except, of course, I was looking at the Ashes, and there are 3 slips in a gully, and very interesting series there. They forecasted rain tomorrow, and
5 wickets down.
England are on top, and oh boy, if they can win this test, going into the final test will be 2-all. What a series that has been.
Yeah, just as we're talking now,
Yeah,
I think Jaiswal is coming out of the slip cordon, and they're going to put him in at that short mid-wicket position.
Which tells me that Mohammed Siraj is going to try to get that ball to cut in on Athanas and hope that he plays that on drive. Here he's pushing it back up along the track on the onside, and the ball goes out towards mid-on.
And this is the difference, Colin, between the two teams. And look at how consistent these bowlers are. The captain set the field, and the bowlers put the ball in the, and that is part of the problem that the West Indian bowlers have. They're not consistent with their lines, with their lengths, and even if they bowl it for a little while, they tend to go away from it over time.
As well, Ruskin, what I like about the Indian team, they always seem to be trying something different. They always they look at the batsmen, they try to analyze what they're doing, and they try to here's a delivery that Athanas is getting on top of it and just opening the face, guides it out on the offside. Yeah, they always seem to be trying to work out the batsmen. You look at the field placing for Holder. You look now, all of a sudden they've taken the man out of that slip position, put him at a short. So they're trying to analyze each batsman and see, listen, do we have a weakness here? Is he going to play the ball in the air? Can we put somebody there? And that's what I like. They're not going through the motions.
And Rohit Sharma is constantly changing the field, looking for an opening, but that is not, they're not looking in the sense that this is pre-planned.
Yeah.
They did the research.
Okay, Siraj into Athanas, and he's pushing it back up on the onside. Siraj sticks out that left hand. It doesn't go past him, and there is no run. The end of the over, Athanas, he remains on 30. Holder is on 1, and the West Indies are 211 for 5. So it is.
Yes, Colin, it certainly is 211 for 5. It represents a 27 runs needed to avoid the follow-on.
Yeah.
And now I'm not sure if India is kind of zeroing in on it in a sense, but it's something that they would probably think, okay, let's do it. If we could do it, let's do it and then see what might work for us in this case. They may say, look, let's just add on another quick 150 200, as the case may be. That will give them a lead of 350 or
yeah.
you know, or 400, and then see if they could bowl out the West Indies on the, in you know, and
And
late
the
tomorrow
final
evening
day
and into the final day.
Yeah.
Then you trust the firepower that you have for your bowling, and say maybe with this bowling lineup we could get 10 wickets, you know, in 3 sessions.
Well, it's going to be Ashwin. It's going to continue. His 33rd, coming up for his 33rd over. 1 for 60. It's going to be bowling to Holder. Holder is pushing, reaching. He's a tall man. And reaching to that delivery and pushing it out towards mid-off. And there is no run. So just a slip, a point, cover mid-off. And then on the onside, there's a wideish mid-on. Mid-wicket that's about 3/4 way back. The orthodox mid-wicket, a foul short leg and a short fine leg. As this delivery Holder is getting back and across. May have just spun into him slightly. And he's pushing it out to Rohit. At cover, there is no run. Holder remains on 1. The total 211 for 5 as Ashwin is in and Holder forward. The ball coming off the inner part of the bat and goes out to Kohli, who is at that short mid-wicket, and there is no run.
So they were currently have 41 overs overnight. So they were bowling for today, and we've had the 2 rain interruptions.
Yeah.
We've lost over an hour and more. And look at how well ahead of the asking rate they are in terms of overs bowled.
Well, this time Holder is working it towards Kohli at mid-wicket. He just sprints around quickly to his right, picks it up one-handed, throws it back to the keeper, and Holder remains on 1. Score is 211 for 5 as Ashwin from that Brown Lara Pavilion and is into Holder. He's going to get a single now because it was given a little bit of air and he plays it off the pads to the deep mid-wicket. I would say about 3/4 way back to the boundary, and they pick up an easy single. So he goes to 2. The total on to 212 now for 5, brings the left-hander into strike. A little bit of a change in the field now because he's coming around the wicket, Ashwin, and with 5 men on the offside. So he's giving me the impression he's going to bowl it just around off stump. As this first delivery here, Athanaz is just pushing it out on the onside towards foul short leg, and there's no run. The end of the over from Ashwin. He's completed his 33rd over, 1 for 61, and it's 212 for 5. It's different. Ashwin must be saying, boy, I didn't have to work so hard for my wickets in Dominica.
But they had 41 overs overnight bowled when they started this morning. So this is the 60th over just completed today, despite the interruptions. And you consider we probably lost, I would say, about an hour and 15 minutes all told, you know. And with the spinners operating like that, they would have been, West Indian batsmen would have had to face more balls, you know, given the rate at which these spinners operate and the number of balls you have to face. In fact, there was a time, especially with Bedi and with Bishan Singh Bedi and the bowling, that I remember vividly making that point.
Yeah.
You have to slow down the number of balls they bowl at you, you know, because they give them a chance. They'll just bowl, you know, next thing you're facing 100 overs in a day.
Here is Siraj into Holder, and Holder is opening the face, guiding this one past a point. Rahane is giving chase. They've gone for 1. They come back for the second. Athanaz was thinking of the third, but it certainly was not on, and they settle for 2. Nice shot from Holder, just opening the face of the bat and guiding it towards a third man position. He goes to 4, 214 for 5. Yeah, I remember, you know, it's amazing with the spin trio. They never had all these great fast bowlers. You know, it was Abid Ali and Solka used to open the bowling.
Venkat.
But then you talk Venkat, Prasanna, Bedi. I mean, what a combination of spinners.
And they bowled quick. They got through their overs quickly.
Yeah.
You know, and
Chandrasekhar, that's another one, the leggy. This one, Holder is looking to whip this one through the onside, and appeal goes up. But again, clearly going down the leg side, struck him on the pad, but there was no run. So I remember that's my first real interaction with the Indian team was in 71 when they had such a great team. And of course, the little master, Sunil Gavaskar, but the captain, Ajit Wadekar, was the captain of that team. And you had Sardesai.
Dilip Sardesai.
Yeah. Krishnamurti was the wicket keeper.
Iraprali Prasanna.
Gigi Boyan Wadeka.
Try and do sing now. Oh gosh, man.
You think the rain is going to come down again?
We had some interruption. I'm now telling you about overs lost.
Hey, Siraj into Holder, and he's forward, pushing it back up along the track, and there is no run. But I mean, that was, that was 1971, Ruskin. I mean, I've lost count how many years that is. But it's like yesterday. It's like yesterday. And when Sunil Gavaskar was presented with the token yesterday, Jumbo, the Nutsman, started to sing. He started to sing.
He sang the song for him, yeah.
He started to sing the song for Gavaskar. But it was like yesterday, and he remembered word for word. Huh? It's amazing, certain things that just live on with you. Hey, Siraj, into the right-handed holder. He drives. Oh, that's a pleasant shot. That is really a lovely shot. It's going to the cover boundary. It hits the ball just about now. That's 4 good-looking runs for Holder. He's a tall man, so he reached for that one, and it was pitched up to him. And really a pleasant-looking shot from him.
Oh, gorgeous cover drive from Jason Holder. And again, you could see Siraj trying to open him up through the offside. What he has to be careful now is for the delivery, the one that got rid of the silver, the one that pitches almost in the same general area, but then it darts back in from outside the off stump. And you look at Siraj, whenever he goes wide, he tends to do exactly that, pitches it almost in the same location, but the movement, it gets exaggerated movement in towards the stump, and I think he has to be very, very aware of that.
Here is Siraj, short, lifting, and hold out a little bit in the dark because it came off the top of the bat, goes down towards a third man, and they're just able to pick up a single. But that one was short, lifting, and that's what I'm talking about. He gets that ball to shorten and lifts, and Hold is a tall man, and he had to get on top of it. It came off the top of the bat, basically, high up on the bat, and went down towards third man, and they just picked up a single. 219 for 5. Holder is on 9. Brings Athanas back into strike. He's on 30. 1 delivery left. The doc is, I wanted to say the docs, but I forgot Vidya is not a doctor as yet. So the doc is coming back in with Vidya, and they will be carrying through the rest of the play.
If he's the doc, then Vidya is the intern?
I don't know what Vidya is. I don't know. Maybe he will say what. I'm not sure, Ruskin.
But he's not the patient.
Answer. He's not the patient.
He's not the patient.
He's not the patient.
Okay.
But yeah, he's probably impatient. Here is Siraj at the top of his mark, shining away at that ball. As just a slip and a gully. There's a short cover, and that short mid-wicket in a catching position as this delivery, as Athanas is back and across, and the ball goes out to cover, and there is no run. So that's the end of the over. It's 219 for 5 after some more comments from you, Ruskin. Vidya is going to join you, and then the doc is going to join him.
So there it is, the end of the over. 219 for 5. The West Indies here battling hard to avoid the follow-on with Athanas again showing a good hand. He had 2 good innings in Dominica, and here he is again showing his qualities. Or maybe now they're going to take the new ball, but that could change the whole complexion of proceedings as we welcome back Vidya. And Vidya, if they took the new ball under these conditions, I'm not sure if we will get how many more overs we're going to get with the new ball, because it's a little bit gloomy. It's not bright or sunny. It's a little bit overcast, but we'll see how they do in that regard. But certainly a little change in the whole thinking here of the Indian team. They've decided finally to take the second new ball.
Yeah, they have decided to do that. Thanks very much to Ruskin and to Colin. And we're seeing the new ball on the field. The reserve umpire, Nigel Duguid, coming on to bring on the new ball. So it was in the hands of umpire Murray Rasmus just a couple of moments ago, and he has handed it over to Mukesh Kumar, who has it at the southern end of the ground. So we're going to see the second new ball, and that has come at the time when the end of the 102nd over. So 102 overs, India have gone with the old ball. Remember, there was a change in the ball during that time. Now, Mahesh Kumar, who's bowled 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 29, he's back on. Good time to say hello and welcome back to Dr. Nilesh Mehta.
Yes, good afternoon, Vidya. Good afternoon to all the listeners. West Indies certainly battling it well, 219 for 5, trailing by exactly 219 as well.
And so they're halfway there to the Indian total of 438 and just 19 more runs to get to that 238, the follow-on mark. Here is Kumar into bowl to Holder, who's on driving straight to the fielder, and there's no run. Shubman Gill is standing at that very short mid-on position, and he's standing right in front of Athanas. Athanas has now decided to go a little bit wider, but as he was attempting to run, there was Gill right in front of him. So that situation is ripe for an error, some sort of a run out at the moment here if that happens. So I'll keep an eye out on that for you. Slip in a gully in place here for the tall figure of Jason Holder. At one time the top all-rounder in the world, has slipped down the ranks a little bit. He's facing up to Mohammed Siraj, who is Mukesh Kumar, who's at the southern end. Coming in now, and that's driven straight back to the bowler. One bounce, and there is no run. But West Indies starting the day, just to go back to how things have progressed, at 86 for 1, and they have lost today. They lost Chanderpaul for 33 yesterday. Today, they've lost Mackenzie for 32, Brathwaite for 75, Blackwood for 20, and De Silva the last to go for 10. That wicket falling on 208. So these two trying to repair some damage here, Doc.
Yeah, they are. And Jaydev Unadkat is the only bowler from the Indian bowling unit who has gone wicketless so far.
And here is Kumar again. And Holder is allowing this one to go outside the off stump, taken by Kishan. So with the new ball on the use here, we'll see more of the fast bowlers. We've seen 60 plus overs already for the day. So India, by using the spinners, they've actually put themselves ahead of where they should be. So now they can bring back on the pacers, and they will be in no trouble at all. The match officials will have no words with them about a slow over rate.
That is true. And it's good to see that the Test debutant Mukesh Kumar getting his first wicket in this match.
He really enjoyed it too. Here he is in to bowl to Holder. And Holder's again allowing this one to go outside the off stump. As you mentioned, the sun has gone. It's kind of gloomy outside there. And there's no shadow anywhere. In fact, the lights are on here at the Queen's Park Oval. You can also see way away to our right. There's another stadium there. That's the Hasely Crawford Stadium. Lights are also on there.
What's happening there?
Well, that's the track and field stadium. The Commonwealth Youth Games will be staged here starting on the 4th of August. So might be testing the lights for that period.
Yeah, the lights are on here, but it does look gloomy, but by no stretch unplayable whatsoever.
Yes, it's not as the poet once wrote, the dark satanic mills. Certainly not that dark at all. 30 for Athenaeus, 9 for Holder, 219 for 5. Short delay here as the reserve umpire was on the field. At least he was on the apron of the field for a moment. Now he's gone back, and the old ball, in fact, was heading out there. He has Mukesh in once again, and this one he is playing on the onside to Gill. There's no run once again. Of course, you don't want to keep the old ball on because the umpires take the ball at the end of the over. The last thing you want is to hand the wrong ball to the bowler, which has happened. It has happened in matches previously. Not in this series, of course, but it is a mistake that you will not want to happen.
Yeah, the West Indies have actually fought back quite well. I mean, considering what happened in Dominica, where they didn't even cross the 150 mark. Of course, this is a different pitch, different conditions. As Mukesh comes in.
Kumar into Holder, and Holder's allowing this one to go. That was an excellent delivery, cutting back in and just over the off stump. So Holder will be saying, I left that one on length. That was just extremely good judgment. End of the over, by the way, 219 for 5.
Yeah, Mukesh is asking good questions to the batters, and that last delivery certainly would have gotten Mukesh excited, and it did show by his emotions. They just went over the off stump, as Vidya said. So West Indies 219 for 5. Athanes on 30 and Jason Holder on 9 at the moment.
1 for 29 for Mukesh Kumar so far. His economy rate 2.41. In fact, the most expensive bowlers, relative term I'm using, is Jaidev Unadkat, 2.75 and over, which you'll take any day. Siraj, who's been working up some good pace, is back on at the southern end. He's bowled a couple of overs here. Well, his overs, his spell has been on either side of the rain break. So he did have a little bit of a break, so he's in, might see a couple more overs from him here from the northern end. Siraj, the bearded figure of Siraj, back with the ball in hand, now transfers it to the right and past the umpire, bowling to the left-handed Athanes, hitting on the pad, and that's going down the leg side, stifled appeal there. Athanas, in fact, I think one of the reasons why there's that confusion for the pronunciation, there was another player who would have played for Antigua some years ago. He's now in his 30s. That's Justin Athanes. His name was pronounced Athanes, but this young man is Alec Athanas. But they're both spelled the same way, by the way, the last names.
I'm going to play Colin Murray. I'm from India. I'm going to say Athanas.
Yes, Siraj in again to Athanas. That one's just coming back into the batsman, but he's flicking it away. Very full delivery and picks up one down to fine leg. So that wobble seam delivery that Siraj bowls is working well for him here. That one just tailing into the left-hander.
His strength ball is the one that comes into the right-hander, and he has got a very good in-swinging delivery that he uses a lot. And of course, if the pitch is conducive to his bowling, he really makes great use of that particular delivery, as the West Indies now 220 for 5.
Siraj in again. He's in now, and that one swinging away from Holder. And there's the one that goes away, but started a bit too wide of the off-stump, but Holder was not interested when he saw it starting to swing. And taken by Kishan. Ball right now in the hands of Virat Kohli. And some flecks of grey starting to show up on the hairline of Kohli and along the beard. And it was interesting in celebration yesterday. He bowed to the pavilion and also kissed into his wedding ring in his celebration.
Yeah, his wife Anushka Sharma is here in Trinidad as well.
Gets Siraj into Holder, and again shaping away from Holder. He's getting the ball to start to talk a little bit and asking a few questions of Holder, and offered some batting advice to Holder at the same time. Why not?
Why not? Some friendly banter, and you can see Yashasvi Jaiswal laughing at that, probably having a good chuckle there in this friendly banter. We have seen some good exchange, a friendly exchange, if you will, and both the teams staying in the same hotel, having breakfast in the same general area. So it's all good. It's all good. It's good Test cricket as well.
And here is Siraj into ball to the tall figure of Holder once again. A more shape away from the right-hander, but again Holder not induced to play. Holder, who does campaign for the Rajasthan Royals. So there are a couple of the Rajasthan players. Jaiswal himself, as you mentioned there, he does play for the Royals, so he would know Holder pretty well. Also, Ravichandran Ashwin is another one of those players. So they would know each other's games pretty well.
Yes, of course, Jaiswal was the star for the Rajasthan Royals, and a lot was expected of the franchise, but somehow they did not make it to the finishing line.
Yeah, they certainly didn't. That was huge disappointment for them. Siraj running away from us now as he's past the umpire, bowling to Holder. More shape away from the right-hander, but taken by Kishan. And Holder's, I think he's already figured out what's going to happen here, and leaving very early and leaving very well. He stays on 9. Athanes is on 31, and the West Indies are 225 at the end of the second over of the use of the new ball.
Yes, I could see the wicket-keeper, Ishan Kishan, and the rest of them sprinting towards the opposite end, trying to maximize the time and bowl as many overs as they can to try and trouble the batsman and maybe take one more wicket before the end of the day's play. This is 103rd over of this innings of the West Indies, and they are at 220 for 5. So
Possibly just about 10 minutes remaining here, so we could get maybe 2 if they hurry, 3 overs in. It is going to be Mukesh Kumar. He's coming round the wicket now to the left-handed Athanaze. Here he is past umpire Erasmus. And this one's cut away into the gap, 4 runs. That's behind square, and that elicits a huge round of applause from around the ground here. And that is one of the better shots of the day. Athanaze up to 35. And that was wide and short enough to be cut away.
Yeah, and you could see Rohit Sharma fielding at mid-off, clapping on that shot, appreciating how what a lovely cut it was played by Alec Athanas, and really truly a remarkable shot as Athanas now moves on to what's Athanas? He's moved to 35.
35, yeah.
35, Holder on 9.
And it is Kumar persisting around the wicket here. He's bowling to Athanas and gets one that's on the line of the stumps. Plays defensively out to mid-on, and there's no run. That one homing in on the middle stump there. Kumar stifled. He thought for a moment that he'd gotten through, but Athanas very much equal to it.
Yeah,
that
Holder
one coming back in sharply, didn't it?
It did, and I think Holder just called Alec to just have a quick word. Perhaps a word of caution, Vidya, that as the day is getting it towards its conclusion, perhaps not to be too rash and not to be too aggressive and just see it off.
And come back out tomorrow. Have a good rest of the hotel. Here is the next delivery. That struck him on the pad. Big appeal here. Umpire Rasmus says not out. The Indians are looking on. They have 14 seconds in which to make an appeal here. Will they go for it? Rahane is interested in reviewing this one, as is the keeper. Now, will they review it? Rohit Sharma is looking on. He has 3 seconds to review, 2 seconds, and that's it. They won't review it. The time is now up. But it'll be interesting to see that replay. Ishan Kishan had actually run down past the stumps and was halfway through. Let's see what happens here. We're looking at the replay. Ball hits the seam, cuts back in, hits him on the pads, but that definitely looks as it might be heading down the leg side. Now, it did hit him on the pad roll. There's no contact with the bat as we're seeing from the replay. But that looked like it was heading down. But for the last 2 deliveries here from Kumar, he's been getting exaggerated seam movement into the left-hander.
As the players also are now looking at the giant screen, as we are watching on our television screen here in the commentary box. But that was probably a right decision not to review, as Mukesh Kumar steams in.
Here's Kumar again into the left-hander. That one's again cutting off the seam. Hits him on the thigh pad this time, and there is no run. So he's getting the ball to talk here, Kumar. That's 3 deliveries. He's hit the seam, and that one coming in. Now, finally, there's ball tracking, and tell you what, the decision was not out. That one would have clipped the leg stump, and that would have been umpire's call. So even if they had gone for the review, they would have kept their review. That would have been a review retained there. And Rohit Sharma, actually, when he saw the replay on the monitor, he just held his head as if to say, maybe I should have gone for that. Here is Mukesh Kumar in once again. He's round the wicket. He's bowling to Athanas. This one, getting forward to it, plays it back to the bowler, and there's no run. So 3 deliveries. He's defeated the batsman there. 4th one hitting the middle of the bat. And the new ball is starting to have an effect here. And these 2 batsmen will certainly be recalibrating their approach, seeing that the ball is starting to move around now. 35 Athanaze. Holder is on 9. The West Indies are 224 for 5. They do have to get to 238 to get past that follow-on total, and they certainly will get there now. The ball has gone round the field. 2 slips and a gully in place. Backward point as it is. Kumar in once again to the left-handed Athanas. And he's on driving. Nice, pleasant shot, but picked up there by the rock star, Jadeja. And there is no run. End of the over. Very good over here from Kumar. Getting 3 deliveries to jag back into the left-hander, but nothing doing on the wicket column. End of the over. At the end of it, the West Indies are 224 for 5.
Yeah, there was a good over from Mukesh Kumar by far, and he certainly bowled well. This, of course, is the first Test match for Mukesh Kumar, and he is the one who took the wicket of the West Indies debutant Kirk Mackenzie, as Mackenzie was caught by Ishan Kishan to give Mukesh Kumar his first test wicket. How about that? A test debutant falling to another test debutant, huh?
Yeah, how often has that happened? And the man who's in his second test taking the catch, don't forget that. Kishan coming in for Bharat, making his test debut in Dominica. Siraj, who's been around since 2020, is past the umpire, bowling to Holder, who is flicking this one into the gap. Ashwin gets across, puts in the dive, and gets a big right hand out to it, and they get two. That could possibly have gone to the boundary. It was hit firmly enough. You talked about the fielding problems of Ashwin in the past. Nothing wrong with his effort there.
Nothing wrong with that effort at all. He definitely saved that boundary as he was diving to his right, and the ball was headed towards the mid-on fence. And yeah, there's been some criticism on Ashwin and his fielding, but on that occasion, absolutely you are right. No questions about it, as Siraj now gets ready to bowl to Jason Holder from the northern end.
Shines the ball on the back of his trousers. Now left hand into the right hand, and the next delivery maintains its line, and Holder is allowing that to go through to Kishan. And he's using the wobble seam delivery quite liberally here. That previous delivery was wobbling away at the batsman. This one more of an orthodox seam up delivery, which maintains its line and gone through to the keeper.
And if you see where the ball was collected, that one didn't really have much of a bounce. Ishan Kishan had to really go down quite low to grab that one, as a different kind of a bounce on that particular delivery.
Didn't get up above the stumps at all. Here's Siraj again. He's playing at that and just missing, trying to forcing backward shot taken by Kishan, and Holder there. A few flutters around the ground now as the heart rate starting to go up for a few fans here after that Holder shot.
Yeah, the entire slip cordon, Jaiswal, Virat Kohli and Ajinkya Rahane threw their hands up in air, and this delivery Ishan Kishan gathered at about a hip level. It had a bit of bounce, so that unevenness of the bounce might become a factor, and Siraj now bowling his 20th over of the innings. West Indies 226 for 5.
Holder with that huge backlift of his, facing up to Siraj, plays at this one, pulls the bat away, goes through to Kishan. He stays on 11. Hasn't been a great time with the bat for Jason Holder. He got 18 and 20 not out in the West Indies last game. 45 against Scotland. That was in the now infamous, according to fans around the region, World Cup qualifiers, where the West Indies failed to qualify. That loss to Scotland. He and Alzari Joseph returned to the Caribbean to start preparing for the India series, when the West Indies, it was known already that they weren't going to qualify for the World Cup, and here he is. High backlift facing up to Siraj, and that's a fuller delivery, which he's just guiding out towards Gill at that cover point, and there is no run. Well, that certainly would have sent shockwaves even through India, where West Indies cricket is very popular. There was a fair amount of sympathy from some of the former India players.
No, absolutely true, because the Indian fans absolutely love West Indies cricket, and I wrote a small piece where I said it was an SOS time, because they had to beat Sri Lanka, Oman and Scotland. SOS for them to get to the World Cup, but that's not going to happen this year, as Siraj gets ready to bowl to Holder.
48-year history. There's the next delivery. It's outside the off stump, shaping away from Holder. He allows it to go through. It's taken by Kishan. Holder stays on 11. Athanaze is on 35, and the West Indies are 226 for 5 at the end of the 106th over of the innings here. So far, so that looks like we're going to get one more over in at least here. So this could very well be the last over of the day here, Doc.
Yeah, Jason Holder, I was looking at his test average. He averages just under 30, and he has scored 2,782 runs in test cricket so far. He has 3 test hundreds and 12 50s. So certainly you had mentioned that his all-rounder ICC rankings had dropped, but historically a proven all-rounder, and of course his batting prowess is what the West Indies need to get to as much of a higher score to get to India's first innings total of 438.
Certainly, and his batting will be in focus right now. He only averages 28.75 against India, highest score of 64. He'll have to do substantially northwards of that if the West Indies are going to produce a good total, total in the region of 300 plus here. Athanaze, the left-hander, is on 35. He's facing up to Kumar, who's bowling round the wicket. Down the leg side, and Kishan, that is a wonderful take. Down the right side, it was low, it was past the batsman, and he took that two-handed. So that was a nice diving stop there by the Indian wicket-keeper.
Yeah, Ishan Kishan playing his second test match, as we had mentioned earlier. That was really a good save that was drifting way down the right side, and Yashasvi Jaiswal just tapped him and said good take as well. So this may be the last over Vidya, perhaps?
Yeah, definitely. I think so. Virat Kohli was also congratulating him on that take. The 24-year-old. Here is the next delivery, which is on-driven, straight to the fielder. There's no run. Stifled appeal from the batters. They thought they were true there, and there is no run. So potentially 4 balls still to go. Kishan, from 24-year-old out of Bihar, plays for the Mumbai Indians. And one of the things that would have attracted the Indian selectors to him for this test match series, 49 first-class matches, 600s, and averages just under 39. Nothing wrong with that at all. Good figures, good credentials here for him to get into the test
And
side.
Vidya, he got a good chunk of change for the IPL contract as well.
Yes, that's right. Sure, he would. That's a life-changing amount of money. Here's the next delivery outside the off stump, taken by the Mumbai Indians man Kishan. And yeah, so certainly one of the rising stars. And India certainly have an embarrassment of wicketkeeper batters, and a gentleman with the quality of Kishan here. And Rishabh Pant still on the recovery.
Rishabh Pant's recovery started batting, and you have Sanju Samson waiting in the wings. So they have good wicket-keeping talent. A very important
KS
position.
Bharat, who's here.
Oh, exactly. KS
Bharat.
Bharat as well. And a lot of people did say that why he's a test specialist. Why was he not played instead of Kishan, as the next ball is coming in?
Yes, Kumar into Athanaze. That's coming back into the left-hander. Plays it down the track. There's no run. Well defended. Got that off the middle of the bat. So certainly he has reined in his instincts to attack here. In the last couple of overs, we've seen him play a few shots. But since Holder came down and has spoken to him, we've seen that some more calm and composure to his play.
Yes, of course, Athana's playing just his second test match after that wonderful performance that he had in Dominica, his home island, his home country, where he scored 47 in the first innings and 28 in the second innings. And of course took some important catches as well.
And took a wicket, don't forget that.
And
He
took a
also
wicket
got a
as well.
wicket. His first test wicket, first test runs. Still hasn't had that first test 50, but he's on 35. And I'm sure that he would have been hugely disappointed not to get that 50 when he was dismissed for 47. The 2 slips and the gully go down. Jaiswal, Kohli and Rahane are the 3 men in that position.
And, of course, he will remember his first test wicket will be Rohit Sharma.
Yeah,
for
not
the
a
rest
bad
of his
wicket to
life.
get. Yeah, here is the delivery, which is played square of the wicket. Runs here for Athanaz, who is running for 1 and is turning for the second, and will get there pretty comfortably in the end. And that's a nice little push there into the offside. He goes to 37, and the West Indies are 228. They have now arrived at the position, well, 10 runs away, in fact, from where they would get to that follow-on position. Several part-time bowlers have outstanding wickets in Test cricket. Sunil Gavaskar, certainly he had Zahir Abbas as his only Test wicket.
Yeah, but do you remember the story of that ball?
No, you should tell us that, because I know it's a very interesting story. And here is possibly the last ball of the day. Here is Kumari's hitting him on the pad, peeling forward, LBW decision here. It's been turned down by umpire Erasmus. They might be going upstairs. How many seconds do they have? They have 13 seconds to make a decision here. India debating whether they should go for it. Athanaze is having nothing to say. In the meantime, they're still looking at the clock. 2 seconds to go, and India have decided not to go for the review here. Now, that's going to be an interesting one. That certainly did look pretty close to the naked eye there, Doc.
Yeah, that was a pretty close one. And
well, we're looking at the replay now. It hits the seam, comes back in. Ooh, that one hit the top of the back pad, which was, it seemed to be just in front of the off stump. Let's see what happens here. Would that have been a dismissal? Kumar was certainly interested in getting the review. And Rohit, who had the final decision, said, no, we won't be taking this. In the meantime, there's going to be a water break. It's not the last ball of the innings, but let's see what happens here. That ball would have hit in line, and that would have gone on to hit the top of the off stump. Wow. That would have been umpire's call, by the way.
That would have been umpire's call, and a review that I wonder what Rohit Sharma will be thinking about that one.
Well, that's the second one that would have gone on to hit the stumps, and they have not reviewed it. Yeah. And Rohit Sharma looking on, and he's looking, maybe shaking his head slightly. Rohit Sharma is one of those, he's not one of those expressive people. Just a little smiley, just easygoing guy.
And move
there could be a nuclear explosion going on somewhere close by. He won't give any trace of that on his face.
And just move on, yeah.
He would be a good candidate for a World Series of Poker, by the way.
If he wears glasses, even more. If he wears the shades of Ravindra Jadeja.
Well, he's having a talk with the umpire Erasmus, who's having a drink of water and speaking to him between sips of water at the moment. And certainly a lot has happened in this game. The historic 100 test match between India and the West Indies, 500 games for Kohli. He marked it with a hat-trick. And one thing we haven't mentioned, Kemal Roach also got his 400th wicket, international wicket, yesterday.
That's another milestone as well. This is a test match of many milestones, Vidya. As you mentioned, at this historic venue here in Trinidad, 100th test match between these two rival nations. And it was really gratifying to see Sunil Gavaskar come in, because he's one of those iconic Indian cricketers whose name would reverberate all the time anytime you bring up India and the West Indies. That 774 runs that he scored in the Test series, the 400s that he has here at the Queen's Park Oval. I mean, the average of 99 plus.
99.12 to be exact, yeah.
And these kinds of discussions that we have is what makes Test cricket so interesting. And seeing Sunil Gavaskar meet so many people and relive those memories. And he was telling me that some of the stands are new, and he has memories of what used to be here and how much of the crowd support they used to have back then. So right now the break continues. We are watching the
reaction of the Indian players.
Indian players, and particularly Rohit Sharma, as West Indies replying to India's 438 are 228 for 5, with Alec Athanas batting on 37, Jason Holder batting on 11. And so far, I think the West Indies have played well. I think fairly even, Stevens, maybe some advantage India.
Advantage India, definitely, at the moment here. But the West Indies, certainly, and I'm sure that the fans of the West Indies all around the region will be pretty happy, a lot happier, I should say, with the performance of the West Indies here. Rohit Sharma, his reaction was very interesting. We were looking at a replay of it when he saw that last delivery was going on to clip the stumps. His lips formed an O, so you could almost see him say, "Oh, maybe I should have said something."
Maybe the sound didn't come out. Just the gesture was there.
Yeah, the gesture was there, and he and Ashwin had a similar expression on their faces, if to suggest, maybe we should have reviewed that.
And right now, Ashwin and Rohit are talking as they are coming back to get to their respective fielding positions as the West Indies resume their innings here. The last few overs of day number 3 here at the second test match between India and the West Indies here at the Queen's Park Oval. 228 for 5 is the score, with Athanas batting on 37, Jason Holder 11. Going through the bowling figures quickly. So far, Mohammed Siraj 1 for 48 of 20 overs. Jaydev Unadkat none for 44 of his 16 overs. Ravichandran Ashwin 1 for 61 of his 33 overs. Mukesh Kumar, the test debutant for India, 1 for 35 in 14 overs. And Ravindra Jadeja 2 for 36 in his 24 overs. The most miserly Indian bowler, of course, Ravindra Jadeja, and the one who has grabbed 2 wickets. And looks like it's going to be Jadeja now,
Yeah, he's going to
coming
bowl.
in to bowl, the rock star, as Vidya Rampal calls him, and Shane Warne nicknamed him as the rock star.
Well, he certainly is. He's just about to start his 25th over. Officially 18 overs still to go in the day. I suspect we won't get all of that. Not even anywhere close to it at the moment. Here's Jadeja, who's coming round the wicket, bowling to Holder. Quickish delivery, which Holder defends out towards the cover region. There is no run. Holder on 11, Athanase on 37. These two obviously have shut up shop here. They're just trying to survive the last few overs. Kishan and company just, well, you can hear the volume of the noise in the effects mic.
And
Holder has hit this one into the cover region, straight to the fielder. There is no run. That was powerfully hit. Is that Jaishwal out there to make the stop?
he was just saying in Hindi, "Aure, aure, come on, one more." So I think they might know how many overs might be left. But just saying that hurry through your overs, as if Jadeja does not hurry through his overs.
Well, Ruskin Mark is writing down your pronunciation of Ore, so he's now going to impress his friends that he knows another word in Hindi here. And so here's Jadeja into bowl to Holder, forward to it, and plays it out to that short extra cover position. There is no run. Ruskin knows a lot of Hindi words, usually things like roti, aloo, like that. He knows those. Once it has anything to do with food, he knows it well. And here is the next delivery, which Holder is getting on the back foot, allowing it to go through to Kishan, and there's no run. Ruskin is a big fan of roti, I'll tell you that.
The chatter has increased significantly with Ishan Kishan now exercising his voice box quite a bit.
Quite a bit. In fact, might pull a grade 2 strain to his voice box at the moment. He's going a mile a minute. Here's Jadeja. That's turning away from Holder, who's not interested in playing, allows it to go through to those bright blue gloves of Ishan Kishan. I haven't seen gloves of that color for a while.
Yeah.
Usually it'd be those nice red ones, but they're all different colors these days, as with the shoes and everything else. Here's Jadeja in, and Holder is getting forward to it and place it back to the bowler. In fact, looking at the soles of the feet of the shoes of Jadeja, they're bright red, just as with Siraj. They obviously have the same boot manufacturer. Holder steps away. Here's the next delivery to Holder, and that's a good one. It's speared in towards the off stump, and Holder got on that, and he defends, and that is Holder walking off here. He's asked for, that's not the end of play. The umpires are going to meet here in the middle. Are they going to pull out the light meters here? They're conferring at the moment here. Holder was starting to walk off. There was a fielder, a West Indies player coming off, and that's going to be it there. So the players are now leaving. That's the end of play for the day. The West Indies have batted out 108 overs, and minus those 41 overs that we had yesterday, the West Indies have faced 67 overs for the day, and they have ended the day's play on 229 for 5. Athanase 37 and Holder on 11. West Indies are still trailing by 209 runs. The last delivery there, just taking a look at that. That was Jadeja going for broke there, trying to slip one under the bat of Holder, hoping that he had been mentally switched off. He wasn't. He defended it well. 229 for 5.
Yeah, I think a good day's play, Vidya. I think West Indies have certainly done well to not lose any more wickets. And I think when Athanase was trying to be a little too aggressive, Holder told him to exercise some caution and slow down. And I think it worked. And Athanaze, I think, listened to what Holder was saying. And the West Indies ending the day at 229 for 5 after India were bowled out earlier for 438. The West Indies batting scorecard. Craig Brathwaite bowled Ashwin 75. Tej Narayan Chanderpaul caught Ashwin, bowled Jadeja for 33. Kirk Mackenzie, the test debutant, caught Ishan Kishan, bowled Mukesh Kumar 32. The batting test debutant going to the bowling test debutant here for 32. Jermaine Blackwood caught Rahane, bowled Jadeja for 20. Alik Athanaz not out for 37. Joshua De Silva bowled Mohammed Siraj for 10. Jason Holder is not out on 11. The score 229 for 5. 11 extras with 4 byes and 7 no balls. The bowling figures.
I'll give you those. Mohammed Siraj, 20 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 48. Jaidev Unadkat, 16 overs, 3 maidens, none for 44. Ravichandran Ashwin, 33 overs, 10 maidens, 1 for 61. Mukesh Kumar, 14 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 35. And Ravindra Jadeja, the best bowler of the day, 25 overs, 10 maidens, 2 for 37. Certainly, West Indies will... they just have 9 runs remaining to get past that follow-on score, so they will force India to bat again. That itself is a moral victory that West Indies fans will be pretty happy with, and West Indies will return tomorrow, or resume at 229 for 5. We certainly do suspect that with play ending with so many overs lost as a result of rains today, that play will start early tomorrow.
Okay, so that's good information. Vidya and I will get lesser amount of sleep, but that's okay.
That's all right.
We are at the service of our Cricket 360 production, and we hope that all the listeners have enjoyed what has been brought to you by the Cricket 360 production crew. And I want to certainly thank Jason, who's been sitting very quietly in the back, helping us with all the production that he's been doing. And as the day has come to an end, we will be saying goodbye to all of you from the lovely Queen's Park Oval. Day 4 resumption will be tomorrow, which is a Sunday, the 23rd of July, as the West Indies will be batting, trailing by 209 runs. And on that night, on behalf of Vidya Rampal, this is Dr. Nilesh Mehta signing off.